Good day, Tamers. There we go, we can go. Welcome to the OPE event down here at Walsall Bescott Stadium. I'll be one of your guests today, Agito Swiftly, Alexander Connell, and joined here by the King of Purple, Mr. Fenton.
Yeah, it's good to have everyone here. Looking at 7 to 8 rounds today, depending on tiebreakers. It is an Ultimate Cup, so we'll be following the Ultimate Cup rules for this format, which is monocoloured decks, and also the custom ban list. So we have one Grand Quagamon promo, one Chaos Degrade, and then we have bans for Death Digimon, Sober Werewolf Mode, and Quagamon X Antibody. Obviously, after April 1st, Greymon X is also limited, so that will decks will take it there. Okay. And this is the second Ultimate Cup, speaking of purple, where Beelzemon is legal. And as far as I know, it won the only other Ultimate Cup thus far, so I'm expecting to see a lot of Beelzemon today, but we'll see. What decks are you looking forward to seeing or wanting to see?
Always looking forward to a Galantmon deck in the room. It might not be the best deck in the room, it might not be Rogue at this point, but I also seeing a Galantmon or two.
Yeah, it's topped a few
it's
events
done all right,
thus
yeah.
far. It's done some seconds in the
last
Ultimate
one,
Cup,
I think. Yeah.
the European Ultimate Cup. And I'll let you know now, we will be seeing Galantmon round 1. Not sure what it's against yet, but it is on the feature round 1, so it could be exciting. So the players are set up. We'll be starting soon, so just...
No, I'm looking forward to this. Anything with red is always good for me. Right now, though, I'm currently playing a lot of Beelzemon myself, so hopefully see some more Beelzemon today. It should be one of the more, let's say, easier accessible decks at the moment, with the structure deck just coming out recently. So I look forward to seeing, well, anything comes up really. Any more Digimon's always good.
Yeah, I mean, as for me, even as a purple player, not the biggest Beelzemon guy, hopefully we see some Minervamon or Mervamon on the stream. That'll be my deck of choice to see. But there's a good variety of decks in the room. Some Machine Dramon, some Bloom Lord, some Galantmon.
So that dirty blue flare.
Yep, good old blue flare. We've got
some black tea I've seen in the crowd.
even a Dark Knightmon, the Beelzemon counter.
Yes.
If you're not up to speed yet, get up to speed.
Sure, so that's what's going on for the place to start.
Head judges just going through some information. We'll be good to go.
I hope everyone's ready. I know there's been a bit of a delay. Thank you very much for your patience. But we are now ready to begin round 1. So Joe, if you want to take us away.
As you may have heard, just said, round 1 starts, let's get going.
We do have the new Mulligan rule as well now, so it's a bit different from the old one in terms of how it works. So you look at your hand first and then set your security.
I think it's preferred though, to be fair, you know.
Yeah,
see if you want to do it first and then get a chance of re-rolling the deck.
Also the fact you get to shuffle now after.
Oh,
Speaking, that's
Bloom Lord,
definitely
baby.
a mulligan from this Galantmon player here, for sure.
Green's playing Bloom Lord, one of the very good decks in monocolours. They didn't play rock paper scissors, correct. I prefer random chance of dice.
Yes,
but not
so
black.
We do have Gallant versus Bloom Lord. Gallant, as the premier deck for board clearing, does have some good tools in this matchup.
As a fairly good matchup into Bloom itself,
yeah.
There's a lot of it is deleting at the little level 3000 DPs, or slightly more depending on the style of deck. Carl, please don't kill yourself.
Obviously, then Crimson Mode can clear the big guys like Bloom Lord and Hydra. So Galantmon player will be going first here.
Playing the draw engine, okay, into the
starter deck Guilmon that can warp. Also
Indeed.
very good in this matchup with the Blitz. You can warp up into Galantmon.
Going straight up, going back into the structure deck.
So it looks like he does have a clean line here. Both these decks are very good at playing reactive.
They are.
Once the ball's been established by the opponent.
Okay, alright, we're getting that Terrorated go for next turn maybe. Do the Palmon. Probably a good idea to get the search going.
Top down angle here.
There we go. Yes, baby, there we go, get the search going. Can we get 2?
OP Max.
Oh, we only get the 1. Do we want to go for another search or do we want to get something going here? Personally speaking, I like to have the extra Palmon because if you can draw the Sunflow, you can just obviously throw it down again, do another search for free.
Yeah. Key piece of this deck, the Palmon.
There we go.
Grabs your Bloom Lord and pretty much any piece you want besides the Terramon we see on screen.
Again, that's just there as more of a tech option, but the other floodgate you can use in this deck is searchable, which was pretty good.
Yes, the Palmon one definitely has its matchups where it's effective. Particularly the mirror. Very
yes,
good.
very good in the mirror. Although it's also a bit of a hindrance too.
Yeah, the Galantmon player can be take his time to set up in this matchup. He's just playing
Oh, we're going to go straight
he's
up. Are we going to go up
move
into?
out.
I think we're going to go straight up into the level 5 here. Yes, we're going to attack maybe.
No, he doesn't have the Takata, so there's no blitz. But
No, no, that's-
so this Galamon on attack will delete at 3k. So if it sticks around for a turn, should be good. To go
we do have the exit between hands, but no Takato yet. So they're hoping that the Palmon swings in maybe, and that way they can hopefully find Takato on top.
I think you definitely do swing the Palmon because he does have the Grandmon stack. So if you do leave it up and he manages to kill it, he will just gain a free memory and draw a free card from the inherits of his stack.
That's the thing.
Here. He does have what looks like the Agitar in hand, so you can just swing the Palmon and go for the Agitar.
So take it slow, steady, boys. It's first round.
He's just going to go Agitar and raise and leave the Palmon.
Yeah, not too bad.
We'll see if that bites him because
So we know what he's got in hand already, so you know he's got the
There is
control
advantage.
variant going.
there is advantage to be gained here from the Galamon player.
There is.
Can swing.
Oh, swing.
Gets 2 draws and a memory back off this, so
Indeed.
does check a green memory booster, which is red does not have any source of memory blockers, so
No, unfortunately, it's the colour that doesn't. I think it's the only colour that doesn't.
that's fine by me. Yeah,
Red aggression, right?
yeah, exactly.
Oh.
So, but we do see.
If we run out of time, maybe not to flick
I
around too
don't
much.
think we see a 6 in the Bloom's
Oh, I
hand
know
here.
what we're going to do here. Because if it gets deleted, you can go into the Excentric body and suspend yourself. So you're okay for next turn.
You could just play a boost here, or
I think they want to go up and
second
trash.
card
I think they want to trash a security. To be fair, if they have the Galamon. Galamon's there as well.
yeah.
They don't get the blitz. They can't suspend.
I think even if you go into Gallant, your stacks most likely getting removed here
is.
based on the board too. I think maybe the red men boost might be better to
Yeah. Obviously,
find
we
a
understand
piece
what's in
and
the hand.
set up for next turn.
They say nothing's there.
So the Bloom player didn't look like they had a 6, but we know they have a second Palmon, so they will be able to dig here.
Yeah. They also do have access to the Hydra, which obviously could put it back to the deck anyway.
So they will be able to. So they don't have a 6 right now, but they will be able to dig a fair amount for it.
You got the Hydra. You got the Hydra.
Oh, right.
What's the swing? Play a Palmon
Third
for free.
Palmon. We'll look for the Bloom Lord most likely. If we find it, we do pierce through the
Ooh.
Gallant.
Do you want the floodgate or do you want the level 4? I suppose that's the question now.
Well, that's the rest common one, so when you suspend it, you can rest one of your opponent's Digimon.
I do love that one. Does come up quite a lot in this match, in any match really.
Does take
with
the
Blue
red
Lord.
Digimon. Nice cheap level 4 here to go into. So there's some plan one can't come down. He's still not found it. He doesn't have a Hydra in hand.
So he has a Hydra
No,
hand.
he doesn't.
You know? That's my bad. I do apologise. I thought it was
But
a
he
shiny
does have
card
a
yet.
green memory boost here, so you can pop the boost, play a second one to look for that 6 that he's missing to get rid of this Gallant stack.
Yes.
Any 6 will do it, so he does find
Just fun. Two blooms.
2 blooms, so the bloom will be able to get
There we go.
enough memory, I believe. Should gain back 3 here off because of the Agitar inherit, so he will stay at 0 and he will be able to swing into this Gallant one and clear it out whilst checking security for 2 with the piercing.
So if he gains enough memory,
He should gain 3 because of the Agitar inherit, so he'll gain 2 off the bloom, 1 off the Agitar. go back
spend
to
it.
0,
Yeah, there we go.
And then
Go back to the.
he will be able to restand,
Yeah,
swing
yeah.
over this Gallant. See, this is what I was saying, because your stacks most likely get answered
Yes.
anyway, so at the end of last turn, that's why I preferred the boost, because then you do have, one, you have some searchability, you don't lose a 6, and
So to be fair, I
You
did
have
think
the
he had the
extra
Hydra,
memory.
so I thought he was going to bounce it anyway, but obviously if he
you
didn't,
have,
it doesn't
you
matter so
will have
much.
the extra memory to go into build your stack. He does check a hero though,
That's pretty good. Go straight to 3.
very good.
Obviously,
If you're the Bloom player, if you do play a cheap rookie, there is a chance you could go for game next turn if one of your
Oh,
guys lives, but we'll just see who goes for the Cherry Mon instead.
as well.
So he does have a second
Back down to the
walk.
Iggy.
He does have a second walk Guilmon in hand, so
just
now
leaves-
that Bloom's on board, he will be able to go into that for cheap. Of course, he could just build in the back as well. We know he has, and come out next turn looking to clear the board.
So you can spend the red memory, try and get up. Oh, okay, there we go. Not to see what I'd have done. Again, I would have played the red memory, try and just get some stuff going. Keep that in razor for next turn. Go out and blitz, because obviously you've got the access to Staccato.
I think that's fair. You
yeah.
might be afraid of just a Terriermon.
I mean-
so this,
Yeah, I mean, that works too.
Interesting, he went for the EX3 ground one instead of the memory game ground one in the step.
Yeah,
because,
I was considering that too.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Although this is the one, if you just throw down a searcher next turn, you can go out, delete it, gain the extra security attack as well.
So Bloom can check 3 here, and I think that's what I certainly would do, just put to 0 with the... So the Cherrymon does have to survive to get the security +1 on the Bloom.
It does.
But if he does, he puts him to 0. We know the Gallantman deck does not play any blockers,
No blockers.
so you'll have one guy on the back.
It's all aggro,
And
so you've got to essentially wipe the board, hope they can't do anything. Obviously,
He does have the Hydra, so if he wanted to secure, he could even pop off Hydra and then just swing 13, make sure it lives, and then swing 12 with the Bloom. Of course, his board's likely to die, but his board's likely to die next turn anyway. So I think if you just put him to 0 here, you have the guy in the back, you should be able to...
We're going straight to Hydra? I think we're going straight to Hydra.
If he's going for exactly that...
I did get a Hydra, come on.
He just drew that.
Did he? You sure?
Yes.
I'm sure it was in his hand.
No.
Fair enough.
Yep. Right, so yeah, so you
Oh.
the 13k body from Hydra.
I mean, I think you can pop the lowest when you go into X antibody. You'll have enough memory to go into the Gallantmon, and then you can go into X antibody, pop a card, gain memories. You can still swing out. You can suspend if you pop swing. So I don't know if he wants to swing first, then evolve, and then pop swing.
Yeah, so he does clear the security here.
So whoever's stuck in, again, this week currently in the
Very
breeding area, so this is where you're gonna have to sort of sit down and go like, this might be a chance of like go to game 2. But what's going on here? Let's handle it.
Yeah, it's a very strong position for the Bloom player here. As long as he can just live out another turn, he should be able to take it cleanly. It's still at 5 security, I believe.
No, 4
security
security.
Because
That's
of the ground one earlier. Yeah.
That was the memory boost, unfortunately, for the red player.
Um,
Although it didn't technically matter too much because it would just put them back to 3 anyway, because obviously now they're going to have to do a play in between. So it's down to them. I think they've got like another level 4 in hand, they can just evolve for 1 to go over anyway.
yeah. I don't think the Gallantmon is able to do
Gallantmon can't win from this position.
4 checks, and even with a Crimson Mode play.
There you go.
So you should likely see
They'll probably
clear
just-
the board, but just not have enough to
No,
live through this
unfortunately.
mushroom on in raising. So
Although due to this effect, when they attack, if they do attack with the Gallantmon, they will pop the Baby Boy. But at the same time, they won't be able to do much other than that, unfortunately.
yeah,
They won't gain the additional attack, but they will gain the
does
security.
play men boost.
I guess they need the Crimson Mode, but they can't bring it out now. Unfortunately, that's the probably going to be the end of this game 1. We'll see what's going on with possibly, hopefully, a better game 2.
Yes.
I mean, perfect game for the green player. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he
Oh.
saw his pieces. He had enough. He had enough damage to just put the Gallantmon on the clock. Where once you clear the first stack, if you can put them on a 2-turn clock, even if they can build another stack in the back, it won't
It's
get.
not quick enough, no.
It doesn't get to do its job. So
Unfortunately, only green gets to have the option of Mimi, who gets to shenanigan the breeding area.
yeah.
Currently.
Looking for answers here, but I don't think there is a clear-cut one. So might just see a hopeful another mem boost here, but the Blue player will just attack the game next turn, and it should be enough.
I'm not sure what their plan was for the red player. I think they obviously knew that they didn't really have much to do in this game. I don't know if they're trying to like wind down another couple of minutes so they can try and get to a shorter game 3, but you got to do what you got to do. But no game 1 to the green player.
I mean, lots of people don't like to scoop, even if they're.
No, I understand. But I think you have to realise though sometimes, yourself included, there's points where you look at your hand and go like, I can't win now. There's a thing in the breeding area. I can't stop that next turn. I'm gonna lose anyway. So
I'm very much famous for the quick scoop in terms of.
I do as well. Like
when I
if
see
I
my
can
hand
see,
and I see it's just nothing in there, I'm like. Instead of getting more frustrated at more bad rolls, I'll be like, let's just go to a new game.
so I gotta shuffle this deck again. Let's go again.
Try
Yeah.
and get something better here. Exactly. It might be the
No,
feature
no,
match
no,
after
no.
the-
They're allowed to scoop on feature.
Yeah,
It's fine.
they are allowed to scoop.
No, I don't think anyone's going to the shadow round just yet. Maybe sort of like
So you see
round
game
7.
2 here,
So obviously you know what we're playing now. We're playing Bloom into Gallantmon does have a fairly good matchup into Bloom because it can destroy a lot of its lower DP things, as well as obviously having the access to just popping whatever the lowest is on the field, which normally will be your biggest target once you've done all the other little dings here and there.
Of course, we did see the Crimson Blaze as well.
Yes,
So
which
that can cut off access to that Agitar play. It's not as good as you would like.
no,
but
it's
if
not
there's
as
a
good as
deck
you
that can play it, it is Gallant because you do have access to the plus DP deletion
Yes, you
effects
do.
in terms from like the Guilmon X and the Groundmon X if you're playing those. So
Which we
you
didn't
can
see,
hit
so I don't know if they
you would be
are.
able to hit the 5s with the Crimson Blaze, which is like the main standpoint against Bloom, because a lot of the time once you've used your Bloom Lord in the deck, it kind of just sits there.
Yes.
If you've got nothing else, then it doesn't really do much.
You get the one really good turn, and then the rest of the time it's just I'm going to poke you a little bit.
There's another heavy hand from the Gallimon play. He's got the Crimson Mode, 2/6s.
He's got the Searcher though, which is always good.
Yeah, he does have a rookie, so you might look to keep it and just hope he can pull out. It was the EX2, so it wasn't the Warp one, unfortunately. So
I mean, searching. So, as most of you probably are aware by now, there's not many searches going on in this deck. Unfortunately for Gallimon, we do just only have access to the lovely Gallimon from EX2, Guilmon from EX2, as well as just the red memory boost. So Gallimon is always on the back foot when it comes to searching, but it is a fairly good card. So we just lost access to the TV. What's it? Carl, we had an accident. The TV shut down.
TV shot. Yeah.
So, stream, we're still here. You can probably hear us because it's on a different system.
That's okay, I'll show you. I probably should have shown you.
There he is at the back. There we go.
So if it does this,
Technical
I'll
issues.
show you.
Just the back, yeah.
Yeah, I'll show you. There's a little button.
Just sort of some technical issue out, people. I mean, you can
Said
still
about
you can still
Yeah,
see
I
the
think I watched
stream.
TV on, there
We
you go.
can't. So we'll be back in a second, I think.
Technical-ish difficulties. There we go. Right, we're back again. Can we okay the...
We are back.
it's
So
gonna go off
seen
like
the
that,
red Vegemon and Raisin here.
We're off again.
Nice.
Well,
Tell me when that's
Just-
off.
We're still here, we swear. We just can't see the play-by-play currently. Technical
it's
issues
fine. We already
happen.
know what he's doing.
Yeah, he's doing green
Building
things.
up in the back. They're both building up in the back, playing some members, playing some tamers.
So I saw that they had at least, I feel like 2 in the Gallimon hand. So should be a searcher and then probably 1 for the actual grazing area. So fingers crossed, guys. We're back in a second. There we go. Yep. So we
There
got
we go.
we put the warp one on the field.
I think he drew the warp one. He must have drawn the warp one off of the.
Possibly,
He went
yes.
for the EX2
I
one.
thought he had
That
both
would
in
make
hand.
more sense.
He would
No,
have to
he
make
had
more
a
sense, yeah.
heavy hand, so.
They could, if they really wanted to, next turn throw down the Crimson just to try and slow down any of the extra on-play effects, but it doesn't really matter so much. As
Sure, we do see the Nidhogg.
Nidhogg, what-
Common one of tech for the mirror match.
It is.
Clears just wipes the board as soon as as a response to their Bloom Lord stacks and the Hydramon stacks. So it's definitely the reason it's there. Does grab the Agitar, so we likely will just see him go into Agitar next turn, and just if he's left it 1 or 2 memory. We do see the desperate 4 needed for the Gallimon, and he does draw it off the top here. So we will be seeing that. He's a bit slow behind the curve in terms of.
Unfortunately, yes, they are unfortunately put themselves in the
Level
back foot here.
behind.
I didn't know if they did get to mulligan the hand or not, and it obviously may have 2
does
bad
have
hands.
the Takato, but you kind of need the Takato and the 5 down to be able to respond to the ball cleanly.
Yes, you do kind of want to have access to the EX3 in hand now, maybe. Hopefully, someone gets some trash out.
So even if because he can Agitar here, just leave it in the back,
Yeah,
and then
you go swing in.
even if you play Takato,
Oh,
that is a big
that's
check.
fantastic, yeah.
He did just say he was behind on tempo, but this Takato will definitely help with that, because now he can just go 5 and raise, and he has the blitz online the next turn. He doesn't need an extra
Too
turn
late.
to have access to the blitz. So
Got the level 5
very
somewhere.
crucial check here. Both checks. I guess
Very
both first checks last game, the men boost did help him a lot. This
Did
game,
help.
we do see the
Oh,
Takato.
not the greatest one, but you do get access to blitz.
So you do get the
Get to-
memory game.
You get to put the on deletion effect on there, so you can go back to 1. And you swing.
So he does get the effects. He didn't
'Cause you
one
have-
up for a swing, but I don't know. I'm
I
not
would
sure
underst-
because you surely if you your board will be going.
Yes, you want to
For the
swing
most part
anyway,
anyway.
because
Um,
you've got the on deletion effect of the Guilmon in the stack, so anything that's 3,000 or less will get deleted. You want to do the swing, you'll get memory back, you go to 0. If you've got a memory boost in hand, maybe you can do a bit more search to try and get your deck a bit looser, but it does seem a bit lax. You could also swing with the Guilmon as well if you want to do an extra swing.
this is hoping with it. So we do see he had the the Cherrymon, which means that if he had a 4, and he does have the bottom result here. I don't think he has a 1 cost 4, so he doesn't have a 1 cost 4, so he can't actually access. He does play the Sunflower off of the Agitar effect.
Yes.
Downloads now. He will be going to Bloom for free. He'll fund 3 and then he'll gain 1 back off the Agitar.
Oh no, Hydra.
He does just want to go to Hydra instead, actually. Looks like he's just going to clear the stack. He will gain 2 back because there's 2 rested vegetation plants. So
2 now.
just leave him at 2 and he'll bot deck the Wallgrass. I think this might just be a case of
They do have
the Gallimon
a
player
level
not.
6 in the field though, so they can actually walk up into.
He can warp now, and he will have access to the blitz off the warp, so he'll be strong.
the second play,
So
and
if he does have the starter deck one, oh no, it does cost 4 no matter what. So
because start deck is free. So it
yes,
goes to
but
1.
no, the Gilmon costs 4.
Oh yes, it does. Sorry, yes,
so
the
the warp
effect.
will cost 4. He won't be able to keep turn, which means the Hydra will just be able to swing over the.
Unfortunately,
left, and he will lose additional memory from the Hydra when he attacks anyway.
Yes.
Um,
Although you gain 1 back anyway from the effect of deleting something, because you'll swing with that, you'll delete a thing on the field, and then
still
2
definitely
screen checks.
good position for the green player here.
I don't know,
because
but
you see
Temple gets back up again. You get to 2 swings if you want to swing with the blitz on the Gallimon. Kill a thing, get a memory back, put them at 1. You're coming back in the game. You are still behind, probably by 2 cards.
you lose the additional memory of the Hydra when you attack.
Stay out. What we say, do them.
Yeah, so this will cost 4. So we'll be able to warp. You can pop the Palmon on attack, so you will only lose 1 memory instead. So we'll be a net at 2, but the Hydra will just be able to kill the
Swing.
Gallimon.
Do the effect. Pop that. Yeah. Flip the Tikotto. Go to 1. Swing.
He will get a memory off, lose a memory off the Hydra.
There we go.
So it does just go to security.
Do you draw a card?
Yeah, because the Gilmon effect.
Gilmon effect, yeah, did something good. Draw. I mean, you're behind for your own greatest
He
tempo.
doesn't have a good hand. You see a lot of. It's a heavy hand. He had 2x antibody Gallimons.
He's got 2 Crimson in his hand as well. That's
couldn't
not what you
access
see.
to. I think I'd see the main mistake this game, from what I've seen, was I don't think you should have raised the stack early.
No.
The 5 stack. If you've played the matchup enough, you'll know anything you leave on board isn't going to stick.
The biggest issue with Gallimon is essentially you want to put things on the field, but it's never a good meta to put things on the field unless you can just stick around, which doesn't happen anymore. You're either getting bounced up at the bottom
I think
there.
the more you play this matchup, the more you realise that it's very much a game of chicken.
Yes.
The first one to move out often does get punished and will likely lose from that. Obviously, we saw game 1, just the Bloom player had the extra memory from the members, you could extend more that the Gallimon couldn't come back. But this game, we do see that
Is it worse?
when they're in a very even state, the first one that moves
Yeah,
out.
there you go. So deletion.
When these decks are so reactive in terms of being able to clear board, the first one to move out will get
Ooh.
punished and likely
baby.
fall behind enough where they can't recover. We'll see he'll gain the 3 memory back off of this. Bloom will be able to do 2 checks, and that will put him on a clock again for next turn. We see no rookie in raising, so it might
No.
just be a.
You never know what's in security though. Maybe we get lucky,
Clean.
maybe it's 2 memory boosts in there, try and slow something down a bit, maybe just hard play a searcher and then go. Oh, unfortunately not. Okay.
We'll be on a clock next turn, so it might just be a
1 and
player
done.
Mimi and pass or
So Terror is in raising as well.
player Terrier. I don't think there's much the Gallimon player can do
No.
here without any support and raising. So yeah, I definitely think it was a case of the Gallimon player maybe not being experienced enough in the matchup in terms of the best way to go about it. Of course,
So
if he left his 5 in raising,
yeah, you
then when
sit there.
the Bloom player moves out, he sets up his 6s. You can go to Gallimon, especially after the Takato check. That was really huge this game because he was behind a level in terms of 4 and 5. But the Takato give him that extra, basically, effectively give him a free turn of setup. So if he left a 5 in raising, he could have blitzed and punished anything the Bloom player did, but he decided to move out, and he himself got punished and his balls got cleared for it.
Unfortunately, that's happened sometimes. You're 1 step back behind, nothing you can do about it, and unfortunately, you're in a position where game is on board for the Bloom player.
Yeah, he can just raise up here.
Obviously, it does depend on what's in there. Maybe they're playing the one of Gaia Force and they can stop it for another turn, but the likelihood of that is very.
Then I think he's doomed. He might. I think if he's probably got another Bloom Lord here.
I think he's just trying to get the suspension to maybe swing down with the Hydra.
Yeah, that too. He does get the 2 checks now anyway, so it's not actually very much safer to
There you
swing.
go.
And
That's
that
all they
will
wrote,
just
I
be
believe.
a clean 2-0 for the
The Bloomlord player.
The Bloomlord player.
Just off to Launchpad, and unfortunately for Mickey, this wasn't their game, but hopefully round 2 is better for them.
Galamon did have some tools, but he just didn't have the recovery in terms of speed, which is definitely the problem with the Galamon deck in general.
Yes,
right?
it's a slower deck. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, your Megas are always in your hand. You can never sort of draw into when you need to.
Unless you see the Warp Gilmon off of the, like, if you have it in racing with the Blitzicato, then that's like your best avenue to come back. But otherwise, you are very, very slow, especially compared to a fast deck like Bloomlord, where you have the 1-cost 4s, the 3-5s, and like you see there every time. Every time you went into a Bloomlord, it cost 1 or even 3 a lot of the time, right? Like it's hard to keep up with that.
But I just think Green's got this nice engine where a lot of things are very cheap to play, or you've got Digisorption, which suspends things, make things cheaper, which in a deck that wants things to be suspended on your side of the field is a fantastic opportunity for this deck.
Yeah, and obviously we didn't even see the hidden potential come out like this set. Obviously that card.
I know how you feel about hidden potential, so maybe it's a good thing it didn't come out, yeah?
Effectively, it's basically an auto win.
It speeds up so
unless
quickly.
you've just bricked, it's basically an auto win. So, yeah, but you do see the very cute Danker Romper deck box there, yep.
I know my animes as an old man. That's that one with it's Pikachu, right? No, I know it's not Pikachu. That one Crucified.
Neat deck box.
It is nice to see though Galamon being represented.
2-0 sweep for the Bloom player here.
For those of you wondering, Bloom, fantastic in a monocolour setting like this. Everything in its deck is green. It didn't lose anything.
Just give us 2 minutes.
I think we're going to be talking to Mr. Launchpad in a second.
Yeah, we will be doing an interview.
Do you prefer? Do you like green? I don't know.
Yeah,
We're not arguing here, guys. We're just asking.
Yeah, we'll be doing the interview, so when he's ready, we will get that sorted for you.
We're zooping off. Me again. Yeah, Fenton decided to go have a 5-minute break, rest his voice, so he's ready for next round. This isn't Francis. You may recognise the difference in beard. There's beard here. So, all good. So, not Fenton.
I know the people in chat.
Oh, it's Fenton. It's like, oh, and that guy too. So, seems like he had a good first round.
No, I was the loser.
What?
He didn't want to come on stream, so they got me.
He's like,
Yeah.
So, choice of deck.
Galamon.
Best deck.
Yeah.
Not the best deck in the room ever, but it's the best deck.
Well, I want to play Examon, but they made it monocolor format, so I was
Bit
like,
awkward, yeah, I agree.
yeah, nah. So I had to just kind of do anything. So I just went.
So what? I played Galamon in the last Ultimate Cup, so I know why I picked it. But what did you pick Galamon today?
Well, he's my favorite Digimon.
End stream now. That's it. We're done for the day.
Like,
Good stuff.
Yeah, I can see my fiance in chat.
Oh, I didn't want to do this. Was it?
Yeah. So yeah, apparently like all my friends were just like, "Yo, get Mickey on." So I was like, "Oh, thanks, guys." Yeah.
Well, we found out that the first round pairings on a different table was the last champion and then the champion before. And we were like, "Oh, can we change it up?" And they're like, I was like, "Okay, it's fine."
Yeah, no, I bricked hard, like, well, not hard, but yeah, I kind of.
That's a normal Galamon hand. It's not
Yeah.
bricking hard. That's like, hey, every game.
Stace and the kids are watching.
What?
Apparently, Stace and the kids are watching.
Give him away.
I wish I'd have won.
I know that feels like. I wish Galamon won so I could represent it.
But no, I know it's Bloomlord as well, so I'm usually good at Bloomlord.
You see, you have a good matchup.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, like, why Crimson? Because Crimson Blaze is normally, like, a trap card these days, especially as you go up the stack, you just delete all the snow stuff.
Ironically, I run Crimson Blaze against Bloomlord, so they can't go wide, and then I can just get rid of stuff.
Makes sense.
But kind of, he didn't really have anything there for me to just go, haha, boom, because nothing would have gone, because it was all too big, it was all free Camel. So yeah, I kind of just fluffed it, basically.
So, we had a bit of technical issues, so we couldn't see what was going on during your first turn on the second match.
Yeah.
What was your opening hand?
Second match, I had a Gilmon, which is the Warp Digivolve Gilmon.
So you did have that. I knew it, chat.
Yeah.
Fenton lied to me.
So yeah, I did have one. I just didn't have a champion.
Yeah, because I saw that and I was like, why have you put down the EX2 in the breeding area? And then friends like, oh, obviously you must have just drew the other one off the top.
Yeah,
I
I did. Yeah. So yeah.
Keep happy.
So sorry. Yeah, I drew the EX2 and I was just like, I was just hoping for a top deck and of a champion. So I just kind of went, oh, no champion. All right, well I'll just do it because otherwise he's going to go free anyway.
Yeah. So what champions are running? Because I like to run like 2 and 2, so EX3, 2 of those, 2 of these ST ones, and then 4 of the EX2, BT9s.
I'm running. So I'm running the structure deck one. Well, you gain the memory.
It's good.
Yeah,
It's really good.
we've got the. I don't know the packs of them. The Mill 2 one, purple one.
X3.
Yeah.
It's hopefully the revision pack is correctly worded because currently it's on deletion. It's on Digivolve.
Yeah, it's on Digivolve. Yeah, like that's the one that throws off. And I'm also running X Antibody as well.
Yeah. So you're doing 224, or are you doing like a 333, or
Yeah, 224. No. Yeah, 224. Yeah. I think
that's how I
I can
prefer
get the
it.
deck list that I've forgotten already.
What cards we play? Yeah, there's
Yeah.
some cool boys in here. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, I wish. Yeah. So yeah, the first round kind of I raised when I shouldn't have.
That's what we both said. It's like you've raised a little bit too soon.
Yeah, I kind of went, oh, I'm gonna do it, and then
But the issue is obviously you need to find Takato, which is also the biggest pain in
Yeah,
the deck. It's like,
exactly,
oh, my deck revolves around 2 things. Can I find Takato, or can I get to Crimson fast enough? And sometimes it's like I can never get to neither.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, it was good. Like, I mean, I lost to a really nice person who was really nice about it. Yeah,
He seemed like a really nice person. He was off the camera because every time it's just like,
yeah.
it's like, no, we can't see what's going on.
Yeah, so apparently we're both new players. I started in November.
Okay, welcome to Digimon.
Yeah, thank you.
We're fairly friendly here most
Yeah,
of the time.
so yeah, we both played very new starters. We were both very nervous, and then obviously we're like, round 1, we were like, oh yeah, we're gonna be so chill against each other. And it's like, you on stream? It's like, oh.
Oh, it's just
But
a
yeah,
new
it's funny.
experience.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It was fun. It was really good.
As a professional player, I will still continually shuffle my cards over my opponent's side of the field. Just like, oh, thank you.
I'm running new sleeves, so they were really slippery.
Oh.
yeah, I got new sleeves. Like,
You got to sand them down a little bit first.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
Got to play that 1994 Magic, on the outside, scuff them up a bit first.
Yeah, exactly.
Get called for a DQ because you've got scuffy sleeves.
yeah, it was good.
He knew what he was doing, yeah. He knew
Yeah,
exactly what he was doing.
Yeah. I could just see a chat Naruto hand signs.
Exactly, he was just like, calling out and camera gun. Good.
Secret hidden Bloom Lodge. Yeah.
So, Galamon gets better in BT12.
Oh yes, a lot. Yes.
It's worse for its meta though, because obviously the S3 decks go, no, you can't play anymore. So,
I mean, I'm really looking forward to BT12 Gallant. Like, I like the new Digimon egg. Like, a load of people are saying like it's not as good as the current one.
So it worked. I mean, personally, I don't like running the current one.
Yeah.
The draw a card. I like running the starter deck one
Yeah.
because having that extra DP is surprisingly useful.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially when you're popping things on stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be just a pop deck, and
But
it's just
I like the new Gigi from BT12 in Digimon because you just destroy everything. It's like, yeah, just burn the field.
spice.
And then when I die, just they're all back again.
Yeah, I can't wait. Like, BT12 is going to be the box that
BT12
I like a lot.
with EX4,
Yeah.
not the main line, but the Digimon build. Perfection.
X4 has bunnies though. Right, the Terrier
It does have like the weird like black and then like whatever other colour they want to
Yeah,
stick in
it's
with it.
black, yellow, purple in one deck. I'm hyped for it. I'm gonna do
It
it.
plays well, to be fair, from what I see.
I'll bring it to next Ulti Cup if we don't have monocolour, and I'll show you.
What is it?
I know.
Next Ultimate Cup, I think, is still BT12, so it's not quite EX4.
Oh.
So the one after that, maybe.
Oh,
But
one after.
that's BT13, so
But yeah, I'm gonna be rocking bunnies. I like bunnies.
give it a go. Right. Maybe if you get lucky, we'll see you on the last round of the day.
Awesome. Yeah.
Right then, good luck.
Hopefully. Yeah, good luck. Thank you. Bye, chat.
Give him a rest before the next round. Obviously, it's a bit fair to keep him here. Come on, Fed, you can come back now. Welcome back to the round 2 start. Me and Fenton 2G. Round 2 is looking like a All Force versus Gallantmon again. Featuring Matt. Apparently it's going to be my day where everything's supposed to be Gallantmon for us today.
that
so
rhymes.
it's only good. My day for Gallantmon.
Me and Fenton 2G, that rhymes. Well,
So hopefully you guys like red aggro, hopefully with some blue aggro.
yeah, so All Force versus Gallant. Pretty tough matchup for Gallant, from my experience.
It's not a good matchup. Very slow
the
down.
evade that All Force has access to can often just stops the X antibody pop, and if you don't have Crimson, it's going to be
It's
rough.
evade and
yeah, so-
got blocker in this deck as well. So, and especially if you're bigger, because I think you can be against Gallantmon, it's not necessarily the greatest position to be in. And then also, if you do have a body out in the field and they're shrinking raising, there's a good chance you get just slapped back into the hand, and
Yeah.
that's all she wrote then.
Similar to it's Gallant's main problem, right? It's
No protection.
so reactive that like if you ever moving out first, you're not in a good spot for the most part, right? Because you're not really doing anything. But whereas like the All Force can come out, it can do a bunch of checks. It still has the evade, so it can live till the next turn as well. And even if it's on, All Force can also play defensive, where you move out second and you just bounce their stack, right? If you can set up a few tames beforehand, Gallant has no way to clear them, and then you can come out, set up the third one, bounce the stack. And even so that's the main problem for Gallant right now is that.
So we do actually have the deck list in front of us, so we can have a quick nosy. For the Gallantmon itself, we have anything interesting. We do have the EX3 Growl at 4, as well as the War Brown on EX3 at 4. So they could potentially throw some of this into the trash, and hopefully that's what they're hoping for in this matchup. But it's not a good matchup for the Gallantmon at all, but we'll see what goes on. Obviously a good hand can actually be a win or a lose here right
So
now.
the Gallant player does mulligan, whereas the All Force decides to keep. He had a good All Force hand. He had good, nice little stack to 5. No tamers, but still not too bad to 5.
For anyone there, these are some international players as well. We've got a gentleman over here from, I think it's the Exum from Brazil, and Tillion from Belarus. So, big welcome if we can.
Who said it was just the UK Ultimate Club, eh?
We were open
Worldwide,
apparently, yeah. Just come on down. So, All Force looks like it has an okay hand, and
Decent
Gallantmon.
hand.
Oh,
It's
going for
not
a
bad
boost.
start from the Gallant. Does go for the boost to see
It's
what.
what I like to see, to be fair. Oh no.
It's not bad. We just
It's
see
more the Staccato.
a lot of bling, but these base rarity mem boosts.
Yeah, it's ruining the aesthetic here.
Slacking.
Also, you can just burn the Alt R EX2 Guilmon. It's terrible. Just use the basic one. It's so much nicer.
Okay, that's a hot take.
That's not a hot take. It's a cute Guilmon eating a berry, or
You're
a
getting-
very weird art from the show.
You get cancelled.
I am getting cancelled, but I'm okay. It's a hill I will die on.
Alright, so we still see no tamers from the All Force. Oh, we do see one now.
Oh.
He does have
We've got the VTI.
a mem boost as well. So if you do find an All Force.
Yeah,
But
it's.
the problem with,
oh,
as I was about to,
oh.
before we even start speaking, the problem with the All Force deck is that
You run through tamers,
you
yeah.
play a mixture of like searches for tamers and searches for Digimons. Like sometimes you get in this awkward situation where you're missing one half and you only have access to search. So a lot of the times when I was playing, you'd only have access to the Aero V that finds tamers on top, but you already have your arena and you're just missing your All Force. So and then vice versa, you have all your stack and you have mem boost, but no tamers.
tamers.
So it can get clunky like that.
Unfortunately, that
sometimes.
happens quite a lot. To be fair, like you'll go to search your tamers, hit all your
It does play
Digimon.
the EX2 gear that you just said you hated.
It's just I like the card of some of the artwork.
So he does get the Jakarta. There was no
That's 2 cards in hand now, though.
there was no Evo line to
At all?
grab with this. No, there's no 4, no 5 in that search.
So 4, 5, or 6.
Nope.
So 7.
No.
That how?
There's 3 Guilmons, I think, or 2 Guilmons.
Oh wow!
And,
Oh, that's more of a whiff than anything.
does evolve to the arrow, so he is missing that All Force now.
If they wanted to, they
the
could try and swing with the ones in the
Scenario
field.
we were talking about before.
Do they have the EX2 in hand? I think they do. Unfortunately, our chat screen is there, so can't quite see the hand, unfortunately. Carl's going to beat me up now. So I think they do have the. No, they have EX2. I don't think they have. Do they actually have level 4?
Yeah, they do.
They
have
do,
the
there you go.
brown one. They have the
That's it now. Trash
They
2.
do have a full stack, so this will trash 2 players from top of the deck, which if he does hit an All Force here, could be big. He doesn't.
Devastating.
So yeah, we know the All Force player, he doesn't have actual.
He also has
doesn't
access
actually
to
have
the
a 6 in hand.
EX3 as well now, which you should digivolve into to get the cut out for free as well.
Yeah,
so there will
that
be
he does
5 in
have
both
access to
trash.
that. Of course, like even if you're not playing a deck that the mill's that effective against, just sometimes you can just hit like key pieces out of the
Yes.
deck that they don't. have access to, and that can just win you games.
And that is like the good best thing about this engine is the fact that
He
you
does hit he does hit an Old Force and a Mirage, so
Oh, that's how you get those level
2
6 out
sixes
there.
out. So
Now they
we
can
do
play
know
even to cut
he doesn't know that, because his opponent doesn't have a 6 in hand right now. So
Okay, they go to cut
And-
awesome.
there is no way to search for a 6 right now. The arrow only grabs tamers. This is the situation I was describing earlier, where it can get quite clunky with these hands, and you have no searchers when you need the Old Force. And we do see he's obviously lost an Old Force now.
Is it? It's just a swing for it, yeah. Right
No,
then.
he's just using the effect to try and find Reen and Civi to find tamers. We do see his,
Oh, we found one.
that's a good search. He does hit 2 tamers off that, and he bot decks the one of, I presume, his Spice of Blue Hawaii Death. See if we don't know what it does. It buffs the Digimon by 3k, and then it can attack unsuspended Digimons with no source, no Digivolution sources that turn.
Kind of a tie. It's going to be die here for the level 6 line. Going to go again. We will. That's
So
2.
he's just trying to dig as much as he can. So he
again
does
from the
have the Warp Vmon. He does have the Warp Vmon in hand. So if he can get around, find the Old Force and get around to get another stack going, he will be fine in terms of response. But we saw the Gallant's hand. Look, he does have the starter deck Gallant and the Crimson mode, so potentially a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah, he's also got the starter deck. Gallant one's normally there, so 2 hits is great. There's no need to delete, so you're going to get the
Potentially
14k.
3. He does have the EX3 Bramwell, so it could be 3 checks.
Yeah, you can
if
move
wanted
out
to
if you
as
swing
well.
with that if you want to. You survive, pop it, go crazy.
Yeah, so it's very a lot of damage potentially from the Gallant player.
Again, you've got Blitz as well access, so when you pop something, because also you might want to crash if you want to, gain a memory. Go crazy. Oh, hit through. What are we going to play?
He's just
That's
passed.
passive. Okay. Right. So, do we want to go up to
Similar
Gallant?
thing with the Old Force, where like you do need tamers in hand to actually combo off. So sometimes, so you see, he does have some tamers there. He preferred to pass instead, because you do need to play the tamers from hand to get the
You do, to
restand.
get the
You can't
extra
just have them on
effects,
board. So we do see the evolve to start the Gallant here. The nice alt art.
Very beautiful.
Yeah, it's very nice. So this one does do 2 checks. We might decide just to clear board here.
2 checks
instead.
and at 14k. He's a big chunky boy now.
Yes. He might just clear board here.
I mean, that puts him in a very good position. They're going to pop for 2.
He might go into a Crimson mode and try
Maybe.
and
Does he have
put
X in hand?
some pressure on.
He does have
decide to
Crimson
do
mode.
that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he only has 5 in trash currently, so after this stat gets blown up, he will only have 9 in trash. He will not get it. Will he get the addition? He won't get the
No, he
additional
needs to have.
one, right?
No, he gets the 1 hit for free,
Yeah.
and then he needs more to get the additional. So he's going to get the 1 extra check.
Yeah, so we'll do.
If they'd moved out the Gilman and popped it as well, they'd have got the 3 check system.
Yeah. So
Oh.
we do see a second Old Force, and it will check
There's a
1.
V tamer.
So that's 2 Old Forces down. So this is what was. So the chances of him, he might not find one for the whole game. I think he might have just dribbled.
So I thought I just saw something shiny in his hand.
He did just top deck the 3rd Old Force, so there is.
But unfortunately for them, obviously, they have to start again a little bit.
He does have a lot of tamers down though. He can
He
just
does.
build in the back as well. He can build a stack, and if he lives next turn,
I think that's it. Effectively, they're only 1 behind, but now they do have 10 cards in
But-
trash, which means they're going to get 2 free.
2 trashed, and the
He's got
attack's
one in
going to go
back as well.
through. So if this Crimson mode lives, it will just be game.
I think it's game.
It will just be
Obviously,
game.
it just depends what's in the security as well.
Yeah, there could be an ice wall or something. He puts
Could be an ice
one
wall.
potentially, or there is no Leomon engine here, so there's no access to blockers.
There's nothing he can. No, there's no
Yeah, so-
options to bounce from hand. So there we go.
If this Gallamon doesn't get answered, it will just be trash 2 from the Gallamon, checks security, and then the Guilmon will just be able to.
Or if you want to go the other way around to be more safe, use the Gallant one to crash first, take the first hit, trash, and then swing with the game from the actual effect.
Yes.
So yeah, I look forward to this. This is going to be a Gallant on win, maybe.
Potentially.
Yeah,
The matchup
potentially.
we said wasn't very
No,
very good for Gallamon.
to be
but
fair, the opponent has had a bit of a dodgy hand slash
no
drawing.
6. This is Well, I mean that's the risk you pay when you play a deck that just has one key 6 that you need to see, right? You only got 4 copies of it. As you saw there, he milled 1. There was 1 in security. Sure, he drew 1 eventually, but it's
It's stuck in hand now.
too late by then
Yeah.
for the most part, right? He's dead next turn if he doesn't have anything.
As they say, I'd rather be lucky than good. Because
So
at least
what
I
he
can find
can
my
do
stuff.
here is just hard play a Vmon, I believe,
Oh.
and then or he can just evolve to Vegemon,
Trash the
play
bot.
and play Arena, and it'll give it blocker.
Yeah.
So he can stay alive that way. That's pretty much. But if he was going to do that, I think you would potentially have put the Warp Vmon in raising if you're going to do this play.
Yes, which I thought was a bit strange as well. I don't think they've got another plan in mind, or if maybe they're hoping for a level 4. swing in. You're going to get hit. Okay.
Oh, it looks like he's going to try and he's going to go into obvious here, but Gallant's level 7.
That's level 7.
So he would need one more tamer to bounce the Gallant here. Sure, he's not dead.
He's not dead.
But he's going to lose his stack, and that would be his third All Force gone.
Yep, so this is the thing now. It can block, I believe.
Yeah, it does have blocker and evade, but obviously they contradict each other in terms of
so you
when
get
you go to block. But the Gallimon will still trash to if he swings it.
He does get to trash too.
I think you do swing the Guilmon first because
Yes, because you take the block then.
you want him to block, right? You just want to get rid of the stack no matter what. So if you swing the Guilmon first, you want him to block. And then you can either swing over if he blocks, or you can just... Because if you swing first with the Crimson mode, sure you trash 2, but he just lets it go through.
Yeah.
And then he blocks the second one. And then he has 3 tamers, he'll have 4 next turn. Then he... Actually...
Or you treat the person blocking the Guilmon, you swing into
So the All-Force trigger is mandatory, so and it's not a main phase thing, so as soon as the turn starts, it will attempt to bounce and it won't be able to hit the Crimson mode again.
Yeah.
But there's still obviously an optimal route to do this, which would be swing the Guilmon X first, make him block, and then you just swing over, trash to security like that. I would also deny my memory off the arena when his turn starts, so that's definitely the optimal play here. You'd also gain obviously a memory of the Jakarta, so you're at 4, you play Guilmon and evolve and then just evolve to 4 past turn, leave at 1. That would obviously secure the game for the most part. Right, he doesn't have that warp being on.
That's it. I don't know, we didn't play the warp yet, his hand had to start from what I remember. It does seem strange that they didn't want to put that down this turn. Maybe they thought it was a foregone conclusion and now they've actually thought, no, I'd still have a chance of living another turn. Or maybe they're just concerned that they're not going to pull a level 6, maybe they run 5 level 6s and they've obviously trashed 2 and used this one.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one All Force, there's only 1 6 left in the deck after this one. 1 All Force left, so...
That's it. So it's either draw and win or hope for the best. So yeah, do you swing, just trash, they block, they die,
player
or...
decides to do here.
Here we
I
go.
think he does see it, so he does swing first. He will draw off the Gigi one egg. Yep. So the All-Force player is going to lose a stack anyway, no matter what.
Yes.
So
Well, they can. So it all depends on what goes on.
there's no option security that helps.
There's no option security. The aces don't exist just yet, my friend. So what we're going to do, it's down to you, bud. Are you going to block? Are
It
you going
doesn't
to...
matter. Effectively.
You're going to block?
Effectively,
Okay.
the stack's gone.
Yep, so swing into... The best thing now is, I think, swing into this and
Yeah,
then
of course.
just trash
if
the...
you just clear the board, trash 2, you're set up for game. You can set up for game next turn.
Swing. All right, yep, good choice. And trash 2. I mean, that's the best play here, to be fair.
No,
Slow
will be
it
2
down.
trash. He does game 1 with Jakarta, so he'll be at 4 completely. He might even have enough to trash 3?
Three?
Nah, it's
No,
14.
14,
Yeah, so 14 in trash. So we'll trash 2, check 1, leave him at 0. Do you see that really get trashed? I mean, I don't think it matters at this point, but he will read a 4. He can play a rookie and then just play a 4 to go on top.
Yeah.
Leave him at 1.
So I don't
and
think there's
then,
anything with the Crimson Blaze to do here. There's nothing you play on effect here, is there? As far as I'm aware?
no.
No, so you have to worry about that. If you really want to go for more DP, you can. Again, I don't think it's necessary. But I agree with Fenton, it should play like the level 3 and then maybe level 4 just
Interesting. He does decide to
pass over. Oh,
do
just pass it to it, okay.
the hero plus the Ducato. I think you may as well have just not used the Ducato, right, and just play the hero choking at 1.
Yeah.
I think it's the better angle here.
There wasn't a draw, was there?
Obviously,
No,
he
so-
should know without the warp, there's not actually not that much danger of anything happening here. There's no memory extenders off the All-Force side in terms of sparks or anything like that to.
So this doesn't say
Yeah,
that, does
there's
it?
no spark,
no sparks.
No ice wall either.
There's no hail grace here, so are we just slowing down, maybe trying to see what we can deck out and then
See if there's
shuffle again?
anything. I don't think there's anything that can help him here. He does just slide to
Scoop.
just scoop it up.
Scoop
We
it
will be
up.
going
There we
game
go,
2.
game 2.
Game 1 goes to Galantmon, surprisingly, but
To be fair, that's probably the best Galantmon wants, really.
yeah,
It's the alt
sure,
arts
right?
people. If you play alt arts, you can do a little bit better. I
Crimson
suppose.
mode's a powerhouse. If you can't
Crimson
answer
mode's
the,
so good.
If you can't answer it, it definitely puts you on a clock. I mean, even without like a big trash, right? It still just trashes 1, and then
Yeah,
10 in trash is definitely like.
it's the
easy.
card that the BT2 Gallimon should have been, right? Just
Exactly.
swing and instantly take it out of the trash.
But obviously, the All-Force didn't have a good hand that game, so you'd
No,
expect.
that's the thing. It was slow because it didn't have a good hand. It
Sounded
took
much
3
better
turns
this
to find
time.
his first All Force.
Yeah.
So that's not what you want to see, obviously.
Well, I think it was a lot longer. So we did see the Mills
We did.
work out that game. They did hit two of those sixes that you couldn't see, but we'll see if the Offals can draw better this game and prove our point on the bad matchup on the Gallant side.
Yeah, we'll see.
We're looking like fools here in terms of.
Well, there's a good chance that there's going to be 2 more games, maybe. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Obviously, hand is the decider here. You open a bad hand, it's not always comebackable.
Yeah. Of course, we do have the new mulligan, so
I like the new mulligan.
better chance at finding these good hands that you need. Yeah.
Use it where you can, people. Although I think it's currently a game state anyway now, so just
It is
enjoy.
now not limited to Ultimate Cups, it is just
Official.
embedded in the rules of the game, so
It
I
took 2 years, people, but we're here.
welcome change by most people, I believe. Myself, as a purple player that does not like to play more than 8 rookies, very welcome to me. I will very happy about that.
Now, if we can get a small sideboard, I'd be very happy. Just a small one, maybe 4 cards, I'd be happy.
That's a controversial take.
5 cards, there we go.
I'm sure many people don't want a sideboard, so
As someone who occasionally plays purple, I'd like a sideboard so I know which floodgates to put in.
yeah. That's,
Not an opinion.
those sleeves look brand new to me the way they
They
slip
did kind
there.
of just slide off, yeah. It's brought fresh for today.
Yeah, definitely a good idea for a tournament, bring some fresh sleeves because Bando, rather,
Yeah.
we do have strict sleeve rules here, so no opaque sleeves,
No
no
opaque sleeves.
nicks on corners.
There's no blood on the cards.
Nah.
If we can help that, please.
Yeah, exactly.
No reflective sleeves either, as you can see the cards from the back of the one before it. Which I believe has been issues in the past.
Does mulligan here, no 3, I believe, for the Old Force player. Did have a good hand besides that, but obviously without that starting 3, you can't really afford to keep it, especially against Gallant, where if you place stuff on board, you know it's not likely
going
to be
bye-bye,
living,
yeah.
right? So you kind of need an optimal hand to even play the game, I guess, against Gallant.
You need a little one at least, yeah.
Well, you just need a stack in the back, right? Like anything on board, similar with blue. It's like similar with blue, right? Like, so anything on board's not living. So
I mean, if you fancy, you can always have a standard gear money to X pop a 3,000. I mean, good choice. I'd play the game regardless.
yeah.
Have fun. That's kind of the name of the Digimon game.
Oh my
That's a hand
lord,
of
that
Megas.
is a hand of all time, as the saying goes. We'll see if he can draw
Go.
himself out of this one. They do have decent chance, I
we've
guess.
got
But we did
structure
see
deck one.
3 6s in that open hand roll for.
To be fair though, it's probably good to actually have the structure deck one here because obviously
Not
we can see what the
good
event
hand, good hand from the Gallant play. Does have 2 Searcher gear ones here, so we'll be able to
is. Search, yeah.
deck. The Warp gear one in the back. We do see that nice
We
new.
got some good searches actually. What do you need more?
I
Okay.
think he does have 6s and 4s, so he's just missing that 5 right now. Just via the walk outlet over the walk outlet. You see that nice new Guilmon ult from the Beelzemon Advanced deck? Very nice
did.
one.
It's not like this card's already got like 4 of alt-art
Yes,
printings,
but this one's nice.
It's,
Look, shooting into space.
I like the other one. I'm forgetting which one from now.
The Tamer Box one.
Yes, I like the same. No,
Yeah, yes.
same box.
Yep. The
Then-
Tamer Box 2. Tamer Set 2.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm gonna nod.
With the
brain-
Vmon and the.
Yes,
Basically all the starter Digimon.
the started one. Yes, from like
Yeah.
around the BT8 era.
Unfortunately, a lot of those cards are pretty outdated. Besides the 2 Warp
These
ones
two.
we see,
the
these
two
are
cards that just got a
two best
reprint
ones,
randomly.
for sure.
Yeah. But either way,
Yeah, so there's
so they are playing 3
Alphonse
of the
player-
all-round extended bodies, which is the standard, to be fair. So it's good to see.
he did see a nice search. The Gallant player has pretty much everything he wants here. He's got 4, 5.
That's the one. Yes, that's the correct
Does have a
art. Thank you.
Gallant X and a Crimson mode. Obviously,
Okay,
a
so
normal Gallant one would be nice to go before this Gallant X in order to get the
if we
effects,
have the
but
X Guilmon here, though, we can pop the Vmon on the field.
I think the Gallant player can just kind of take his time here.
There we go. Yep. Take it slow and steady. I think arrows are free cost, so obviously it's not too concerned about
Yeah.
too much here. Oh,
That's a nice check because the Old Force would not be able to get enough DP to get over the
no.
Crimson mode. Of course, it does have evade, but then you've used your evade up. Like you need an extra tamer to restand and not get popped on the return.
Swing itself, yes.
Interesting, he did go for that ground one Evo instead of just rolling to a 5 and raising it or play one of the
Has he got the EX3 in hand? Maybe he's trying to get the Scotto out.
No, he does just go for a swing. So slow himself down a turn by going for this route instead.
I mean,
you see one tamer come down, which is of course not the best tamer. It's not a Davis, it's not Arena, but it's still pretty good. We do see he does play that BT2 Arena as a one-off, which he has drawn.
Okay then.
Does search.
It's Blues Glade.
So he does decide to move up. This is pretty safe in terms of if you can get evade down, it's pretty safe just because of the fact that there is no Takata, right? There is no blitz.
There's no blitz. There's no got to worry about too much on the back end.
There's not too much to worry about. He does have options here. He does have the Mirage and the Old Force, so he can decide which one he wants to do here. He could go Mirage. He could swing at the. He could take it slow here, swing at the Growl, draw a card, rest the Tamer, and then go Mirage. Add a security to his hand. He'll gain likely 2 memory, so it would put him to 0. It would put him to 0.
Yeah, there you go, crash into the level 4. Growl.
Just digging here. He's trying to find these arenas. Like he does have a few Tamers nowadays, so he could go for Old Force if he wanted to, but as long as he doesn't give him free memory to play the Ducato before he does anything, he should be okay. Of course.
Let's say you don't want to move out next turn, have the free memory, we're going to 2.
He does just draw he did just draw the arena off of the Old Force draw.
Oh, there we go.
Which is huge. Because it will put him right back to 0 with the EX1 Beam on inherit when you have to spend. And then he can, and also, this could be game here. He does potentially have. Oh no. He can do 4 checks.
4 checks.
4 checks.
Nearly game here.
Nearly game, yes. He can do 4 checks with the arena. If he drew into a second arena, then we could have game.
Then it'd be a very different game
but
indeed.
There is no chance
There's no
of
draw
that.
in this.
There's no draw.
No.
There's no more draw. But he will be able to do 4 damage, and he can play a Tamer to end his turn past that, and then have the evade up. And then anytime he sees the hybrid, he will have game potentially.
So you've got to wait till BT12 if you want to get that All Force Future mode out. X-antibody.
X-antibody, of course, yes. Not bad, certainly not bad.
No. Keeps the deck incontested at least. Looks good.
Until you get Quartzmon, but yep. So yeah, we will see 2 damage here because of the Arrow Inherit.
Very good.
That boost is very good, because it will be able to guarantee that he can play the Takado outside of Madoki Betamon, which he does run 2 of. I don't think we'll see it in hand.
I think it was one in hand, maybe it was from last game.
We'll see. Arena does rush Arena to give Old Force.
To be fair though, if they do get a free memory on this turn, there's a good chance that they just blow up the Madoki first.
Does play the tie just to make sure that he does have the evade active. Of course, he does now have access to the Takado play, but with this evade, he can pop the boost, play the Takado, and then.
4, right? Yes, but it's 2
you
costs.
can evade, but you can't get around the evade here, which is unfortunate. So there isn't too much the Gallant play can do. The Gallant X on Evo does pop the Digimon with the lowest DP, but
if he evaded it, you just go into Crimson mode following turn.
He can crash. Is his only.
The issue is obviously no Takata.
Well, you can play one from hand. And
no, what I'm saying is, so you choose you go Takata, then Digivolve for Blitz, or you go this, pop the lowest target, evade, and then go into Crimson to pop again.
It's crash. That's the best he can do here. You can force the evade out, and then he can just swing over. Or he can go Crimson actually.
Because he's evaded once Crimson, you burn it down.
He can go Crimson.
You have a turn.
Does pass a lot of memory, and if he does have a hybrid, you will lose, but you will lose anyway.
Yeah,
so
you're open here anyway.
So pretty much your only choice is to play, give him the full. You will get 1 back off the Growl Inherit, but it will be a full.
There you go.
6 for the Crimson to pop the stack, and then any time we see a hybrid, the game will just end here.
So there's at least a couple of draws from the ties, right?
Only if you can get a Vidramon out. So
with 5 memory, you should be able to get a Vidramon out, right?
Yeah, but then you won't have enough for the hybrid. So he's just digging for it. Like you can. There's not much. I don't think he doesn't have that much in trash for the Gallant.
So we have Arena now.
Do that, and then next turn, as long as he lives 1 more turn, it will just be game, but just due to the fact Gallant has no blockers, right? No
blockers in Gallant.
Yeah, so we'll
just a quick Trixie Boo.
Nope.
No, Gallantmon does not run because you have to use enough space for the engine to actually run the aggro side of things. They are at 3 memory though.
Yeah, it's not much the Gallant player can do here. We'll likely be going to a game 3. Yes, we did see this game. More of what the Old Force wants to do compared to game 1.
They had a very good opening in comparison to the first game.
Did have that when you did have that premium security attack plus on
Now,
those
how much
returns.
trash there is to push now? Only 5, so
Only-
they're getting the first check for free,
That-
and then they get a second check, which is
Yeah.
going to be something interesting, maybe. Oh, well.
Nah, it doesn't mean he moves out. and
Doesn't matter
attacks.
anything, it's just, oh well.
But yeah, the Gallant. We definitely saw the Old Force put in work this game, obviously, with that start deck error B. He does do 2 checks each time. He just did wipe that security so fast that. That's the thing with the Gallant deck, right? You can clear as much board as you want, but there's no way to recover. You've got no blockers, right? As soon as
Unfortunately, you didn't get the
as soon as your
to cut it
security,
down early enough so you can
as soon
just
as
swing in.
security hits 0, it doesn't matter how much removal you have.
No.
As soon as they have a guy in Raisin or a hybrid, you just lose the game, right?
One day we'll get an ace card that says destroy an opponent, right?
No.
No.
But we'll be going to game 3 here, so
Here we go then.
very close, nice.
Better for us here on stream.
Yeah,
Get a game
better for you
3.
guys as well. Less downtime in between
Less
rounds.
downtime. More games. More action.
Yep, for sure.
More
for
red
sure.
versus blue. Rooster Teeth celebrating their 20th year this year.
Yep.
Yeah. Not sponsored. If anyone asks. So guys,
How
it's
are we feeling about these Pikachu sleeves down here?
they're very old at this point. So do you know about these Pikachu sleeves?
No, is he not?
They came from a
Enlighten
collection
us
a
here.
long time ago, I think in 2015, 2014. So they're quite old now. I don't know if they ever got a reprint because they were part of their box deal, which was the hooded Pikachu sets. You've probably seen like the Marios, the Luigis, and everything else. They're quite old now. So to be in good condition still after all this time, they've either looked after them very well, or they just literally rotate the 4 every time.
I mean, more how we're feeling about them at Digimon event.
As an ex-Pokemon guy, I'm fine. He's cute. It's a Charizard. Everyone loves Charizard, right? Oh, it's a Charizard. Why? Don't know. I mean, it's better than the opponent, right? When they're playing with their sleeves, I can't see.
It's Rena. The new Rena sleeves.
I'm not a fan of those.
No.
They are very expensive sleeves, you're correct. I haven't checked recently, but last time I checked, they were like 30 plus. So yes.
I do like the Murray ones though, they're very nice.
Yeah, I like the Ravens. More classy.
Very classy.
Very classy.
She's a very classy lady.
She is a very classy lady, or AI. We'll never know. Maybe one day. When are we getting our cool boy sleeves? That's the real question.
Never.
Cool. It's too cool for sleeves.
He is. Too cool for the ban list apparently as well.
He just dodges it.
Yeah.
It's too cool. He's the boy. I'm looking forward to our maybe BT20.
Thankfully, I don't have to see him in this format, which is
No,
nice.
yes, it's nice-
Obviously,
nice for a lot of
basically, the main positive. Obviously, I can't play Mastermon. Bit of a downside, but
I do feel you.
I don't have to see Cool Boy. So
We'll take the good with the bad, yeah.
there's wins and losses here. However you look at it.
I'm still looking forward to a random game where someone's trying to sneak in one cool boy on the stream and we'll see it and be like, that's it, get him somebody.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Hopefully
I think
not.
if anyone's smart, I don't think they would accept the stream if that was the intent.
nobody
But I
will stream
can't
one.
imagine anyone would even do that anyway, because as soon as unless you're playing, you just want to play an EOS one, just to say you can play it, right?
I mean, you can play it in D Reaper if you want to just find the extended option card.
Oh yeah, I guess. I wouldn't recommend it, but
That's the smartest thing I'll say today, guys, so everything back to Fenton.
very likely.
Oh, yeah, good search. What do you need, though?
No rookies, so not exactly the best.
No, I mean, it was a good search either way. Just not the best search for them.
Well, you can't play the game.
With that option, man.
Maybe the memory you can. Oh, so nice.
Extra memory is always good. We'll see what
In
they
terms
can
of the
do.
Old Force hand, we do have pretty much everything, but besides game 1, no Old Force. So we'll see if this Davis can find one.
Giving us free memory of those. Also good. Oh, playing the
Does just take the
EP
Kuma on.
free Kuma.
Yeah, the event pack Kuma. It hasn't yet upgraded to the 2nd anniversary ones.
No,
They look
they're
very
out.
nice.
They are. They
do
do look very nice.
And they're nice and textured as well.
They are.
Yes.
There's definitely those Pokemons in my red hybrid deck. I tell you that now.
Yeah, so we do see the Old Force player is missing both of the key pieces, that BT11 Old Force and that BT11 Arena, and he doesn't have the new era V that lets him find tamers, so he's in a interesting spot in terms of how he navigates his searches here to find the pieces he's missing.
Obviously, this helps out the red deck a little bit more. Galakmon gets that extra turn to sort of breathe a little bit more easy.
I'm not sure if I'm going to presume the Gallimon player did mulligan and this is just what they were left with, but this is not looking good at all.
I presume so as well. If you, I think they opened a relatively bad hand and then.
At what point do you just pop the members and slam a 6? I'm thinking.
Now, apparently.
I think he might do it, yeah. This is
There
only,
you go
yeah,
then. Yeah.
There you go.
So you got 6 memory.
This
There
is
you
the only
go.
option here. He does have the Crimson in hand. Obviously, this kind of does telegraph the Crimson, but in terms of sixes to have, this Galamon is not bad.
It's not bad.
It does
It's
have
two checks. If he doesn't kill anything, he goes to 14k. It's a
14k
very
DP,
chunky boy.
2 checks, and then you can just, if you draw Galamon, I think he has Galamon X in hand, right? He does have Galamon X in hand, so you would get the restand, and then you could swing again, and then you have Crimson mode as well. So
there's a lot going on here. This is not
definitely good play, and good on him to see that as a potential.
a lot of people sit there and just pass turn, but no, this guy's like, no, I've got time.
Could have just played as 4, but this is definitely, in my opinion, the best route he has to win in this game. And
I think he's done the right thing as well.
very, very happy.
Don't do it. Don't play it. Don't do the Kuma. We're going for what's the plan now? Oh, doing the same. Okay, all right then. So
he drops a 5.
we're feeling it. All right then.
I mean, he does have options here. He can just swing 2 checks. He does play the Ducato first.
I mean, I don't hate it. I think it's a fairly good idea. You can go into the X and just pop the Aero V if you wanted
You
to.
do swing first because you
Yeah, 2 checks,
pop and you get
14k.
the
No,
well, you
don't
pop
it.
and get the trash.
No, you don't pop it.
On the Galamon X, when you get a pop.
Yes.
When you get a pop with Galamon X, you will trash security as well because there's Galamon in stack.
You also keep the DP, I believe, so you're going to get chunkier.
Yep, it does gain DP for the turn, so it will be 15k 1 check. And obviously, he didn't technically need to play the Ducato here, but he did decide to do it anyway, just to get
I
one.
think he was to pop something so you get the memory back.
Yeah, and
that was
he
his
can hard play the Growlmon now and put him to 1 if he gains the memory off the Ducato. So when Rena gets played,
Yeah, evade now comes.
yes, and because the Digimon didn't die, the Galamon X unsuspends.
Yes. So now you
So
can.
it does use up the evade, and he does get the unsuspend. So
But we now get access to a flinging Crimson mode.
he does get access to a blitzing Crimson mode, which is not what he had before.
No. So do you
I
swing
think
into it? For the
you
sake of it?
definitely, looking at this game state right now, you see 2 tamers on the Old Force side, so you know if he has Old Force plus 1 more tamer, he does bounce the stack. Whereas if you go Crimson mode here, you do count on having 2 tamers plus the Old Force. So
But you are giving them 6 or 5.
yes, so that's the trade-off here,
So
right?
pop that, go to 5, swing.
And you do put him on a clock next turn where if this Crimson mode doesn't get answered, he does trash the last security.
And you get the free security check at the end, and that's it, swing for the game. So
Yes,
there
of
goes
course,
an All
obviously
Force.
there is blockers potentially with the on-play of Rena. If he
Still
I
removing
believe
a security,
there is
still
a
very
second
good.
one. I believe there is a second one in hand. He doesn't have that Old Force, but he does have the Digimon Zero, which will let him shuffle, put 3 cards back to the bottom of his deck to draw a card on attack.
It's still a very good card, to be fair. It slows down the Galamon as well. This is not so much in this game, doesn't need so much now, but
So as we saw, similar to game 1, he doesn't have the Old Force. The thing is, the stack is good enough where he can play Davis and then keep turn afterwards. So if he does find the Old Force here, he will be in a very good spot.
it would be very good spot indeed.
But he doesn't find it.
Is that
So-
3 V-Mons?
It's a lot of V-Mons.
Which is a lot of V-Mons. I mean, you need them. Not right now.
Less than 10 minutes remaining on the round. That is less than 10
He has
minutes
one more
remaining.
chance to find the Old Force. Otherwise he will lose, and he doesn't find
Does not
it.
find it.
There is no way to play a guy and keep blocker here, so the Galamon will be able to swing, trash the last security, and end the game next turn. There's no way to answer.
Maybe
at
we're
this
both
point.
wrong about this game. Maybe Galamon is secretly the best deck in the room.
Maybe, well, I mean, you're playing Old Force and you don't draw Old Force, so
Secretly the best deck in the room, right?
he does
Go to 8.
effectively scoop with the.
Well, can they block with that?
No, because it doesn't have blocker. So it's the arena. The arena gives blocker on play. So that guy in the stack. When you swing, you can activate arena's on play effect. So
All Forces deck I haven't been looking into. It's too expensive for me to play, so
it's pretty
unfortunately.
expensive. Those arenas are very pricey.
Can we give him the reprint set, please, Ben? No?
Does swing, trashes the last. There you go.
Oh,
See,
2 All Forces in
2
trash.
Old Forces. Very unlucky for the Old Force player
There
here.
we go. Tillian.
You do see Tillian win
Tamer
with
of the match.
the Galamon deck, surprisingly, against what we
We've had
said.
one loss and
but
one win, yeah.
good.
But as we both admit, though, unfortunately,
Bad hands from the Old Force player
Yeah.
in terms of he had a good start, so I can understand why he didn't. He has good hands initially, but that's the thing with these decks where you just play the 4. You just play 1/6, right? You play a key 6, whereas you definitely need it to even play the game a lot of the time. Like all of your pieces, all of your stack builds up to this big 6 that if you don't see, you do struggle, as we
You
just saw
definitely
there.
struggle
Like,
as we saw, like 2 games.
spent 3-4 turns just to bring out a 5 swing and check, and that was it, right? Like,
They spent most of that game essentially going like, where's my all-force, where's my all-force? Well, 2 were in security, unfortunately, and at this point, Gallop was too big to take down. Do you want to take over for this one, or do you want me to do another Gallop one?
No, well, I'll be doing the interview this round with
Right, Okay, so enjoy Fenton's discussion, and I'll see you guys after the quick talking to.
see who, I don't know. We'll see if we get the gallant or awful player.
Both. Oh, both.
Both.
So we'll do.
Usually all
Loser
force.
first.
Who?
Loser first.
Sure. Do you want to take the?
Do you want to do all force? I'll do Gallop one.
Yeah.
So this is Ectoson.
Yeah. So we'll have an interview with both players this round. We're going to start with, unfortunately, the awful player. We'll wait for the scene to change, I guess. That's fine. Oh.
This guy beat.
Alright, so let's just start. So commiserations, obviously. You obviously didn't draw that well that game. In the first or the third games, you were missing that all-force piece. So in general, what are your thoughts on the all-force versus Gallant matchup?
I think it is a tough one. It really is who establishes the level 6 first. If All-Force can get set up to the level 6 with the Arena, with the Evade, you just deny Gallimon so much memory, as we saw in the second game. Like, All-Force comes in, they just have to play catch-up.
Yeah, I was saying that as we were playing, it's very much so that if you can establish the 6, the Gallant kind of needs to have, you need to have like the perfect response, right? You need to have the X antibody to bait the Evade, and then the Crimson to kill the stack, but even at that point, you're passing 6 over. Where like, if you have like a Warp V, or you're kind of on a clock in terms of the Gallant basically has like 2 turns to kill you past.
Exactly.
As soon as they Crimson, or you do lose. Obviously, we did see first game those mills hit 2 of your 6s, the Mirage and the All-Force. Also, and you had one in security, so it's very unfortunate that, guys. Talk to me about the Mirage. What we think.
Oh, yeah.
I do like it as a tech. I played decks in the past where you do have this, where you play this 1/6 with the one main 6 in terms of the All-Force, and like often what happens is what happens on the stream, like you don't draw it, so sometimes you just need like a backup monster, which is obviously there. But talk to me about it.
Mirage doesn't come up every game.
Yeah.
Obviously, you want to go to the All-Force. However, I do feel that the Mirage, especially on the grinder matchups, is really clutch. I put him. Mother the Reaper is really good. If you do the Mirage, you can't bounce anything, so they have to draw their security.
Yeah.
And especially against Yellow Hybrid, when they do the Miko mode and stack their security with something, you can force them to draw their card with the Mirage. So I just like it in general. And you can even be cheeky with Boomlord if they have the Palmon that forces the draw. Especially if you leave that on the field, Mirage can make so they skip their whole turn.
Yeah, it also can be good, like if you combine it with stuff like you see the Madoki, you can do
Yeah,
that sort of
yeah,
lock where
exactly.
you force your opponent to do an action and it's going to pass turn and they can't do anything about it. Also, this interesting tech, Blue Hawaii Death.
Yes.
I see blue. I don't see an Ice Wall. I don't see an Ice Wall, but I see Blue Hawaii Death. What's going on here?
Blue High Def is my representative card. I lost Reaper too many times. They put one Gatekeeper is hard enough to deal with because my only workaround is the Sack +1 individual one. 2 Gatekeepers is unbeatable.
Yeah. Very actually, I didn't think about that for the D Reaper matchup, but yeah, that is nice.
What I do
like-
from a lot of the Reaper players, they like play safe. They like to stack their board, wait for the
relax,
Reaper to come
yeah.
out, and Blue Hawaii Death kind of catches them off guard
Yeah.
because they gave me too much memory, think I can do anything, and then just clear their Gatekeepers and swing for game.
Yeah.
That's my tech choice.
Yeah. In terms of going on, continuing on the event, obviously there's still
Yeah.
still chance for top 8. You can still go X1, clear up. What decks are you afraid of playing against? What decks do you want to play against in terms of your good matchup, your bad matchup?
Honestly, I think there's a difference between like personal preference and the matchups
Sure,
I
of
actually
course,
think are
yeah.
good. Like Beelzemon, I think usually is a good matchup for All-Force.
If you, as soon as you establish your All-Force,
Yeah, then it's a breeze.
they can't really get rid of it. It's very hard to get rid of in terms of
Yeah, but they're so aggressive before I do my offers
exactly.
that it just makes me very comfortable.
It's similar to, you just need to get there, as long as you get there fast enough you'll be fine, but
Exactly.
Belzemont's a fast deck so it can outpace.
Yeah, but also Bloomlord I think is one to watch out for. Bloomlord can very, like if they put the Hydramon, it just sets me back so much.
Yeah, especially when you see that you have the stacks of like, because you need your offense suspended first, right? You move out the arrow, you rest it, they gain the memory straight away. Or if you have like the start deck arrow, you have to swing, and then sometimes like even like a Cherrymon can block you off and you'll lose like that. So Bloom's definitely obviously rough for Ulfos, but it does have some good matchups in terms of a lot of mostly those like purple decks is good because obviously it's only on deletion and like red. But yeah, thank you very much for the interview. Best of luck in the rest, and hopefully obviously
you so much.
hopefully you got your bad hands out of the way now and you can destroy Ulfos first stack every time now. So yeah, good luck. Thank you very much. We'll be swapping over for an interview with the winner of this round, the Gallant player. Okay. So I will back in a minute. Oh, you're not. Go ahead.
Professionalism, I swear. It is me, not Fenton. Tillian.
Hello.
We've actually met before. This gentleman has beat me around before at the last regional finals, playing Gallimon then as well. And then I believe you did drop eventually and then just beat a load of side events.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So the actual Gallimon player in the room. So we have your deck list in front of you if you actually want to see it, but tell us, mate, it's a little bit different than what I'm used to.
I mean, I'll be honest, a lot of it was inspired by topping Gallimon decks from other Ultimate Cups. But I found the only real difference is I'm just running Crimson Blaze, and most others seem to not. And I just think it's useful for this event with Belzemont players, Bloom Lord, and yeah, that's primarily why, really. Well, there's a few decks like Vmon, for example. The matchup I just had now, they pop out little ones for me to pop, and it's useful. But other than that, it's just standard Gallimon, really.
Essentially, it does force opponents, especially because Blue was going to be really represented today. Probably Blue Flare. A lot of those are very low to the floor. Yeah. So Crimson Blaze in that sense makes a lot of sense because you are just going to wipe the little ones off and go like, oh, you can't play anything by effect next turn, and all your on deletion by effects don't work now. So it will come in handy today. I know a lot of people like doing the Lightning Joust tech. I've seen a couple of people doing Justice of the Blade, the old...
Oh, the one that lets you swing a Digimon.
Swing a Digimon into another Digimon. Some people, obviously not even with piercing, it's just about like, I need to get rid of more bodies. I understand that. It's a tech choice, not always the best tech choice, but it's one.
Yeah, so my first round was a mirror match against the Gallimon player, and he ran the one-cost piercing card, I can't remember its name, but it basically pays for itself. It gives you one memory back.
Axion something from the structure, ST12 structure?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, the new Jez one.
Yeah, that's right.
If it's a Royal Knight, you get to have your memory back too.
Yeah.
Which Gallimon is.
Just funny text like that. I personally don't run this just because, I don't know, I tried to go a bit more consistent. I've tried all these cheesy stuff in playtesting, and honestly it didn't work out for me personally, but that's just...
I mean, you won 2 games in a row.
So far so good.
So far so good. Personally speaking, I think Gallimon is a great, fantastic deck, probably one of the best decks ever created, but not enough support. What do you think as a Gallimon player would you like to see added to the deck itself? I personally think one more search would make the deck just better.
The main thing, I feel a little done dirty when I see cards like Agumon X Antibody. They get to do the searching on Digivolve and on play, and be a bit cheaper on play, basically. And then we have our Gilmon that only works on play. And it's
only on Digivolving. So it has to Digivolve on another Gilmon.
No. Our Gilmon, the one that searches top 4. That's the
that
play
one. Sorry.
Yeah. So that other one, it would really help to have it on Digivolve as well. But fine, whatever. Maybe we can't have that. Maybe we're asking for a bit too much. But with upcoming support. Yeah.
So I thought you were talking about the X Gilmon, which is like, yeah, I hate the fact that it's a deletion. It makes sense like thematically for the deck. Obviously, you want to destroy things, but like, I'd rather a search engine, please, so I can actually search for my cards because. We don't have a lot of searchers in this deck, so searching would be really nice.
If I were to change anything about Gilmon X, it would be probably the inherited effect rather, the 1000 DP plus, because I don't feel like that comes up. I feel the actual individual deletion is very useful, just because,
pops like memory stoppers, pops like any floodgates.
Yeah.
Can just pop like, for instance, like a Vmon that can obviously warp next turn if you got a level 6 out.
Yeah, so it's a free pop. I'll take that.
And an extra draw because it's 0 to Digivolve into 2.
Yeah, it's good.
So what would you change then? What would you actually change the ability to be?
I'd probably change the inherited ability to maybe something interesting like, so we have on-swing draws, for example. It would be nice to have have something like on-swing power game, really, because that's one of the biggest weaknesses Gallimon has at the moment. Like, you basically, I feel almost forced to run the security attack +1 Gallimon simply because it's a 14k base a lot of the time, and the other Gallimon being 11 or 12, or even the other one's 14k base too, but 14 still feels a bit small, and we don't have a great amount of ways apart from the hero tamer to gain power. So
personally speaking, I quite like the ST7 baby, because you generally will pop something on the field, you're going to get an extra 2000 DP. 16k +1 Gallimon is quite scary into a lot of security. There's not a lot of 16k Digimon. Obviously in the next set we do get to our first 17 body, ooh. But for now it's fairly good.
Yeah.
I mean, drawing just seems to be the most common one. People do like to get the extra draws out.
Yeah.
But, thank you for being here.
No, thank you.
And carry on for us today. Maybe we'll see you in the later round, yeah?
Yeah, I hope so.
Right.
Cheers. Take care.
Welcome back to round 3 of the OPE Ultimate Cup down here at Walsall Stadium. We're having a Twilight versus Blue Flare matchup, something a bit more tangible for the season.
Yeah, a bit of cross wars action going on here. Yeah, it's an interesting matchup.
I think it's more favourable for the Blue Flare player.
Oh, for sure, for sure. The stuns put a lot of work against the Dark Knight, and then obviously they have stuff like Soul Eye to strip the stack, so you can deny the free
blocking
plays from the Dark Knight ones when they're removed. Also, Dark Knight ones are very like, you want your stuff to be deleted. Blue Flare's not going to do that, right? It's just going to stun it.
That's
leave
the
it on
plan.
board.
The new build for Blue Flare, I don't know if this is the newer build with the Zeeg. Zeeg in this one?
Yeah.
That can swing really quick now.
Yeah. So
Oh,
Blue
here we go.
Flare, very strong deck in this monocolor format.
It's
We've
very
seen one the first Ultimate Cup we had in Europe. Does lose a bit of burst in terms of not having access to the Security Greymon or the Metal Greymon X that we do see commonly to put out some early pressure, do 2, 3, 4 checks.
The spice,
But
someone might say,
it's
but
still extremely consistent deck. You know, you have access to the Blazing Memory Boost, which is
search top 6, take 2, and if
an
there's a spare Kira,
insane card. You know, can play a free tamer whilst grabbing you 2 memory, whilst grabbing you 2 cards. Right, fantastic card. We do see it's a very fast Blue Flare deck. We do see
2-2. We go again.
Playset
3.
of
Can we go 3 again?
Hammerspark.
5. Right. It looks like
First, I'll see who goes first.
Vorak is going first, I think. And Ashley is not 2-0. Well, actually, let's score this. This is obviously the winners of the last round, so they've both got 2-0 each.
Yeah. Yeah, so we do see a heavy Soren Joe count from what I'm seeing. So we have 3 Soren Joes.
Got the search already going, so we've got the for Twilight
See
and
that
Nini.
Jellymon as well can help deal with some floodgates if you can Digivolve over it. You can swing, draw from your egg, and then bounce one of these pesky Psychmons, and then start going off with your crossplays. Do you see a decent hand from the Dark Knight player? He might just go for that Nene setup, and he does have the Axe mode follow up for next turn. Will have blocker whenever he decides to do it. He does
Do a
just
search
decide
instead.
to
It's fine.
play the Monitormon, can grab the Twilight card.
They grab the Knight,
Or
that's
a
that is.
Nightmon, yes. A Nightmon or a Twilight, I believe.
Yes.
Um,
Unfortunately, a tie is not a Digimon. The Tumon, that one I believe is
He
not.
does see a very clean play here. He does go for the male bird, which does let him play the Kirihao for free. Very nice.
It's very nice indeed. Straight out. Are we going
does
to
have
go
the-
crazy and swing, or are we actually going to build up slowly here?
Well, if you know the break point, you don't want to leave 2 bodies up on board
You
against
don't.
Blue Flare, because that's when they get all their stuff. You get the stuns, you get the restands, free memory.
But they're only going to free memory after this, so spending 5 is probably the best plan here if they can.
Yes.
Which I think they can. They spend 2 with the score and then go up into Dark, I think. Got the forecast Dark there.
Yeah, we do
can
have
scoop you up, Lisa.
we do have the cross dark, yes. I think you do just swing. There's a chance if you hit Sorojo here would be
Draw a card. Oh!
terrible. We do see him whiff the Pagimon as, you know, that seems to happen more often than
Oh, it truly does.
you think. Every time I watch these decks play, you do
It's always the
often
tamer at the
see
top, yeah.
an option or a tamer get hit to the bottom of the deck. He does just go for the Nene. He does reveal top 4 and adds a Nightmon, Digimon, or a Twilight, I believe.
Which I believe she's also a Twilight, is she not?
She is, yes.
What do you want is the question now. So it's possibly more so the unfortunate question now.
I think you do just opt for the.
Do you go Cavalier or do you want to go Axe?
They both have their uses,
Axes,
but I
there
think
we
with
go.
this one, the search.
I think they've got a Score Knight in hand so they can use it
from
to merge up next turn.
Yeah, does have the option to go for their cross next turn into the Dark Knight. We did just see the laser memory boost down. We
Plan
do-
is to crash and die. Get a draw because we've got a Blue Yep, and then
does decide to just block that.
There we go
Monitor
then.
is Twilight, so it does get blocker from Nene as well, so he does just block. Does play the deck of a 3, which does draw 2 cards. Do you see pick up the deck of Greymon out there? Would be able to stun out pretty much. Would be able
Swing
to stun out
again.
anything now, but
nope, it's fine. Just a poor little
this is
shoot.
why Blue Flare is so strong, right? It just has like it just chips
It's
you
very
down
grindy.
constantly.
It can go slow. It can go
has-
fast. It's
Exactly right. It's so versatile. You can play the slow control game where you stun out with deck of Greymons, or you can play the aggro game where you trip down with these rookies. You know, you play 3 guys with the Gauss one. You don't care if they die.
No, if
save
anything, you
them.
want them to die.
Yeah, exactly right. But you're getting resources, right? You got deck of the Jaws 2, Greymon that searches 2, or the Mailbird that plays the free tamer, right? So it's just such a strong, consistent deck.
And it gets better in EX4 as well.
It does. It's nice new tools.
It is nice tools. A jamming male bird one that's just generically jamming.
Fantastic, especially and even
Especially in a deck like this where you have access to Armor Purge, where it's like, oh well, I didn't blow up, so I guess I'll keep swinging. Swinging in. Okay.
Does need to just try and I think he just wants to try and get it off the board so he doesn't leave 2 bodies on.
That's it. We're going to go up now into the
He
Dark
might
Knight.
Does
No.
just, oh, looks like he is just going to cross for the Dark Knight.
Yeah, this could be the plan.
So we'll be able to delete a 5 play cost. So yeah, he did delete the male bird with the Dark Knight. It does have blocker obviously, but we do see obviously we did see he does have the Decker. He can just swing the Decker and strip the 2 sources, which means that when it would die, he doesn't get to play some for free, which is why this matchup can be so rough, right? You just lose. Dark Knight's a deck where you do have a lot of attrition, you do get a lot of resources back when you play the free deadly axe. For example, you search top 5, you grab 2. When you strip these sources, you don't get that advantage. You're losing pieces every time.
You do.
It's definitely
it's a super grindy deck. It's got lots of recursion. Essentially, you are the Russian doll of decks, where if you die, you just go, here's 2 more.
very favoured for the blue flare. This matchup is. He does just go for 4. He can stun the Dark Knight with the Decker, and then next turn he can swing, strip the sources from it. You don't need to. There's no rush for the blue flare for the most part. He can just take his time.
You can. He's set up now. Unfortunately for the well players, not what you can do. Just take it steady and do what you can.
He's probably going to up to swing the Tumon just to
do some more chip damage.
Just to try and chip away. Yeah, he does have the Dark Knight X. He could kill the Kirihard Tamer. He could opt to kill the Sauron Joe, which I
prefer that to be fair.
Just so.
Even less source stripping, that way they've got a chance of just staying around more.
Oh wait, Sauron has to go. Yes, he does have the Dark Knight X. We will likely see him. I would delete the Sauron Joe here just so you can don't get yourself stuff source stripped, but see what they decide to do.
I think it's better, obviously, either start a turn as well. You don't want to go an extra 2 memory at the start of
right,
turn.
even if it's not triggering.
Especially
now,
a deck like this where you're going to get more.
You know this is going to be a slow game, so you do want to just get that off, get that denied for future.
It's better
well,
just
right?
to get to 3 and then go from there, because you don't want to deal with anything untowards.
Yes, it does opt to delete the
Kira instead, yeah.
So we just see the source strip come down. He does decide to just block with the Dark Knight while he can, just before it gets stunned.
Yeah.
Again, if there's ever a second Decker at any point. He does check. He does have Armor Purge, so it will be surviving. See, and also the thing is, when you kill he does just Sorai the stack. I was going to say, when you kill the Kirihart, it does open up Blazing Members again.
It does.
To potentially get another free one, right? And actually means something instead of just
the extra memory's great and all, but you be able to do 3 things with that, you know.
Yeah.
You search for 6, you take 2, you can play another Kira for free.
Because now look, you see he's got this Dark Knight X. This Dark Knight X is never getting off the board, right?
It's just a body of the
It's never getting off the board, so every turn, no matter what, it's going to get 2 memory, right? So I just need to try and rush him as fast as possible. But at any point there's 2 bodies on board, they're just going to get stunned up permanently, right? So he's going to have to slowly chip him down with raising.
Unless if they run 5.
Yeah.
So they only run 4, which means they're stuck there.
Dark Knight can't swing, so at most.
And there's no rush in this deck as far as I'm aware, so they are.
Yep, there's no rush. And another weakness is the Dark Knight deck, right? He's playing hybrid, he is playing 2 Grumble Monster. There's that angle for surprise lethal. He does have 1 in hand.
Which could be what they need, really, if they're running 5 rookies, which. Are they running 5 rookies? I don't think they are. They are running 5 rookies. There is a chance, actually, they could just wear them down with just the rookies and then swing for the game with a hybrid. That's not too far-fetched.
No, but obviously he's at
You've got to get there
3,
first.
right?
Yeah.
So
He's at
there's
3, the opposed to 2.
If a Metal Grey comes down here, like this board's getting stunned up, and then Blue Flare does have access to blockers if you stick a Z Greymon in the stack. He's missing pieces, so he will just cross with the male bird, but it does stun up the board still because it doesn't require a full cross, just one
Just
piece.
any, yeah.
Yep. No restand, so it does slow him down, but he will be chipping away anyway. Does hit into the Dark Knight, which you will be living, and the Decker will also be swinging. So the board's stunned up. There's no bounce back. He does just play the Madoki, right?
Not getting any memory even from anything other than Tamer effects.
In terms of options, we do just see the Iron Fisted Onslaught as the removal piece
And
here.
they just drew it as well, so they do have
in
it.
hand.
Is it worth just going out, swinging with the chew, and then throwing down the
I
Iron
don't
Fisted?
think there's much you can do, right? Like, even if he does Iron Fist, it gets rid of the Metal Grey, but he still has 3 swings coming in next turn.
Yeah. Fortunately.
The only saving grace is that his hand might not be the best, right? If he's had to cross like that, so you might not have another Male Bird or another Metal Grey to stun out your blockers, so you would be able to block.
I can see they are currently running at least, I think, 2 Jellymons in hand there. I couldn't quite see if the middle card was.
His hand is looking low on resources, right? You do see there's 2 Blazings.
Ah, there you go, it's the Suku.
You do see there's 2 Blazings, but he would have to play them and wait another turn, right, to even
We're
use
going
them.
to Digicross up.
He's going to Digicross into Mighty Axe, which will cost 2, and then it will get to delete a 4 cost.
4 cost.
Or lower if you cross exactly 2.
So you can pop the Madoki.
Searches and trashes the rest. Yep, so he's going to pop the Madoki here, and then he is setting up a board of blockers, and as we can see from the blue player's hand,
I'd say
not the best.
No, it's not the best. I'd swing with the chew now just in case, and
There's
then
3 rookies and 2 members, so which would mean that there's no way to answer this board, right? There's no way to stun out
I
this
was
board.
going double. Alright then.
He's going for a Dark Knight, which
Okay.
will Digivolve and pop the Male Bird.
Yep, I think it's 5 cost less, right?
Yeah, I believe it's 5.
Oh.
He does opt for the Deco just in case of the stun.
Save it for the thing.
I think Dark Knight will likely take it unless there's a good draw here off this Galsmon.
So you have to essentially
There's
just
4
remove.
blockers on the Dark Knight side, but if you look, the blue flare player doesn't have any way to stun right now, so I definitely think
Is it worth it just letting them go through so that hopefully they don't die? That's the question here.
there is a chance, that is a thing, because we did see him draw the Greymon, right? So if this Galsmon does die, he will be able to play the Greymon, which could search for Metal Grey, which would stun out the rest of the board, and then he would be able to do 2 checks to end the game. So he does get to play this Greymon for free. We'll search top 4, and then if he finds the Metal Grey here, there is a potential lethal angle.
Ooh.
He does not. He does get the Greymon, but just the Greymon is enough to. If he has
Play it
enough
again,
memory
yeah, you
to play a
got the memory for
Greymon.
it. So the other things are
He
bigger.
does have a blazing as well, so there's the option to just blazing. Try and find the Metal Grey. You can stun up the 3 big stacks, and then you're not.
Oh, no, going to go for the other search.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine. It's a good
Obviously,
play
he
still.
doesn't know about. Oh, it was 1 card off.
There you go.
Next
No,
card.
you had it right.
Always the next card. So if he found that sooner, there would have been a lethal angle. But he might think he's safe with the stun. But there is, as we know, a hybrid in the
Yes. Just going to take 2
hand of
cards.
the Dark
That's all
Knight
we gotta
player.
do.
So he will only be able to stun 3 of these guys. So there'll be 2 attacks plus the hybrid for game. Of course, we do have there's a full set of Spark and an Ice Wall, but
It's
there's
EPA,
a
get the-
Tumon, so that does not matter.
No.
So this should be game outside of something like the second.
So those
Sora.
3 are stunned, but these have access to throw down now.
Yes.
Unless they somehow get a memory boost, which I don't think. Not memory boost.
I mean, he's got the Tumon, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
right?
well, we obviously he's in the ice will go to the bottom now, so you have to worry about that in there.
Yeah, so we do just see.
So
you
swing
can
out and
just-
then a hybrid for game, I think is the answer.
you just, yeah, 2 swings into hybrid for game, most likely you would.
Because there's nothing they can get rid of the 10 with.
No, yeah, see, you do see the Spark. So
There was a spark, damn it.
he does have the Grumblemon full game. So game 1
go.
does go
So-
to Dark Knight.
Fair play to them. It's
Very impressive,
Very
actually,
impressive.
yes.
I was shocked by that as well, but they did go wide as
I'm
quick
a
as they
big
could.
fan of the Dark Knight in terms of if you're lacking behind on the knowledge. It's
And
the,
as I said, they should
the
have.
Beelzemon counter.
It is. As I said, they should have let them swing into security because they found a tie in security. It wouldn't have died, which means half these plays would have been able to happen. Well, slow
I
anyway.
think if looking back at that game, I think definitely the turn where the Tamer got popped and he saw the Dark Knight. I think you go for a blazing members there.
Yeah, instead. Because you don't need to.
Because you did see like he just ran out of resources, right? He didn't have enough resources to cross, and if he finds the blazing, sure you take the 1 damage from the Dark Knight that turn then, but you can keep the rest of the board locked up. We see that extra 1 damage wouldn't have really mattered in the team. It seems like he had 2 security the turn he died, so I definitely think if he goes for the blaze and he fills up his hand, he has the extension of the boost.
As we remember, both of these are slower decks, so they are meant to sort of like think it out, pace it out. You know, going as wide as you can in this situation is the best thing for the Dark Knight player, but at the same time, Blue Flare does need to look at just slowing themselves down. Like you're playing a counter deck, you're playing a control deck. Just take it easy, take a deep breath, start playing the Wargram on sleeves, and just take it easy.
Well, as we were saying, like Blue Flare is versatile in that it can play fast, it can play slow, especially this build, right? You've got the 3 Sora Joes, you can take it slow, play the Sora Joes, and then just accumulate bonus memory every turn.
It's got a terrible opening hand for the Blue Flare player, but maybe not what they want. It's fairly good.
He's playing a fairly heavy rookie count. There is 4 Gauss, 3
They're playing
Midokis,
5 babies?
Yeah, they're playing 11 rookies, but we do see like the Jellymon and the Siakamon, so we do opt for Floodgates and Floodgate removal over something like the new Dracomon that gets you resource additional draws when you play Blue Flare.
Obviously, do you want to have your a resource engine, or do you want to have a Floodgate engine?
We did see that game where he did have 2 Jellymons and a Madoki in his hand all game.
Yeah,
pretty much, and he just couldn't use them. Whereas if that's a Draco, right, you can use it early and get them. We do see arguably the best start for Blue Flare, especially if he hits a Kirihara.
We've got access to 2. No.
We do not hit the Kirihara, and we bot deck 2 Sparks, which is.
Are they playing 4 Sparks in this deck? Or?
Yep, we're on a full set of Sparks, so
Sparks.
Definitely
but
not
they're not the
best,
alt-art Sparks.
Definitely not the best blazing at all. I mean, not even like your cross pieces either. So we'll see if he.
I do like those
those
Pokemon sleeves.
His hand does look good enough thus far. We do see Mailbird, Metal Grey, no Greymon as of yet, but.
Move out, we're just going to swing, or we actually go. Might be a swing.
I think you just want to get that damage in right before you get
rid of the
stunned.
hybrid. How many hybrid? Oh.
That's fine, right? I think that's fine. Like,
Yeah, it's fine.
As long as you're taking it now.
How many hybrids
could be an issue,
Just
but
the 2?
Just the 2, but
Just the
there's
2.
members to find them. He does opt for. He is playing Black Mem Boost over Pride Memory Boost. Could be just to find stuff like the Chumon or the Grumblemon that you might need in the pinch, whereas.
Or they're just concerned about the green matchup into Pamu, which stops them from playing things by effects. Maybe that's what they've considered, and
that too, yeah.
this might be where they're going. Like, this is what we have to do, just to sort of like go half and half.
Yep. I don't mind it.
I respect the play.
And like if you spec in Blue Flare, right, Pride might not be good. Like here, right, he plays Pride, puts another body on board.
Yeah, so if you got a searcher, just chuck it down. Got another searcher going, get more things out.
Oh! Onslaught's the Gauss.
Absolute crack to the chin.
Does draw 2 off of the deck of grey. Not too good. He could just like hard play another Gauss here, but he's just going to go for Decker instead to stun out the Monitormon.
But this poor level 3 that's not doing anything.
Yeah, it's chipping away. He's down to 3 security, right? He does tuck blocker under, so there won't be. Which is very smart because if you noticed off last game, so he's adapted, right?
He's
first game
what
happened, right? He was getting chipped down by rookies over and over until there was enough. But now he's got this early blocker down, right? It's hard to remove. He's got armor purge.
That's the question, though. Do we put down the searcher as a rookie from the breeding area, or do we just wait a turn? No, we do put it down. Get the draw.
He does have the option to cross the Dark Knight, and it will remove the stack, which was. If you've got it, you do it, right?
Yeah, if you've got it, you do it.
He does have it, I think.
I mean, you can pop the memory as well, go to 3.
Choke him at 1, right? And it would clear the stack completely, right? He loses the Zeeg and the Decker, which are like crucial cards.
There we go.
For this matchup, right? The Decker if you're going wide, so and he doesn't get to save either.
No.
Fantastic. From the
Yeah,
back.
sorry, but that's a memory. It's not a tamer, unfortunately. It's all coming up Twilight, apparently.
It is. Surprisingly so.
Which is something I didn't think I'd say in this matchup.
No.
When you've got it, you've got it.
Yep. Gonna play the Metal Ray across here. We'll stun up both of these. Does have 2 on board, so he will be able to swing and restand if it lives.
First check is a
5k. It's a very risky second swing because if this dies, you're not safe. You haven't got material save onto you. You're losing a lot of resources here. So He might just
Popping.
opt to pop a boost player Madoki that we see has got in hand there.
Yes. He's
He's going to opt for
do
the
it
second
anyway.
swing. If this lives, he
Tumor.
will have. There is no way to clear this outside of a second Dark Knight one cross, right? So this Madoki does potentially set up game next turn. You can swing. There is no Nene, so there's not even blockers available, right?
Well, you can punch it in the face though if you want to.
Can onslaught for 7, and that would.
Is it worth going to 3 and then trying to play it out, or you just want to swing with 3 cards and hope for the best? You're not stunned, are
Well,
they?
they can't attack. They are stunned.
They are
Metal Grey stuns.
Every time it swings, right?
No, I'll play anything that has the same sources.
How
Or
dare
less
it.
if it's crossed. 3, up to 3. But like, yeah, we see no Nene, so no blockers, right? He's got 2 guys stunned. The Metal Grey does restand next turn. So
There you go.
that's what even with that like extremely good value Dark Knight on the deck of Raymond, it's still, as soon as you put 2 bodies on board, we see what happens, right?
Yeah,
He gets
that's it.
stunned permanently, he gets the 2 damage off, and then he
Now
gets
you're in limbo, that's it, you should have...
now he gets another 2 damage off next turn potentially if the Metal Grey lives. While stunning one of the guys again, right? You can stun the Dark Knight again, then your Metal Grey's still not getting answered.
I mean, their hand isn't looking particularly good now. Again, it's a case of, do you just blow the body up and give them... Yeah, give them
I don't
7.
think there's much of a choice, right? You just have to
No.
hope their hand's not the best, right? Like,
Well,
you
luckily
don't-
for the opponent, there's no tamers to save under
I
either,
mean,
so...
you don't even have blockers. The guys, you can swing the Gauss if it dies, you know, he did just draw the deck of that. It's 3 cards to draw, which he does. So he will draw 3 cards, but he's going to up the Raymond instead. So he could take the Blazing and then even play the Blazing, but no need with the
No,
Metal
except
Grey,
the
right?
Metal Greys. Going for another round of...
He would need. He does just opt across for 5, stuns the monitor, swing, restand, and does get de-digivolve, but he still has the swings on board. And we will be going to game 3.
Game 3, yes.
Yeah, yes, as
What content for you guys? Hope you're enjoying a more back and forward game compared to the last one.
sure.
Just a little bit faster too.
Yeah, I mean the cross decks are notoriously fast, right? You don't need a lot of setup in terms of an Evo stack. You kind of just need, as soon as you've got the pieces in hand, you can go, right? Like,
Yeah.
as you see, like he's dropping level 5 for 3 memory, or like he's dropping. But that's how I expect the matchup to go, right? Even with that Dark Knight that cleared the Decker Grey stack, as soon as there was 2 bodies on board, it was basically lights out. Right?
Yeah, you put yourself in a position of great exertion.
Which is what happened, right? He stunned up his board, he swung twice, it lived. Dark Knight's not that. There's not a lot of big stuff. It's only Dark Knight X, I believe, that clears.
X is 12,
12,
and I think
both-
Dark Knight is 8,
No,
and
I
the
think
other
they're
one is
both-
7.
I think they're both 7.
I thought one was 7, one was 8.
Potentially. Could be wrong, but I believe they're both
They
7.
could both be 7s. I thought one was 8, one was 7. Because, you know, power creep and all that, you know, got to give them the extra
But
1,000 DP.
Also, like the Dark Knight player's not playing the Shikurimon that stops play cost reduction.
No,
so
they're playing the new one.
yeah,
So the old one, instead of playing the new one.
Security bomb that de-digivolves, as you
Which
saw
it
at the end
happened.
of that game.
It
but-
came once.
Well, I mean, it was last security, so it didn't matter, but we'll be going to game 3. We'll see who's popped
Blue
in
Fair
to
hand looks
start.
decent. The
I'm a
I'd mill that. I'm gonna get that hand to be honest from the Dark Knight.
Really?
Too
Everything you want.
I don't know.
Members,
It's the fact
Tamer.
you've only got the one rookie. It's not a searching
I
rookie.
think it's fine. No, he's evolved.
Did they have to go first? No,
you see
Blue Fair's
the
gone first.
blazing memory boost. Will he hit the Kiriha this time? That's the question.
Well, you know. Oh,
He
you
does
did.
hit the Kiriha. I mean, it does not get much better than that. Right?
You've
We
got,
saw
what,
he
got
had
exactly what you want.
2 metal greys in hand. He does grab one of the pieces in terms of the
You get a free Kira.
Greymon. His hand is in a fantastic spot. He has the full cross for Metal Grey. Gaussmon, the Tamer's already down. It's
Does
not
it
a
get
bad
better?
hand
No, it's
for
not
the
bad
Dark
at all.
Knight player. He does have his own cross in terms of.
That's right. Let's
Does
see
get
these
the
black cards, yeah?
TK. If this whiffs, I'm afraid he's going to have to get a game loss in this monocolour format.
It's going to be really awkward. So, is that a purple card, sir?
Yeah, so 100% accuracy. Always a 3-cost Tamer in this format, which is nice.
Definitely is. Unless we're going to judge. But not today.
Yeah, there we go.
Better
Do
get
see
that memory though.
7k on the new Dark Knight. as
Although
well.
to be fair, that wasn't what you wanted to sort of see. All your next cards from your opponent now are going to be all the Dark Knights.
Surprised he's not opting to just play the.
Are you going to gain your memory back?
memories, but
You're going to gain your memory back? No, apparently I'm going to gain their memory back. Okay.
well, he's going to 3 anyway because of the
Yeah.
cards, so it doesn't actually matter.
I suppose so.
Probably just take the Dark Knight X, right? You do see that You get to grab 2, which is nice.
Get to 2, yeah.
So you could grab. That's
Yes.
a lot of Dark Knights he's gone through. Because there's 2 he's.
What's in his
3
hand?
3 he revealed there.
He's got an axe in his hand and he's got a School Knight in his hand. So
He has,
technically
he has
the
everything he needs as well. They both have everything they need, but it's just
And obviously he's got the axe on the field, scooping up into the
the blue
stack.
flare player has.
Go crazy.
I mean, I'm a big proponent of playing slow with blue flare. Like, I would
Yeah.
happily.
Just take your time. Just play it like a wave. You come and you go.
He might cross.
He's got the spark. He wants to go for a bit more memory though.
He could just. He does opt
Oh.
for another blazing, which
Okay.
is fine. I like that because
Yeah, you put the
as,
sense
he,
of the
as he saw before, right, when he like just played a guy, it just got the Digimon popped. Whereas like as soon as because the board state you're in now, right?
Second gear on the field too.
Yeah, he does hit the second Curie House, so the Dark Knight X doesn't even do anything if it comes down. So when you have the 2 memory boosts, you kind of force the Tumon to come out of raising, which means that he kind of has to get rid of this Deadly Axe.
You also have to
Or
keep the Tumon
you're
there as
at
well.
your condition of 2 Digimon on board where you get all your bonus effects, right? So I'd imagine he's gonna try and kill off the
If that's some more Tumon, it's fine.
Deadly Axe. I mean, Tumon doesn't matter. Like, he can Metal Grey for 3.
Well, I was thinking maybe there's a chance of like you swing with the Chew here, try and chip away at security. You can play one next turn for free because you can go free anyway.
Sure, but like, he's got 2 memories down. He gets a 7 next turn, right? And we know his hand's like pretty good. He has like a Gauss that he can play a Greymon off of, and then he can potentially double Metal Grey if he has enough pieces for it, right? Like if the Metal Grey dies in security, you get the save and you can just do it again. Whereas, so
I was thinking more the whole like this. Obviously, you can't get memory. Try and put them in on the field. You can currently. That way, you don't have to worry about it.
he did just
Digivolve.
draw a Decker.
It doesn't Digivolve.
No, it does just die.
It doesn't Digivolve level 3. He just explodes instead.
Yes.
So you play your Greymon probably. I think.
No, Decker.
Decker
Draw
there.
4. Draw 4.
No, you don't need more cards than do you?
Only 4.
Only 4.
He did
Oh.
just draw Zeeg as well,
I
but
mean, he does also draw the hybrid too, in case you need that for your last swing of the
so it's
turn.
looking very favourable for the blue flare player here. He does not play Cyber Launcher, so there's actually
Don't worry about putting it back in the deck.
no
yeah.
way of getting rid of these Tumons besides the Jellymon Inherit, which isn't exactly a consistent game plan.
Not right now, anyway.
He does have the swings,
Digivolve.
does get the Digivolves,
I suppose it came up again.
so the whole board is stunned. The Metal Grey stuns 3 on this cross, so he does have the whole thing stunned. He stops him to just swing again with the Greymon, and then he might just play a Greymon to pass turn. We do see he has another Decker, so if he's feeling
Definitely.
fancy, he wants to draw another 4. Why not? Right?
Yeah,
whole
chance.
board stunned.
Might as well. Does he
You
get?
see it. Yeah.
They do have a Dark Greymon in hand, Dark Knight in hand that they could Digivolve the there and then pop one, right?
Yeah, sure, but no blockers.
I'm just thinking of something they
and
could
as
do.
soon as
Do you have a level
he's guaranteed 3 memory
draw?
even with the Dark Knight X, right? Because he has 2 Curious out, so as soon as turn passes over,
I think you're waiting for the Nini, isn't it?
as soon as the turn passes over, then
They
he's just
can
going to
do.
get stunned. He's going to get checked twice, and then anything that's on the board should be able to finish the game. You do see there is no Nene, so no source of blocker to come through at the moment.
Unfortunately not.
And obviously, because you're crossing, you're not drawing, right? So you're not going to find that.
You don't
Nene
know. Although,
outside
can
of
we go into?
search.
We can. Would have been worth. There we go. Yeah.
It does.
They get rid of it as well. You save it.
The,
Do you now go up into Dark Knight X and
I mean,
pop
you
a
can Dark
Kira?
Knight X and pop the Kyriha with the Greymon under, right? That's probably your best
That's
bet.
the same
Hope he
thing I'm
doesn't
thinking,
have.
yeah.
Hope he doesn't have another Metal Grade, but of course he does have the Decker Grade, so you can stun the Dark Knight X if you wanted to. But there's not much you can do besides you pop the stack and hope he doesn't have enough pieces to.
So they're going to go to free memory anyway, so you might as well pop the memory boost.
Yeah, you just hope he can't cross and stun you guys with Metal Grade. So if you pop the Mailbird, you can deny that potentially. I don't think there's another, and then hopefully you can swing with the board to
Yeah.
come through.
That is the plan. That's what you can do. I don't think he has another one in hand to Digivolve.
I mean, he's
and pop
drawn
the-
like infinite cards, so you'd expect him to have it at this point, right?
No, I mean our Twilight player.
Alright.
Have another Dark
I mean,
Knight pop.
his hand might be bigger than his deck at this point. I think he drew like 10 cards last turn.
Last turn was definitely the draw turn.
So
Okay.
we'll give him a blocker.
No blocker.
So when Cavalier does get digivolved into, you do gain blocker and jamming. Obviously, we're not going to care about the jamming here, we're trying to survive, but if you're the Dark Knight player, the game plan should just be to try and survive, not get stunned, and then try and use all your guys on board to
Yeah, there we go.
just relieve you.
So
But
it's just gonna
you'd
go
have
there,
to,
pop that one with the
you'd
source
have
and
to
rate.
imagine that the Blue Flare player has everything it needs. I mean, just look.
At this
how
point,
many
you'd like to
cards-
think so, right? I mean, there's too much on the field, so they can't obviously pop the memory boost just yet for even more memory, so it's not necessarily super easy for them
It does
right
have
now.
2 swings versus the 1 blocker, and there is a Kuma also.
Yeah.
Not enough for lethal yet. Does trade with the Dark Knight.
Two.
Does
No.
survive. He doesn't. Surprisingly enough, he doesn't seem to have.
Yeah,
In
with a hand that
Greymon.
big, it doesn't seem to have what they want.
Doesn't have a Greymon.
No.
So
What's the
he's
plan
just
here?
going to look to probably Deco
that Deca?
Greymon and then stun out the Dark Knight 1X. So he cannot do anything.
Have they confirmed what they'll do
He
yet?
did just draw the Greymon, so next
Did.
turn he does have
There
the
you
full cross with the Melbird under the Kirihat, so he will have access to that next turn. So once again, 1 draw off.
I mean, depends what the hand is. Is there a way to get up to
The second Dark,
Dark Knight
X.
again?
I think he does have the Dark Knight in hand, but I believe that
I mean, if they want to
Dark
swing with that
Knight-
one tube on there, maybe they can get the next card out and it could be the card that they're after. There's the level.
The
There's,
Dark Knight costs 4 when you cross, so he wouldn't be
Yeah.
able to do that keep turn
No
and
way
then
you're gaining
make the Dark
memories,
Knight X after, no. He does have the...
but they could DG from pop it still. Though,
He
couldn't
can
they?
pop one of the stacks with Dark Knight, but there's no source of blockers.
No.
And
That's
we
the
do know
issue.
he has the Kuma, he does now have the full set for
But the
the
Gauss is ready as well to go.
Metal Greymon.
No, I think the no needies in this game is definitely cursed this for to work there. You can't. Well, yeah, I mean you could play that card, but it's just not out for too much.
For sure, I don't think there's anything Dark Knight player can do here. He's been... I mean, as far as Blue Flare starts go, it didn't get much better than
No,
what we saw in this
it's
game, right?
pretty fantastical.
Yeah, pretty fantastic. And in terms of... Sure, he's playing the Tumons, but at this point, like...
They've got so many cards.
You
Oh no,
only
they
need-
have a needy.
You only need 3 memory to cross. You do only need 3 memory to cross, so
They can take the Twilights.
when the Metal Grey comes down, it will just stun the Dark Knight. It will stun the Deadly Axe one, and then the Mailbird will stun the Dark Knight. So even with the Nene, there is no blocker coming.
Well, I'm thinking you go into Dark Knight, you DG Evolve, pop, and then you just have hopefully a blocker for the turn. But you need to last
Well, you
three hits. Is what they need to last for.
with they all get stunned. The whole board gets stunned because the Metal Grey on play will stun the
There we go.
Dark Knight and the Deadly Axe, and then on swing it will stun the Dark Knight X. So there's still no source of block coming. And we do know he did draw the Mailbird, and he did have yeah, so we will be seeing likely stuns of the Dark Knight, the Deadly Axe, and then the Tumons. He swings here, he can stun the Dark Knight X, turns off the last blocker, and then we do know he has the Kuma as well. So
That's essentially all she wrote.
even with the onslaught,
it's-
there's no blockers.
Still got the Gauss. Gauss
So-
can just
so
throw itself in there.
the Gauss one will end the game here, and it will be a 2-1 win for Blue Flare. But I was very impressed with the Dark Knight actually.
I was also very impressed with it,
Much
especially
better,
game one.
much closer than I expected from the matchup. But
Yes.
in the end, we did just see what I expect to happen. As soon as you get 2 bodies on the board, it's just so
You
hard
got to
to
stay at one as much as you can, and then you just want to chip away.
play the game right. Dark
Yeah.
Knight has limited aggro potential without Ruck. It doesn't have Rush besides hybrids. The only way you can really do damage in this matchup is rookies out of raising
Yeah,
and
we're good at
hybrids,
raising,
right?
and then
Like,
hybrids. That's literally the game plan. You want to hope that you can last 5-6 turns, and then hope your opponent is going bits too slow, and that's about it, really.
yeah, so
Obviously, you can also throw down the you die of the rookie on that following turn. You can do a Digicross, delete, Digivolve, delete something, and go from there. That's probably about the only thing you can do. But then you've got to hope that when your rookies come out, they swing and die. That's about it though. But no, I think they did fairly well to get together. Obviously, Blue Flare.
That's a good game.
Yeah, Blue Flare though is the favourite
Very
matchup,
good game.
but he turned up this time. Unlike in the last game, where Galapon showed up and slapped him on around.
Yeah, very, very good game.
Just asking there if they want to come up and talk about their decks.
See if we can get an interview with them, either or. We'll keep you updated on that. But yeah, I was.
Who'd like to interview if they both want to come up again? No, they both declined, which is fairly fine.
Declines.
So we can talk about the deck profiles as we actually have the list here in front of us. If you want to go first.
On the Blue Flare slide, fairly standard. I guess the main difference is their approach on outing the floodgates. So we do see BT9 Jellymon instead of the Cyber Launcher. So the idea is you Digivolve a 4 on the Jellymon, whether it be a Decker or Grey or Mailbird. You swing, you draw one off the Wanya, and then you can trigger the Jellymon effect to bounce the floodgate off the board, and then you can cross after that instead of the Cyber Launcher. Myself, I do like the Cyber. I think I do prefer the Cyber
It comes
Launcher.
up more often than people think it does. It's very, very, very powerful card.
Especially.
And then Dark Knight, it was a bit different. I think we both agreed that Black Moon Boost was a bit different because normally you want to see Pride because obviously it's in Archetype because it's obviously a Pride Moon Boost. It's obviously got full of Nightmons and stuff. It makes sense in this format though. You're going to be going against I think Bloomlord was probably one of the most thought about decks here.
Yeah, Blue Flare and Bloomlord, right? So they have the Pomu down, you don't get any use of it. Or if they as we saw against that matchup, as soon as you
two things on the field, you just
two
done.
things on the field, it's good night. So we will be going for a lunch break.
So, let's look at the list though. They did play 3 Ninis instead of 4, which I think is I normally see 4 in lists. 2 ties from BT2, so you get the additional damage on blockers, I think it is. And Izzy, one of which we saw, and did the Izzy thing where it was actually just a 3 cost instead of a 4 cost.
Yes.
Otherwise, the list was essentially, besides the Chikuri one, which I think we both thought was a bit odd, although it did come up a little bit. Monotumon, BT10 one, which is the Twilight one, which is the Searcher. Tumon from BT3, which as we saw was the Memory Stoppers. Chikiri, BT6, which is the Farm Security, you Digivolve one.
Well, I think if you if you expect them Blue Flare, you'd want to play the other one because we saw in that game, right? He wasn't playing Cyber Launcher, so if you had that other Chikurimon on board there, where that turns off reduced play cost, how does he get out? How does he out in that, right?
Yeah. Personally, I think the other one is better, but obviously you're flipping the coin and I think you're just hoping for the best or whatever you can find. My team on for BT7, it's just a Searcher, so that's what the idea is here. Obviously it's not a Twilight, but he's searching. Oh, are we still going? Yeah, we're still going, sorry. Skull Nightmon, Mighty Axe Mode, BT10, it's just a double name, so obviously you can choose if you want to be a Skull or if you want to be an Axe. Makes sense, obviously more names is good, especially for a deck that just wants to go up into its level 5s and start slapping people around for the fun of it. Normal Skull Knight from BT7, again, names, it's also a fairly good card. I believe it has the inherent effect of +1 security, which can be the difference of just trying to push out.
Well, the deck's slow enough, right? We saw that we needed some sort of aggression.
Yeah.
Obviously, we didn't actually get to attack with it just because of how the matchup fares that way.
Well, it's in here, so that's the point.
But in theory, against other stuff, that's normally how it.
Deadly Axemon, 4 of them. It's a Searcher, it's a good Searcher, makes sense. Grumble, I think most decks run the 2 of nowadays anyway, just as tame a hybrid for game, which I think was going to be a game plan, but then just didn't happen.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
We've got the 2 Cavalier modes, which it did technically come up in that one game for half a
it
second.
gives you a source of blocker that's not from Nene, right?
Yeah, which the issue was obviously you didn't see a Nene until a bit too late into the game, which I think, well, you're constantly stunned out, it doesn't matter too much, but you'd like to see it a bit earlier into the game rather than last turn.
I think the main problem with Nene is that it's 3 costs, and it's not memory tamer. So
No,
it's
not.
It doesn't net you any memory value or card draw value.
It's the one that if you explode it, you get 2 memory back, which isn't always the greatest. But
sure.
It's archetypal, it makes sense for the deck, but not greatest.
The theme is nice, the execution, which not so
Indeed.
much.
Dark Knight on BT10, the Cross and Digivolve. We saw it come up multiple times. Very powerful card, very good card. Unfortunately, in a deck that wants to save a lot, not necessarily the best matchup for it. 2 of the original Dark Knight ones, which I normally see 3 or 4 of.
It's a bit worse, you can't cross.
It is worse, but it's the. I suppose
It's
having
also
access
not
to X antibody
actually.
doesn't
The
get
main it's not Twilight, which is can
Yes,
be
it's just a school name, night name.
yeah.
Dark Knight on X antibody, only 3 of those though.
That's fine. It's a more niche 6.
Yeah,
in
I
terms
just thought
of
you might want it in the security as an extra big body to sort of deteriorate things.
12k breakpoint's okay, but a lot of stuff gets over it. Like Bloom gets over it. Like,
So we've gone over the Tamers already. Options was free, the Iron Fist Onslaught, which seems fairly common to be fair. I've seen people taking in now Quaking Fist instead.
the 7 cost one. From
7
the
cost
Ragnar
one.
Starter, yeah,
Yeah.
it's not bad.
And then Jesmon style. And then again we said both got the Black Memory instead of Prime. We both commented Kwamu is obviously in the format now very commonly.
I think in this format, I like Black more. Than
Yeah, it
Prime.
makes more sense.
Thinking about the deck style around.
Because obviously you don't want to put things on the field that you don't need to, and obviously there's a chance obviously if the certain plugins are there, you don't really have to play it
And
anyway.
also it lets you access stuff like the Grumble or the Tumon that you
Yes,
might need.
so you're not
like,
just putting things to the bottom or in the
more
trash and
limited,
being
yeah.
done. And then the eggs are here were the 4 Pagus that are searched up to card your deck. If it's a black Digimon, good, keep it. If it's anything else, which I think it was every single time, you put it to the bottom and you cry. And then 1 Monetimon.
When Black get a good egg.
Depends what you mean by good.
Well, I don't think Pagumon's very good, so a good egg.
Never.
Okay.
That's the best one we have, I think.
Yeah.
So, right, we're going to go for our lunch break. We'll see you guys here at 1:30 for some more exciting round 4 news.
Round 4.
And
You had to see Beelzemon yet? A bit
no, I'm
surprised.
surprised as well. Like, every time you walk out there, all you hear is just a chanting of Beelzemon, but apparently it's just a myth in these lands. So hopefully we'll see one maybe in round
Sure,
4.
we'll see it a bit later.
Maybe so.
Imagine top tables.
Top tables, yeah, just Beelzemon mirror match. Should we ask for it?
No, I don't want to know. Just
Everything's mill.
Alright, so.
Right, we'll see you guys in a little
back
bit then.
soon. Thank you very
And,
much.
We're
worldwide,
open
worldwide,
apparently, yeah. Just come on down. So, all force looks like it has an okay hand and
Decent
get
hand.
Oh,
It's
going for
not
a
bad
boost.
start from the Gallant. Does go for the boost to see
It's
what
what I like to see, to be fair. Oh no.
It's not bad. We
It's
did
more
see
the staccato.
a lot of bling, but these base rarity mem boosts.
Yeah, it's ruining the aesthetic here.
Slacking.
Also, you can just burn the Alt R EX2 Gallant. Guilmon is terrible. Just use the basic one, it's so much nicer.
Okay, that's a hot take.
That's not a hot take. It's a cute Guilmon eating a berry, or
You're
a
getting-
very weird art from the show.
You get cancelled.
I am getting cancelled, but I'm okay. It's a hill I will die on.
Alright, so we still see no tamers from the old force. Oh, we do see one now. He
Oh.
does have
We've got the VTI.
a mem boost as well. So if you do find an old force.
Yeah,
But
it's.
the problem with,
oh,
as I was about to,
oh.
before we even start speaking, the problem with the old force deck is that
You run so many tamers,
you
yeah.
play a mixture of like searches for tamers and searches for Digimons. That sometimes you get in this awkward situation where you're missing one half and you only have access to search. So a lot of the times when I was playing, you'd only have access to the Aero V that finds tamers on top, but you already have your arena and you're just missing your old force. So and then vice versa, you have all your stack and you have mem boost, but no tamers.
tamers.
So it can get clunky like that.
Unfortunately, that happens
sometimes.
quite a lot, to be fair. Like, you'll go to search for your tamers, hit all your
It does
Digimon.
play the EX2 Geo that you just said you hated.
It's just, I like the card, I just don't like the artwork.
So he does get the Jakarta. There was no
That's 2 cards a hand now, though.
there was no Evo line to
At all?
grab with this. No, there's no 4, no 5 in that search.
So 4, 5, or 6?
Nope.
So 7?
No.
How?
3 Guilmons, I think, or 2 Guilmons.
Oh wow!
And,
Oh, that's more of a whiff than anything.
does evolve to the arrow, so he is missing that old force now.
If they wanted to, they
the
could try and swing with the ones in the
Scenario
field.
we were talking about before.
Do they have the EX2 in hand? I think they do. Unfortunately, our chat screen is there, so can't quite see the hand, unfortunately. Carl's going to beat me up now. So I think they do have the. No, do they have the EX2? I don't think they have. Do they actually have level 4?
Yeah, they do.
They
have
do,
the
there you go.
ground one. They have stuff.
That's it now. Trash
They
2.
do have a full stack, so this will trash 2 players from top of the deck, which if he does hit an off-force here, could be big. He doesn't.
Devastating.
So yeah, we know the off-force player, he doesn't have actually.
He also has
doesn't
access
actually
to
have
the
a 6 in hand.
EX3 as well now, which you should digivolve into to get the cut out for free as well.
Yeah,
there will
he
be
does
5 in
have
both
access to
trash.
that. Of course, like even if you're not playing a deck that the mill's that effective against, just sometimes you can just hit like key pieces out the
Yes.
deck that they don't have access to, and that can just win your game.
And that is like the best thing about this engine is the fact that you
He
will.
does hit he does hit an old force and a mirage, so
Oh, that's how you get the level
2
6 out
sixes
there.
out. So
Now they
we
can
do
play
know
even to cut
he doesn't know that, but his opponent doesn't have a 6 in hand right now. So
Okay, they go to cut
And-
out. Awesome.
there is no way to search for a 6 right now. The arrow only grabs tamers. So this is the situation I was describing earlier, where it can get quite clunky with these hands, and you have no searchers when you need the old force. And we do see he's obviously lost an old force now.
Is it? It's just a swing for it. Yeah. Right
No,
then.
he's just using the effect to try and find winners. So if he wait to find tamers, we do see it's,
Oh, we found one.
that's a good search. He does hit 2 tamers off that, and he bot decks the one of I presume his Spice of Blue Hawaii Death. So if you don't know what it does, it buffs the Digimon by 3k, and then it can attack unsuspended Digimons with no source, no Digivolution sources that turn.
Got another tie. It's going to be die here for the level 6 line. Going to go again. We will. It's 2.
So he's just trying to dig as much as he can to. So he
in
does
for the
have
draw.
the warp Vmon. He does have the warp Vmon in hand. So if he can get around, find the old force and get around to get another stack going, he will be fine in terms of response. But we saw the Gallant's hand. Look, he does have the starter deck Gallant and the Crimson mode, so potentially a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah, he's also got the starter deck. Gallant one's normally there, so 2 hits is great. There's no need to delete, so you're going to get the
Potentially
14k.
3. He does have the EX3 Bramwell, so it could be 3 checks.
Yeah, you can
if
move
wanted
out,
to
you can
as
swing
well.
with that if you want to, you survive, pop it, go crazy.
Yeah, so it's very a lot of damage potentially from the Gallant player.
Again, you've got blitz as well access, so when you pop something, because ultimately you might want to crash if he wants to, gain a memory, go crazy. Oh, hit through, what are we going to play?
He's just
That's
passing.
passing, okay. Alright, so do we want to go up to
Similar
Gallant?
thing with the off force where like you do need tamers in hand to actually combo off. So sometimes so you see he does have some tamers there, but he preferred to pass instead because you do need to play the tamers from hand to get
You
the
do, to
restance.
get the
You can't
extra
just have them
effects,
on board. So we do see the evolve to start the Gallant here, the nice alt art.
Very beautiful.
Yeah, but it's very nice. So this one does do 2 checks, but you might decide just to clear board here.
2 checks and at 14k. He's a big chunky boy now.
Yes. Might just clear board here.
I mean, that puts him in a very good position. They're going to pop for 2.
He might go into a Crimson mode and try
Maybe.
and
Does he have
put
X in hand?
some pressure on.
He does have
decide to
Crimson
do
mode.
that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he only has 5 in trash currently, so after this stack gets blown up, he will only have 9 in trash. He will not get it. Will he get the addition? He won't get the
No, he
additional
needs to have.
one, right?
No, he gets the 1 hit for free,
Yeah.
and then he needs more to get the additional. So he's going to get the 1 extra check.
Yeah, so we'll do.
If they'd moved out the Gilman and popped it as well, they'd have got the 3 check system.
Yeah. So
Oh.
we do see a second old force, and it will check
There's a
1.
V tamer.
So
Right.
that's 2 old forces down. So this is what was. So the chances of him, he might not find one for the whole game. I think he might have just should.
So I thought I just saw something shiny in his hand.
He did just top deck the 3rd old force, so there is.
But unfortunately for them, obviously they have to start again a little bit.
Does have a lot of tamers down now. He can
He
just
does.
build in the back as well. He can build a stack, and if he lives next turn,
I think that's it. Effectively, they're only 1 behind, but now they do have 10 cards in
But-
trash, which means they're going to get 2 free.
2 trashed, and the
He's got
attack's
one in
going to go
back as well.
through. So if this Crimson mode lives, it will just be game.
I think it's game.
It will just be
Honestly,
game.
it just depends what's in the security as well.
Yeah, there could be an ice wall or something. He puts
Could be an ice
one
wall.
potentially, or there is no Leomon engine here, so there's no access to blockers.
There's nothing so you can. No, there's no
Yeah, so-
options to bounce from hand. So there we go.
If this Gallamon doesn't get answered, it will just be trash 2 from the Gallamon, checks security, and then the Guilmon will just be able to.
Or if you want to go the other way around to be more safe, use the Gallop one to crash first, take the first hit, trash, and then swing with the game from the actual effect.
Yes.
So yeah, look forward to this. This is going to be a Gallop on win, maybe.
Potentially.
Yeah,
The matchup we
potentially.
said wasn't very
No, it's
good for Gallamon.
to be
but
fair, the opponent has had a bit of a dodgy hand slash
no
drawing.
6. This is Well, I mean that's the risk you pay when you
is.
play a deck that just has one key 6 that you need to see, right? You only got 4 copies of it. As you saw there, he milled 1. There was 1 in security.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, he drew 1 eventually, but it's
It's stuck in hand now.
too late by then
Yeah.
for the most part, right? He's dead next turn if he doesn't have anything.
As they say, I'd rather be lucky than good because
So
at least
what
I
he
can
can
find
do here is just hard play a Vmon, I believe,
Oh.
and then or he can just evolve to Vmon,
Trust the
play
bot.
and play Arena, and it'll give it blocker.
Yeah.
So you can stay alive that way. That's pretty much. But if he was going to do that, I think you would potentially have put the Warp Vmon in raising if you're going to do this play.
Yes, which I thought was a bit strange as well. I don't know if they've got another plan in mind or if maybe they're hoping for a level 4. Swing in. They're going to get hit. Okay.
It looks like he's going to try and he's going to go into Ovals here, but Gallant's level 7.
That's a level 7.
So he would need 1 more tamer to bounce the Gallant here. Sure, he's not dead,
He's not dead.
but he's going to lose his stack, and that would be his 3rd Ovals gone.
Yep, so this is the thing now. It can block, I believe.
Yeah, it does have blocker and evade, but obviously they contradict each other in terms
Yes,
of
so you
when
get
you go to block. But the Gallamon will still trash to if he swings it.
He does get the trash too.
I think you do swing the Guilmon first because
Yes, because you take the block then.
you want him to block, right? You just want to get rid of the stack no matter what. So if you swing the Guilmon first, you want him to block. And then you can either swing over if he blocks, or you can just. Because if you swing first with the Crimson mode, sure you trash 2, but he just lets it go through,
Yeah.
and then he blocks the second one, and then he has 3 tamers, he'll have 4 next turn. Then he actually.
Or you treat the person blocking the Guilmon, you swing into
So the off-force trigger is mandatory, so and it's not a main phase thing. So as soon as the turn starts, it will attempt to bounce, and it won't be able to hit the Crimson mode again.
Yeah.
But there's still obviously an optimal route to do this, which would be swing the Guilmon X first, make him block, and then you just swing over, trash to security like that. I would also deny my memory off the arena when his turn starts, so that's definitely the optimal play here. You'd also gain obviously a memory of the desire. So you're at 4, you play Guilmon and evolve to, and then just evolve to 4 pass turn, leave at 1. That would obviously secure the game for the most part. Right, he doesn't have that warp Vmon.
That's it. I don't know why he didn't play the walk. He had his hand held at the start, from what I remember. It does seem strange that they didn't want to put that down this turn. Maybe they thought it was a foregone conclusion, and now they've actually no, I'd still have a chance of living another turn. Or maybe they're just concerned that they're not going to pull a level 6. Maybe they run 5 level 6s, and they've obviously trashed 2 and used this one.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 1 old force. There's only 1 6 left in the deck after this one. 1 old force left. So.
That's it. So it's either draw and win or hope for the best. So yeah, do you
See
swing, just
what
trash, they block, they
How
die,
the player
or
decides to do here.
here we
So I think
go.
he does see it, so he does swing first. He will draw off the
Gigi.
Digimon egg. Yep. So the off-force player's going to lose the stack anyway, no matter what.
Yes.
So
Well, they can. So it all depends on what goes on.
there's no option security that helps.
There's no option security. The aces don't exist just yet, my friend. So what we're going to do? It's down to you, bud. Are you going to block? Are
It
you going to?
doesn't matter, effectively.
He's going to block.
Effectively,
Okay.
the stack's gone.
Yep. So swing into the best thing now is I think swing into this, and
Yeah,
then
of course.
just
you,
trash
if you
the
just clear the board, trash 2, you're set up for game. You can set up for game next turn.
swing. All right. Yep. Good choice. And trash 2. I mean, that's the best play here. To be fair,
No, it
slow
will be
it down.
2 trash. He does game 1 from Staccato, so he'll be at 4 completely. He might even have enough to trash 3. Nah, it's
No,
3,
12,
14.
14, yeah.
Yeah, so 14 in trash. So we'll trash 2, check 1, leave him at 0. Do you see that Rena get trashed? I mean, I don't think it matters at this point, but he will read a 4. He can play a rookie and then just play a 4 to go on top.
Yeah.
Leave him at 1.
So I don't
and
think there's
then,
anything with the Crimson Blaze to use here. There's nothing you play on effect here, is there? As far as I'm aware.
no.
No, so you have to worry about that. If you really want to go for more DP, you can. Again, I don't think it's necessary. But I agree with Fenton, it should play like level 3 and then maybe level 4 just pass over.
Interesting. He does decide to do
Oh, just pass it to him, okay.
the hero plus the Staccato. I think you may as well have just not used the Staccato, right, and just play the hero choking at 1.
Yeah.
I think it's the better angle here.
There was no draw,
obviously-
was there?
Obviously,
No,
he,
so-
he should know without the warp, there's not actually not that much danger of anything happening here. There's no memory extenders off the off side in terms of sparks or anything like that to.
So this doesn't say
Yeah,
that, does
there's
it?
no spark,
no sparks.
No ice wall either.
There's no hail grace here, so we're just slowing down, maybe trying to see what we can deck out and then
See if there's
shuffle again.
anything. I don't think there's anything that can help him here. He does decide to
Scoop.
just scoop it up.
Scoop
we
it
will
up.
be going
There we go,
game 2. Game 1 goes to Gallantmon, surprisingly, but
To be fair, that's probably the best Gallantmon wants, really.
yeah,
It's the alt
for sure,
arts
right?
people. If you play alt arts, you can do a little bit better. I
Crimson
suppose.
Mode's a powerhouse. If you can't
Crimson
answer
Mode's
the,
so good.
If you can't answer it, it definitely puts you on a clock. I mean, even without like a big trash, right? It still just trashes 1, and then, like,
Yeah,
10 in trash is definitely like.
It's the
easy.
card that the BT2 Gallantmon should have been, right?
Exactly.
Just swing and instantly take it out of the trash.
But obviously, the Alphas didn't have a good hand that game, so you'd
No,
expect.
that's the only thing. It was slow because it didn't have a good hand. It
Sounded
took
much
3
better this
turns to
time.
find his first all force.
Yeah.
So that's not what you want to see, obviously.
Well, I think it was a lot longer. So you did, we did see the Mills
We did.
work out that game. They did hit two of those 6s that you couldn't see, but we'll see if the Alphas can draw better this game and prove our point on the bad matchup on terms of Gallant side.
Yeah, we'll see.
We're looking like fools here in terms of.
Well, there's a good chance that there's going to be 2 more games, maybe. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Obviously, hand is the decider here. You open a bad hand, it's not always comebackable.
Yeah. Of course, we do have the new Mulligan, so
I like the new mulligan.
better chance at finding these good hands that you need. Yeah.
Use it where you can, people. Although I think it's currently a game state anyway now, so just
It is
enjoy.
now not limited to Ultimate Cups, it is just
Official.
embedded in the rules of the game, so
It
I
took 2 years, people, but we're here.
welcome change by most people, I believe. Myself, as a purple player that does not like to play more than 8 rookies, very welcome to me. I will very happy about that.
Now, if we can get a small sideboard, I'd be very happy. Just a small one, maybe 4 cards, I'd be happy.
That's a controversial take.
5 cards, there we go.
I'm sure many people don't want a sideboard, so
As someone who occasionally plays purple, I'd like a sideboard so I know which floodgates to put in.
yeah.
I mean, not an opinion.
Those sleeves look brand new to me, the way they
They
slip
did go
there.
to slide off, yeah. It's brought fresh for today.
Yeah, definitely a good idea for a tournament, bring some fresh sleeves, because Bando, rather,
Yeah.
we do have strict sleeve rules here, so no opaque sleeves,
No
no
opaque sleeves.
nicks on corners.
There's no blood on the cards.
Nah.
If we can help that, please.
Yeah, exactly.
No reflective sleeves either, as you can see the cards from the back of the one before it. Which I believe has been issues in the past.
Does Mulligan here, no 3, I believe, for the Old Force player. Did have a good hand besides that, but obviously without that starting 3, you can't really afford to keep it, especially against Gallant, where if you play stuff on board, you know it's not likely
going
to be
bye-bye,
winning,
yeah.
right? So you kind of need an optimal hand to even play the game, I guess, against Gallant.
You need a little one at least, yeah.
Well, you just need a stack in the back, right? Like anything on board, similar with Bloom. It's like similar with Bloom, right? So anything on board's not living. So
I mean, if you fancy, you can always have a standard Guilmon into X, pop a 3000. I mean, good choice. I'd play the game regardless.
yeah.
Have fun. That's kind of the name of the Digimon game.
Oh my
That's a hand
lord,
of
that
Megas.
is a hand of all time, as the saying goes. We'll see if he can draw
Go.
himself out of this one. They do have decent chance, I
we've
guess.
got
But we did
Oh.
structure
see
deck one.
3 6s in that open hand roll.
To be fair though, it's probably good to actually have the structure deck one here because obviously we can see what the
good
hand is.
hand, good hand from the Gallant Play. Does have 2 Searcher Guilmons here, so we'll be able to
So
search
search, yeah.
his deck. The Warp Guilmon in the back, we do see that nice new.
We got some good searches actually. What do you need more?
I
Okay.
think he does have 6s and 4s, so he's just missing that 5 right now. Does vary the walk out over the walk outlet. You see that nice new Guilmon ult from the Beelzemon Advanced deck? Very
I
nice
did.
one.
It's not like this card's already got like 4 of alt-out
Yes,
printings,
but this one's nice.
it's
Look, shooting into space.
I like the other one. I'm forgetting which one's from now.
The Tamer Box one.
Yes, I like the same. No,
Yeah, yes.
same box.
Yeah. The
Tamer-
Tamer Box 2. Tamer Set 2.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm gonna nod.
With the
My brain-
Vmon and the.
Yes,
Basically all these starter Digimon.
the started one. Yes, from like
Yeah.
around the BT8 era.
Unfortunately, a lot of those cards are pretty outdated. Besides the 2 warp
These
ones
two.
we see,
the
these
two
are
cards that just got a
two best
reprint
ones,
randomly.
for sure.
Yeah.
Um,
But either way,
yeah, so there's
so they are playing 3
Alphas
of the
player-
Boran X antibodies, which is the standard to be fair. So it's good to see.
he did see a nice search. Gallant Player has pretty much everything he wants here. He's got 4, 5.
That's the one. Yes, that's the
He
correct
does have a
art. Thank
Gallant
you.
X and a Crimson mode. Obviously,
Okay,
a
so
normal Gallamon would be nice to go before this Gallant X in order to get the
if we
effects,
have the
but
X Guilmon here, though, we can pop the Vmon on the field.
I think the Gallamon player can just kind of take his time here.
There we go. Yep. Take it slow and steady. I think errors are free cost, so obviously it's not too concerned about
Yeah.
too much here. Oh,
That's a nice check because the Old Force would not be able to get enough DP to get over the
no.
Crimson mode. Of course, it does have evade, but then you've used your evade up. Like you need an extra tamer to restand and not get popped on the turn.
Sweet stuff, yes.
Interesting, he did go for that ground one Evo instead of just evolving to a 5 and raising it or play one of the
Has he got
Takatos.
the EX3 in hand? Maybe he's trying to get this Scotto out.
No, he does just
Swing,
go for a
okay.
swing. So slow himself down a turn by going for this route
Oh,
instead.
I mean,
You
wasn't
see
the
one
worst one.
tamer come down, which is of course not the best tamer. It's not a Davis, it's not Arena, but it's still pretty good. We do see he does play that BT2 Arena as a one-off, which he has drawn.
Oh, okay then.
Does search.
It's Blues
So he
Lane.
does decide to move up. This is pretty safe in terms of if you can get evade down, it's pretty safe just because of the fact that there is no Takato, right? There is no blitz.
There's no blitz. There's no got to worry about too much on the
It's
back
not
end.
too much to worry about. He does have options here. He does have the Mirage and the Old Force, so he can decide which one he wants to do here. He could go Mirage. He could swing at the. He
Growl he
could
wants
take it
to.
slow here, swing at the Growl, draw a card, rest the Tamer, and then go Mirage.
Mm-hmm.
Add a security to his hand. He'll gain likely 2 memory, so it would put him to 0. It would put him to, put him to 0.
Yeah, there you go. Crash into the level 4. Growl.
Just digging here. He's trying to find these arenas. Like he does have a few tamers nowadays, so he could
He
go
does.
for Old Force if he wanted to. But as long as he doesn't give him free memory to play the Ducato before he does anything, he should be okay. Of course,
That's it. You don't want to move out next turn. Have the free memory. We're going to 2.
he does
okay.
just draw he did just draw the arena off of the Old Force draw.
Oh, there we go.
Which is huge
It is.
because it will put him right back to 0 with the EX1 Vmon inherit when you have to spend, and then he can and also this could be game here. He does potentially have. Oh no.
No.
He can do 4 checks.
Do 4 checks.
4 checks.
Nearly game here.
Nearly game, yes. He can do 4 checks with the arena. If he drew into a second arena, then we could have game.
That'd be a very different game
But
indeed.
there is no chance
no
of
draw
that.
in this,
There is
is
no draw.
there? No.
There's no more draw. But he will be able to do 4 damage, and he can play a tamer to end his turn past that, and then have the evade up. And then anytime he sees the hybrid, he will have game potentially.
So you've got to wait till BT12 when you get that All Force Future mode out. X antibody.
X antibody, of course, yes. Not bad, certainly not bad.
No. Keeps the deck incontested at least. It looks good.
Until you get Quartzmon, but yep. So yeah, we will see 2 damage here because of the arrow
boost,
inherit.
very good.
That boost is very good, because it will be able to guarantee that he can play the Tocado outside of Madoki Betamon, which he does run 2 of. I don't think we see it in
I
hand,
think I
but
thought it was hand, maybe it was from last game.
we'll see. Arena does rush Arena to give Old Force.
To be fair though, if
an
they do go to
extra
free memory on this turn, there's a good
damage.
chance that they just blow up the Madoki first.
Does play the tie just to make sure that he does have the evade active. Of course, he does now have access to the Tocado play, but with this evade, you can pop the boost, play the
You've got a
Tocado,
4.
and then
I think it was 4, right? Yes, but it's 2
you
costs.
can evade, but you can't get around the evade here, which is unfortunate. So there isn't too much the Gallant play can do. The Gallant X on Evo does pop the Digimon with the lowest DP, but
If you evaded it, you just go into Crimson mode following turn.
he can crash. Is his only
The issue is obviously no Takato.
well, you can play one from hand. And then
No, what I'm
roll.
saying is, so you choose are you go Takato, then Digivolve through Blitz, or you go this, pop the lowest target,
what he can
evade,
do
and then go into Crimson to pop
It's
again.
crash. That's the best he can do here. You can force the evade out, and then he can just swing over. Or he can go Crimson actually. Now.
Because he's evaded once Crimson, you
Yeah,
burn it
He
down.
can go Crimson
You
now.
have a turn.
Does
to-
pass a lot of memory, and if he does have a hybrid, you will lose, but you will lose anyway.
Yeah,
So
you're open here anyway.
this is
So
pretty much your only choice is to play. Give him the full.
him
You will
6.
get 1 back off the Growl Inherit,
Yeah.
but it will be a full
There you go.
6 for the Crimson to pop the stack. And then any time we see a hybrid, the game will just end here.
So there's at least a couple of draws from the Talia score.
Only if you can get a Vidramon out. So
With 5 memory, you should be able to get a Vigman out, right?
yeah, but then you won't have enough for the hybrid. So he's just digging for it. Like you can. There's not much. I don't think he doesn't have that much in trash for the Gallant to
So we have
actually
Arena now.
do that. And then next turn, as long as he lives 1 more turn, it will just be game. But just due to the fact Gallant has no blockers right now.
No blockers in Gallant.
Yeah, so it will
Just a quick
be.
Trixie Boo.
Oh.
No, Gallant one does not run because you have to use enough space for the engine to actually run the aggro side of things. They are at 3 memory though.
Yeah, there's not much. Not much the
Not
Gallant
much
player can
they
do
can do.
here. We'll likely be going to a game 3. Yes, we did see this game. More of what the Old Force wants to do compared
Yes,
to game 1.
they had a very good opening in comparison to the first game.
Did have that when you did have that premium security attack plus on
How
those
much trash
restands.
there is to push now? Only 5, so they're only
Only-
getting the first check for free,
That
and then they get a second check, which is going to be something interesting maybe. Oh, well.
Nah, doesn't mean he moves out. and
Doesn't
attack.
matter anything, it's just oh well.
But yeah, the Gallant. We definitely saw the Old Force put in work this game. Obviously, with that start deck error B, he does do 2 checks each time. He just did wipe that security so fast that. That's the thing with the Gallant deck, right? You can clear as much board as you want, but there's no way to recover. You've got no blockers, right? As soon as
Unfortunately, you didn't get the
as soon as your
to cut it down
security,
early enough so where you can
as soon
just
as
swing in.
security hits 0, it doesn't matter how much removal you have.
No.
As soon as they have a guy in raising or a hybrid, you just lose the game, right?
One day we'll get an ace card that says destroy an opponent, right?
No.
No.
But we'll be going to game 3 here, so
Here we go then.
very close, nice.
Better for us here on stream.
Yeah,
Get a game
better for you
3.
guys as well. Less downtime in between
That's more
rounds.
down. Less time. More games. More action.
Yep, for sure.
More red versus blue. The Rooster Teeth celebrating their 20th year this year.
Yep.
Yeah. Not sponsored. If anyone asks. So guys,
How
it's
are we feeling about these Pikachu sleeves down here?
they're very old at this point. So do you know about these Pikachu sleeves?
No, is he not?
They came from a
Lighting
collection
this
a
here.
long time ago, I think in 2015, 2014. So they're quite old now. I don't know if they ever got a reprint because they were part of the box deal, which was the hooded Pikachu sets. You've probably seen like the Marios, the Luigis, and everything else. They're quite old now. So to be in good condition still after all this time, they've either looked after them very well, or they just literally rotate the 4 every time.
I meant more how we're feeling about them at Digimon event.
As an ex-Pokemon guy, I'm fine. He's cute. It's a Charizard. Everyone loves Charizard, right? Oh, it's a Charizard. Why? Don't know. I mean, it's better than the opponent, right? When they play with their sleeves, I can't see.
It's Rena. The new Rena sleeves.
I'm not a fan of those.
No.
They are very expensive sleeves, you're correct. I haven't checked recently, but last time I checked, they were like 30 plus. So, yes.
I do like the Murray ones, though. They're very nice.
Yeah, the Ravens. More classy.
Very classy.
Very classy.
She's a very classy lady.
She is a very classy lady, or AI. We'll never know. Maybe one day. When are we getting our cool boy sleeves? That's the real question.
Never.
Cool. It's too cool for sleeves.
He is. Too cool for the ban list, apparently, as well.
He just dodges it.
Yeah.
It's too cool. He's the boy. I'm looking forward to our maybe BT20.
Thankfully, I don't have to see him in this format, which is
No,
nice.
yes, it's nice-
See,
nice for a lot of
basically, the main positive. Obviously, I can't play Mastermon. Bit of a downside, but
I do feel you.
I don't have to see Cool Boy, so
We'll take the good with the bad, yeah.
there's wins and losses here, however you look at it.
I'm still looking forward to a random game where someone's trying to sneak in one cool boy on the stream and we'll see it and be like, that's it, get him somebody.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Hopefully
I think
not.
if anyone's smart, I don't think they would accept the stream if that was the intent.
Lord
But
of
I
the stream,
can't
why?
imagine anyone would even do that anyway, because as soon as unless you're playing, you just want to play an EOS one, just to say you can play it, right?
I mean, you can play it in D Reaper if you want to just find the extended option card.
Oh yeah, I guess. Wouldn't recommend it, but
That's the smartest thing I'll say today, guys, so everything back to Fenton.
very likely.
Oh yeah, good search. What do you need though?
No rookies, so not exactly the best.
No, but I mean, it was a good search either way. Just not the best search for them.
Well, you can't play the game then.
With that option, man.
Maybe the memory you can. Oh, so nice.
Extra memory is always good. We'll see what
In
they
terms
can
of
do.
the Old Force hand, we do have pretty much everything, but besides game 1, no Old Force. So we'll see if this Davis can find one.
Giving us free memory of those also good. Oh, playing the
Does just take the Kuma
EP
one.
free Kuma.
Yeah, the event pack Kuma. It hasn't yet upgraded to the 2nd anniversary ones.
No,
They look
they're
very
out.
nice.
They are. They
look
do look very nice.
And they're nice and textured as well.
They are.
Yes.
There's definitely those Pokemons in my red hybrid deck. I tell you that now.
Yeah, so we do see the Old Force player is missing both of the key pieces, that BT11 Old Force and that BT11 Arena, and he doesn't have the new era that lets him find tamers, so he's in a interesting spot in terms of how he navigates his searches here to find the pieces he's missing.
Obviously, this helps out the red deck a little bit more. Galakmon gets that extra turn to sort of breathe a little bit more easy.
I'm not sure if I'm going to presume the Gallimon player did mulligan and this is just what they were left with, but this is not looking good at all.
I presume so as well. If you, I think they opened a relatively bad hand and then.
At what point do you just pop the members and slam a 6? I'm thinking.
Now, apparently.
I think he might do it. Yeah. This is
There
only,
you go
yeah,
then. Yeah.
There you go.
So you got 6 memory.
This is
There
the
you
only
go.
option. He does have the Crimson in hand. Obviously, this kind of does telegraph the Crimson, but in terms of sixes to have, this Gallimon is not bad.
It's not bad.
It does
It's
have it's
2 checks. If he doesn't kill anything, he goes to 14k. It's a
14k
fairly chunky
DP, 2
boy.
checks, and then you can just, if you draw Gallimon, I think he has Gallimon X in hand, right? He does have Gallimon X in hand, so
Yeah.
you would get the restand, and then you could swing again, and then you have Crimson mode as well. So
There's a lot going on here. This is not
definitely
one of those
definitely good play, and good on him to see that as a potential.
A lot of
route
people
to
sit
the
there and
game.
just pass turn, but
Yeah,
no, this guy's
exactly.
like, no,
You
I've got
just,
time.
could have just played as 4, but this is definitely, in my opinion, the best route he has to win in this game. And
I think he's done the right thing as well.
very, very happy.
No,
he
don't do
took-
it.
he
Don't
took
play
it.
it. Don't do the Kuma. We're going for what's the plan now? Oh, doing the same. Okay, all right then. So
Alright, he drops a 5.
we're feeling it. All right then.
I mean, he does have options here. He can just swing 2 checks. He does play the card first.
I mean, I don't hate it. I think it's a fairly good idea. You can go into the X and just pop the Aero V if you
You
wanted
do
to.
swing first because you
Yeah, 2
pop
checks,
and you get the
14k.
trash.
No,
Well,
you
you
don't
pop
pop it.
and get the trash.
No, you don't pop it.
On the Gallimon X, when you get a pop.
Yes.
When you get a pop with Gallimon X, you will trash security as well because there's Gallimon in stack.
You also keep the DP, I believe, so you're going to be a chunkier.
Yep, it does gain DP for the turn, so it will be 15k 1 set. And obviously, he didn't technically need to play the Zakato here, but he did decide to do it anyway, just to get
I
one.
think he was to pop something so you get the memory back.
Yeah, and
that was
he
his
can hard play the Groundmon now and put him to 1 if he gains the memory of the Zakato. So when Arena gets played,
Yeah, evade now comes.
yes, and because the Digimon didn't die, the Gallant X unsuspends.
Yes. So now you
So
can.
it does use up the evade and he does get the unsuspend. So
But we now get access to a flinging Crimson mode.
he does get access to a blitzing Crimson mode, which is not what he had before.
No. So do you
I
swing
think
into it for the
you
sake of it?
definitely looking at this game today right now, you see two tamers on the Old Force side, so you know if he has the Old Force plus one more tamer, he does bounce the stack. Whereas if you go Crimson mode here, you do count on having two tamers plus the Old Force. So
But you are giving them 6 or 5.
yes, so that's the trade-off here,
so
right?
pop that, go to 5, swing.
And you do put him on a clock next turn where if this Crimson mode doesn't get answered, he does trash the last security.
And you get the free security check at the end, and that's it, swing for game. So
Yes,
there
of
goes
course,
an All Force.
obviously, there is blockers potentially with the on-play arena. If he,
So removing
there
a security
is
is
a
still very
second
good.
one. I believe there is a second one in hand. He doesn't have that Old Force, but he does have the Digimon Zero, which will let him shuffle, put 3 cards back to the bottom of his deck to draw a card on attack.
It's still a very good card, to be fair. It slows down the Gallic as well. This is not so much in this game, doesn't need so much now, but
So as we saw, similar to game 1, he doesn't have the Old Force. The thing is, the stack is good enough where he can play Davis and then keep turn afterwards. So if he does find the Old Force here, he will be in a very good spot.
it would be a very good spot indeed.
But he doesn't find it.
Is that
So-
3 V-Mons?
It's a lot of V-Mons.
It is a lot of V-Mons. I mean, you need them. Not right now.
Less than 10 minutes remaining on the round. That is less than 10
He has one more chance to find the Old Force. Otherwise he will lose, and he doesn't find
Does
it.
not find it.
There is no way to play a guy and keep blocker here, so the Gallimon will be able to swing, trash the last security, and end the game next turn. There's no way to answer.
Maybe
at
we're
this
both
point.
wrong about this game. Maybe Gallic is secretly the best deck in the room.
Maybe. Well, I mean, you're playing Old Force and you don't draw Old Force, so
Secretly the best deck in the room, right?
he does effectively,
8.
effectively scoop with the.
Well, can they block with that?
No, because it doesn't have blocker. So it's the arena. The arena gives blocker on play. So that
That's my
that guy in the stack. When you swing, you can activate arena's on play effect. So
All Force deck I haven't been looking into. It's too expensive for me to play, so
it's
unfortunately.
pretty expensive. Those arenas are very pricey.
Can we give him the reprint set, please, Bando?
The swing trashes the last. There you go.
Oh,
See,
2 All Forces in
two
trash.
Old Forces. Very unlucky for the Old Force player
There
here.
we go. Tillian,
You do see Tillian win
Tamer
with
of the match.
the Gallimon deck, surprisingly, against what
we've
we
had
said.
one loss and
but
one win, yeah.
good.
But as we both admit, though, unfortunately,
Bad hands from the Old Force player
Yeah.
in terms of he had a good start, so I can understand why he didn't. He has good hands initially, but that's the thing with these decks where you just play the 4. You just play 1/6, right? You play a key 6, whereas you definitely need it to even play the game a lot of the time. Right? All of your pieces, all of your stack builds up to this big 6 that if you don't see, you do struggle. As we
you
just saw
definitely
there,
struggle
like,
as we saw, like 2 games.
spent 3-4 turns just to bring out a 5 swing and check, and that was it, right? Like.
They spent most of that game essentially going like, where's my All Force, where's my All Force? Well, 2 were in security, unfortunately, and at this point, Gallic was too big to take down. Do you want to take over for this one, or do you want me to do another Gallic one?
No, well, I'll be doing the interview this round with
Alright,
our.
I guess enjoy Fenton's discussion, and I'll see you guys after the quick talking to.
See who, I don't know. We'll see if we get the Gallant or Old Force player.
Both. Both.
Both.
So we'll do.
Usually All Force.
Loser first.
Who?
Loser first.
Sure. Do you want to take the?
Do you want to do All Force, I'll do Gallic one?
Yeah.
This is Ectoson.
Yeah. So we'll have an interview with both players this round. We're going to start with, unfortunately, the Old Force player. We'll wait for the scene to change. I guess it's fine. Oh.
This way, B.
Alright, so let's just start. So commiserations, obviously. You obviously didn't draw that well that game. In the first or the third games, you were missing that Old Force piece. So in general, what are your thoughts on the Old Force versus Gallant matchup?
I think it is a tough one. It really is who establishes the level 6 first. If Force can get set up to the level 6 with the arena, with the evade, you just deny Gallimon so much memory. As we saw in the second game, like Force comes in, they just have to play catch up.
Yeah, I was saying that as we were playing, it's very much so that if you can establish the 6, the Gallant kind of needs to have, you need to have like the perfect response, right? You need to have the X antibody to bait the evade, and then the Crimson to kill the stack. But even at that point, you're passing 6 over. Where like if you have like a walk V, or you're kind of on a clock in terms of the Gallant basically has like 2 turns to kill you past.
Exactly.
As soon as they Crimson, or you do lose. Obviously, we did see first game those mills hit 2 of your 6s, the Mirage and the Old Force. Also, and you had one in security, so it's very unfortunate that, guys. Talk to me about the Mirage. What we?
Oh yeah.
I do like it as a tech. I played decks in the past where you do have this, where you play this 1/6, like the one main 6 in terms of the Old Force, and like often what happens is what happened on the stream, like you don't draw it, so something you just need like a backup monster, which is obviously there. But talk to me about it.
Mirage doesn't come up every game.
Yeah.
Obviously, you want to go to the offers. However, I do feel that the Mirage, especially on the grinder matchups, is really clutch. I put him. Mother the Reaper is really good. If you do the Mirage, you can't bounce anything, so they have to draw their security.
Yeah.
And especially against Yellow Hybrid, when they do the Miko mode and stack their security with something, you can force them to draw that card with the Mirage. So I just like it in general. And you can even be cheeky with Bloomlord if they have the Palmon that forces the draw. Especially if you leave that on the field, Mirage can make so they skip their whole turn.
Yeah, it also can be good, like if you combine it with stuff like you see the Madoki, you can do
Yeah,
that sort of
yeah,
lock where
exactly.
you force your opponent to do an action and it's going to pass turn and they can't do anything about it. Also, this interesting tech, Blue Hawaii Death.
Yes.
I see blue. I don't see an Ice Wall. I don't see an Ice Wall, but I see Blue Hawaii Death. What's going on here?
Blue High Def is my representative cards. I lost Reaper too many times. They put one Gatekeeper is hard enough to deal with because my only workaround is the Sack +1 individual one. 2 Gatekeepers is unbeatable.
Yeah. Very actually. I didn't think about that for the D Reaper matchup, but yeah, that is nice.
What I do
like-
found is a lot of the Reaper players, they like play safe. They like to stack their board, wait for the
relax,
Reaper to
yeah.
come out, and Blue Hawaii Death kind of catches them off guard
Yeah.
because they gave me too much memory, think I can do anything, and then just clear their Gatekeepers and swing for game.
Yeah.
That's my tech choice.
Yeah. In terms of going on, continuing on the event, obviously there's still
Yeah.
chance top 8. You can still go X1, clear up. What decks are you afraid of playing against? What decks do you want to play against in terms of your good matchups, your bad matchup?
Honestly, I think there's a difference between like personal preference and the matchups
Sure,
I
of
actually
course,
think are
yeah.
good. Like Beelzemon, I think usually is a good matchup for Offers.
As soon as you establish your old force,
Yeah, then it's a breeze.
they can't really get rid of it. It's very hard to get rid of in terms of.
Yeah, but they're so aggressive before I
Yeah,
get my
exactly.
offers, then it just makes me very
It's similar to, you just need to get there. As long as you get there fast enough, you'll be fine. But
Exactly.
Beelzemon's a fast deck, so it can outpace.
Yeah, but also Bloomlord I think is one to watch out for. Bloomlord can if they put the Hydramon, it just sets me back so much.
Yeah, especially when you see that you have the stacks of like, because you need your off suspended first, right? You move out the arrow, you rest it, they gain the memory straight away. Or if you have like the start deck arrow, you have to swing, and then sometimes like even like a Cherrymon can block you off and you'll lose like that. So Bloom's definitely obviously rough for Ulfos, but it does have some good matchups in terms of a lot of mostly those like purple decks is good because obviously it's only on deletion and like red. But yeah, thank you very much for the interview. Best of luck in the rest, and hopefully obviously
you so much.
hopefully you got your bad hands out of the way now and you can destroy
Exactly.
Ulfos first stack every time now. So yeah, good luck. Thank you
See
very much. We'll be swapping over for an interview with the winner of this round, the Gallant player. Okay. So I will back the winner. Oh, you're not.
Professionalism, I swear. It is me, not Fenton. Tillian.
Hello.
We've actually met before. This gentleman has beat me around before at the last regional finals, playing Gallimon then as well. And then I believe you did drop eventually and then just beat a lot of side events.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So the actual Gallimon player in the room. So we have your deck list in front of you if you actually want to see it. But
Yeah, we did.
tell us, mate, it's a little bit different than what I'm used to.
I mean, I'll be honest, a lot of it was inspired by topping Gallimon decks from other Ultimate Cups. But I found the only real difference is I'm just running Crimson Blaze, and most others seem to not. And I just think it's useful for this event with Beelzemon players, Bloomlord, and yeah, that's primarily why, really. And, well, there's a few decks, like Vmon, for example, the matchup I just had now, they pop out little ones for me to pop, and it's useful. But other than that, it's just standard Gallimon, really.
Essentially, it does force opponents, especially because Blue was going to be really represented today. Probably Blue Flare, a lot of those are free low to the floor.
Yeah.
So Crimson Blaze in that sense makes a lot of sense because you are just going to wipe the little ones off and go like, oh, you can't play anything by effect next turn, and all your on deletion by effects don't work now. So it will come in handy today. I know a lot of people like doing the Lightning Joust tech. I've seen a couple of people doing Justice of the Blade, the old
Oh, the one that lets you swing a Digimon.
swing a Digimon into another Digimon. Some people obviously not even with piercing. It's just the fact like I need to get rid of the more bodies. I understand that it's a tech choice, not always the best tech choice, but it's one.
Yeah, so my first round was a mirror match against the Galmon player, and he ran the one-cost piercing card. I can't remember its name. But it's basically pays for itself. It gives you one memory back.
Axion something from the structured ST12 structure.
Yeah, I believe
yeah,
so.
the new Jez one.
Yeah, that's right.
If it's a Royal Knight, you get to have your memory back too.
Yeah. So,
Which Gallimon is.
just when you text like that, I personally don't run this just because I don't know. I tried to go a bit more consistent. I've tried all these cheesy stuff in playtesting, and honestly, it didn't work out for me personally. But that's just.
I mean, you won 2 games in a row.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Personally speaking, I think Gallimon is a great, fantastic deck, probably one of the best decks ever created, but not enough support. What do you think as a Gallimon player would you like to see added to the deck itself? I personally think one more search would be make the deck just better.
The main thing, I feel a little done dirty when I see cards like Agumon X Antibody, where you get to do the searching on Digivolve and on play, and be cheaper on play, basically, and then we have our Gilmon that only works on play, and it's
only on Digivolving, so it has to Digivolve on another Gilmon.
No. Our Gilmon, the one that searches top 4, that's the
that
on-play
one,
one.
sorry.
Yeah, so that other one it would really help to have it on Digivolve as well, but. Fine, whatever. Maybe we can't have that. Maybe we're asking for a bit too much. But with upcoming support, yeah.
So I thought you were talking about the X Gilmon, which is like, I hate the fact that it's a deletion. It makes sense, like thematically for the deck. But obviously, you want to destroy things, but like, I'd rather a search engine, please, so I can actually search for my cards because we don't have a lot of searchers in this deck. So searching would be really nice.
If I were to change anything about Gilmon X, it would be probably the inherited effect rather than the 1000 DP plus, because I don't feel like that comes up. I feel the actual Digivolve deletion is very useful, just because. Pops
like memory stoppers, pops like any floodgates.
Yeah.
Can just pop like, for instance, like a Vmon that can obviously warp next turn if you got a level 6 out. So,
Yeah, it's a free pop. I'll take that.
And an extra draw because it's 0 to Digivolve into 2.
Yeah, it's good.
So what would you change then? What would you actually change the ability to be?
Probably change the inherited ability to maybe something interesting like so we'll have on-swing draws, for example. It would be nice to have something like on-swing power game, really, because that's one of the biggest weaknesses Gallimon has at the moment. You basically, I feel almost forced to run the security attack +1 Gallimon simply because it's a 14k base a lot of the time, and the other Gallimon being 11 or 12, or even the other one's 14k base too, but 14 still feels a bit small, and we don't have a great amount of ways apart from the Hero Tamer to gain power. So
personally speaking, I quite like the ST7 baby, because you generally will pop something on the field, you're going to get an extra 2000 DP. 16k +1 Gallimon is quite scary into a lot of security. There's not a lot of 16k Digimon. Obviously in the next set we do get to our first 17 body, but for now it's fairly good.
Yeah.
I mean, draw just seems to be the most common one. People do like to get the extra draws out.
Yeah.
But, thank you for being here.
No, thank you.
And carry on for us today. Maybe we'll see you in the later round, yeah?
Yeah, I hope so.
Right.
Cheers. Take care.
Are we here? I don't know. And welcome back to round 4 of the Cup here down at West Stadium. Hopefully everyone's had a break and something for their belly.
I sure have. So round 4 we have a blue flare mirror. Exciting stuff. A lot of stuns incoming, I believe.
A lot of stuns, yes.
A lot of stunning,
Do you want to go slow, do you want to go fast? But not too fast, because you can stun each other.
Yes, there's a main difference between the two lists is one's a little more aggro. You've got some jamming Vmons in the mix, higher rookie count, so more consistency, but
Slightly different game plan as well. Obviously, they've done both fairly well. They're both 3-0 at this point in the tournament.
both undefeated.
The Monogama, they're playing Hammer Sparks, which could come up into security.
Yeah, they could.
While the
Often
Lamb of Gods,
games
without
change,
the B, has gone for a more Digimon itself heavy deck list. Are they also running the... No, so Lamb of God is running the Metal Greymon Cyber Launcher.
They both are.
They are both IS.
Yeah.
2Z Greymon, Deca Greys.
No, the lists are pretty similar outside of the rookie. It's just the Vmons for Spark, really. It's the main difference. So we'll see if the... I'm not a fan of Vmon too much myself, but 3-0 must be doing something right.
So we don't know.
Thank you for coming back.
Maybe that jamming into a security is actually the best thing for it.
Oh yeah, stay away from the microphone. Thank you, my
Judge is just going over some pre-round things and we'll get underway.
So just a little bit as the event progresses, we are predicting the potentially 7 rounds instead of 8. We will keep you updated on the situation as it progresses. We are aware that as the tournament goes on, you may want to drop from the event. It's really important that if you do want to drop from the event, that you drop yourself on Limitless. You can do so via the drop button. And if you do also want to drop, you can come up and talk to us, but try on Limitless first. But otherwise, we are back and ready to go for round 4. You may begin when the time reaches 0.
Currently setting up still on the feature table.
Yeah.
But if you didn't hear that, there's a lot of chance we're going to have 7 rounds instead of 8, which I think for a lot of people, especially on Good Sunday, are probably a bit more thankful for
Easter
them.
Sunday, get back home.
Get your eggs out.
Yeah.
Not an innuendo, just get your chocolate eggs out.
Favourite Easter egg, what are you going for?
Sleep.
What?
Sleep, I'm going for sleep.
No, your favourite Easter egg.
No, sleep is my favourite Easter egg.
Okay.
Give me more energy than anything else I can. I mean, I suppose like a Kit Kat Crunchy maybe? What yourself?
See, the thing is that the Cadbury's egg itself is better than the others. But like, I like
the
chocolate.
Thornton's pretty. So yeah, we're still waiting for our cameraman to set up the feature match to go, and then we should be getting into this very soon as round 4 has started now. As soon as we know what's going on, we will. Thankful for us,
Small tech issue with the screen.
Thankfully, the people on the other side of the dark curtain, don't look at the man behind the curtain, are currently waiting for us. So that's very kind of them. Oh, never mind. This side.
There we go. Straight in for Blue Flare
versus
Blazing
Blue Flare.
Memory Boost, and we hit the Kiriha as is the prime target, and we get a couple ads here. We're going for a few pieces to get the cross engine online. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. You've got Gauss plus Kiriha set up now, so
that's a pretty fantastical turn 1.
indeed. The Gauss will get the draw before hopefully dying in terms for what he wants anyway, but we shall
So our
see.
opponent stays getting out the make a button for the following turn. Again, try and slow down the memory boost where you can.
He's up 5 this, so he can just play a boost of his own.
There we
and
go.
See what.
I'll say a fairly good choice.
Does have a Kiriha in hand, so the chances are a little lower, but we shall see.
They're
if
both
he's
playing 4 though, so there's a chance of
lucky
actually being
enough
found is
to
fairly
hit
easy.
anyway. No Kiriha, but we have plenty of good targets.
I also believe the memory boost is classed as a blue flare as well, right?
Yes, it
So
is.
if
You
they
can
wait till they
add-
get another one?
Yes, you can add one and just do it again. It's never a bad idea. The Cyber Launcher is quite nice here if the Gauss does live, but obviously that's not too likely.
Okay, they're going for the Z, that's fairly
They
fine.
are going for the Z.
Only running 2 of it in the deck, so maybe scared they won't find it again.
Yeah.
So I think it's good to be cautious sometimes. Obviously, they realise that they're playing against the same deck now.
Yeah.
2 of 2.
It does drop the Gauss. Such a good card for the blue flare deck. Does that early chip damage, and then also just lets you play a searcher for free, right? Like the options you have for 4s in that deck, you've got obviously the draw off deck of grey, you've got the free tamer, potentially the grey monster, loads of options here. So he will just see him raise the Gauss. He's probably going to go for a swing, see if he can draw off the
Hope it explodes.
Kiriha. I believe he did take a grey.
No.
He does hit the Sora and Joe,
Ooh.
which is very nice for
The opponents, yes.
Lamb of Gods here. He does have the Cyber Launcher in hand, so he would be able to bot deck the Gauss potentially to deny any form of free play. The Metal Grey will come down and stun the Gauss itself. Now, he does have 2 bodies on board.
He does have 2 bits on board.
So if there is a clapback of a Metal Grey, which doesn't seem likely looking at the hand of Lamb of Gods here,
But
he does get the 1 chip in for the Kuma.
obviously they can still draw into it.
Now he's missing.
Mr. Pieces.
Yeah, he's missing the Greymon as well, so there's not a chance really. He can pop the boost here, and obviously he doesn't want to play it. So this is where Sora and Joe gets so awkward, right? Because he can't really play anything. Like he might just opt to Zeke here for 2, but he is just going to pass over
3 bodies on the
5
field now.
memory. 5 memory with the Sora and Joe once that comes into effect.
And then they can
So-
pop the memory if they want to gain even more, so maybe the play could be a bit more
Madoki's
interesting
come
than I
out.
thought.
I'm surprised he didn't pop the boosts to do that when you see the Madoki in raising, right?
Yeah,
So
you think you're trying to get your
get your
value
value
where
in
you
now,
can, yeah.
because looking at these lists, the only way they have it out for really Madoki is the Cyber Launcher. So
I think they both put to the bottom of the deck. So
Lamp has 1 in hand. Madoki does come out, obviously he does strip the sources, I'd imagine, off the Metal Grey, so it does deny the save, which is
fairly good.
very good. Even with the 1 piece he's got, he can stun the board now, as the Metal Grey has no sources left. So if he has his own Metal Grey with a source, I don't think I don't believe he does. No, he does not. He does have a Deca Grey, and he does have cross materials for Deca because the Cyber Launcher does count as Metal Grey, so it would be a 4-cost Deca. Obviously it doesn't have Rush, but it would stun the Metal Grey. And
I think our opponent's a little bit stuck here with the what to do now with the 5
yeah, so
memory.
he's having a think. There's a few options here, right? He can play the Kiriha himself, and then so he's gonna he's
It's a fairly good play.
Mailbird play the Kiriha. I'm not sure if that's actually better than just playing it.
Does have more
himself,
save targets, so
because
to be fair, having 2 tamers on the field is better
He
than
might
having 1.
opt for Cyber Launcher here to just bot deck the Gauss, which would work very nicely.
So the Decker in hand, they've got
He
the
can put the Z Gundam if he wanted a blocker as well, obviously.
so gain 2 memory.
Gonna pop the boost, gain 2.
Oh, no, it's going for a draw.
Just
Okay.
goes for a Decker to cycle.
So a lot of draws.
So Metal Grey's not stunned,
No?
so potential 3 damage into hybrid lethal with the Zeke. Obviously, he can't pop the boost, so he'd have to.
So he can crash into the Madoki
He
and
can kill the Madoki, then boost, so that would turn off the lethal angle unless he has another Metal Grey stack. But he can lock down the board and swing at the Madoki.
Strength security. 1-1.
It's the Gauss himself, so if he's got a search of play,
He does.
there
Did he
will
use his
be
hand before?
a Decker that draws 5. Not bad.
Mm.
For a free draw 5, not bad.
That's not bad for swinging into security and just free value.
Yeah, I mean, as a purple player, I have to work for my draw 5s, but
You definitely have to.
I do. I need a stack.
I mean, it's more of a mill 5 these days, right?
No, not where I'm from. Not where I'm from. He didn't opt to clear the Madoki, which is interesting. He does go for Zeke for 2, but he will not gain the memory back.
Oh, he's forgot.
He will try and gain the memory back.
Does he get the memory back?
No, because the Madoki's out.
That's what so what they're trying to do.
Yeah, they've rectified it. They've seen it. It's fine.
Oh, right.
Game state restored.
That's it. Very good judgment.
Yeah, so we're at 1 here. He could just go for chip damage, and he might have a Kuma for game next turn. Perhaps he thought he'd gain the memory and then he had Kuma lethal
Maybe.
this turn, which
From
is
his
why he
hand,
went
I
for
don't
that
think there is a Kuma in there. No, there is
can't
not
see.
from what you can see currently. That's the last card. No.
No.
That's the same as that. So, unless there's a way for our one I've got over here to put stuff at the bottom of the
Not
deck.
the best hand, in all honesty.
No, they've both got a bit of a weird hand. Although there is a cyber launcher in that hand there, which maybe we can get rid of the
If there's a
Siege, maybe?
there's a cyber launcher times 2, we could bot deck both of these, but we can bot deck just the one Gauss with a single cyber launcher.
That's the second Siege of this blue flare player.
There's 5 damage on board with the Zeeg, potentially. Does he have a Kuma in hand? I think he might.
He either did
I
or
guess
rebooted
not
the
if he's going for Gauss to swing into the
Strip
Decker
source,
Grave.
die.
He crashed into the Decker Grey here just to guarantee the on play of a Greymon. Try and find the Metal Grey too. He does get to use the Metal Grey, the Greymon effect, because Kiri has on board to add back the Metal Grey. So if he can swing with the Mailbird for hit, there is a lethal angle here. He will have
There is.
potential 5. He has a Kuma as well, so potential 5 to 6 damage here.
He's got the memory for it too, as far as I'm
He
aware.
does have the memory for it, yes. We'll see if he wants to go for it. But I would highly recommend it because you'd have to imagine.
He's on the clock.
Even
He's
we
got
know
to
he
win.
doesn't have Kuma, but if you're thinking, you'd think he would have Kumamon based on the play he did last turn where he left the Madoki upright.
That's it. That's gone.
So, not sure about swinging first with the Madoki. You don't know if your opponent's on Spark or not, so it might
you
be
don't.
better to leave that
Which I believe.
till last. I think he was a
They
bit
are.
scared of this card exactly, saw right. It's a bit slow now because he can cross with these.
That's it. You can put both into the same
Yeah.
metal Rainbow now, I believe, and you've now got access to a very cool boy. There you go.
And he does cross for 3. He stuns the whole board here. He can do 2 checks if the Greymon lives, and then he will. It does die, which is very, very, very bad.
He does save still.
That was.
But that was the. Well, they're still stunned correctly, so they've still got one turn of. Well, no, there's a Gauss
Sure.
currently in. There's a Gauss
Oh,
currently in.
there's he does have access to a potential blocker though. He can play the Decker or the Metal, and then he can put the Zeeg under and as a blocker that way. So there was. He could have potentially played around that by evolving to Zeeg first. Sure, you don't get the restand off the Zeeg, but it's a free Evo.
Yes.
And then you get the 2 checks, and then you still have the 2 memory left over for Kumamon for game. Obviously,
Was it Kuma in hand?
yeah,
No.
there's one. It's the last card on the left.
Fair enough.
So yeah, that was an angle for lethal here that he seems to have
Yes. There.
missed. But that is,
Just over trying to think and just trying to get themselves true to the
yeah.
the game, and obviously they've overshot themselves.
There's a lot to think about in those sort of turns, but yeah, he definitely missed an angle for game there. So we'll see if it will result in a loss for the game on. We shall see. Gauss. So his whole board's done. He has Gauss as a one attacker, and as far as we know, he does not have a Kumamon in hand.
Going through it again, I think it's mostly Tamers and the odd couple of
Yeah,
rookies
not
and
the
blue
best
flare.
hand for sure. There's not really too much he could do. He could stun the. He can find a way to stun the Decker himself. He knows his opponent's hand's pretty small in terms of what he can do. So you got. I guess you just hope he doesn't have another way to rush you with the stack. Obviously, we know he has Kuma, so that's 2 damage outside of any blockers.
I mean, the thing is that they can go for the game next turn, which is what they're hoping for. But is it all sure for the current
There's a lot of
player?
tamers in the hand.
There is a lot
There
of
is an ice wall, I believe. Yes, so that
There
will
is.
slow him down. Wait, there it is. Oh shit, he's having a
They
think
will
here.
get an extra 2 minutes to start
Definitely
turn.
a tricky turn. You have to account for whether you want to play around the hybrid or potential. It does just go for a block here.
Did they have an answer in hand to play now? Did they have the Mailbird or the?
It does have a
It did
metal
have
grave, so it will add a metal grave from trash if he wants it, which is a potential lethal angle if he has the Greymon. I don't believe I saw the Greymon, but he does have the
believe-
boost still, so he
does
can
have the boost
boost,
still.
go to 5, play the Greymon, and that will be the game. You can cross this for 5, it will game rush and it will swing for game. So definitely a short sight on Lamogod's.
Yes, I think they were
here.
hoping to go a bit too quickly and then just didn't see the play, or they saw the play
yeah,
too late.
Exactly. I think he just didn't count on the line. There's ways to guarantee or increase your chances of winning that game, which was to evolve first, where you have the higher
Yes.
DP, because you know in the mirror, like you've got like
You should know what's in each other's
the
decks.
Zeke dodges everything besides Zeke.
Yes.
And you're only playing maybe max 2 to 3. There's already one on board. Whereas with the Metal Grey, you know you've got their own Metal Grey, Cyber Launcher, Zeke, and the Decker Grey, all big 8 to 10k.
So there's no point risking at this point. If you've got a game on board with the Zeke, just go. For it.
Statistically, there's a higher chance of hitting that than Spark.
Yes.
That you might not be aware of. But
Again, Spark
you'd already
is-
checked the Saurai anyway, so that was already one option that was already gone down. So I think if he just sequenced that a bit differently, he would have been able to come out on top of that game.
I think so too.
We'll see if
I say Spark is probably more the unusual thing to see in Blue Hybrid because they don't really need it for the engine. So maybe the opponent just wasn't thinking maybe a Spark, but at the same time, swinging for 7k was just very cheeky, and I think that's what they're hoping for. A quick cheeky play. Maybe they'll hit a 1k, or maybe they'll hit a level 4. Unfortunately, they did get the Cyber to the face.
yeah, well, because he's not playing Spark himself, so he might be thinking his opponent's on that.
But yeah,
sort of
maybe just
similar
thinking his deck's the
builds
same,
where, where they know, where they think they don't have to worry about it. So interesting, he didn't go for the line. But we're going to game 2 now. We'll see if we will. That was a pretty close game, given.
It was pretty close game. It was pretty much a coin flip,
I
and the coin
mean,
flip
zero
did fail.
security was
This is
nearly
2.
zero security 1, but
The thought was there that they did try.
it would have been a zero security versus game. Yeah, so we've gone to game 2 here. These matchups are close. Mirrors are always tricky to play.
It is very
for the
much
most
a
part.
coin toss. You do have to
Especially,
hope.
especially ones like this where like it is back and forth, but it's not just like whoever builds your stack first, you just smack them up and win like that. It's a very much a I have to play around what my opponent can do here. Can they, if I need to make sure they don't stun me or things like that. I need to time my floodgates right.
And being across Hearts deck as well.
I mean, we
obviously
do
both teams
see
got things in
a
the field.
hand of double blazing memory boost. No rookies, but I feel like you would keep that.
It's a fairly good hand.
Yeah, so you do see the double blazing. I would keep that personally. I
I'm
think.
assuming he's going to go first anyway, so maybe you want to just drop 5 in
It's
there.
just such a good.
Is he? Yep, he's going to keep it good. Let's say just having 12 searches is just ridiculously good. And then being able
Two
to
chances to play a tamer, right?
2 chances to play a tamer. You can essentially bring back. They are playing the Draco. Yes, so they can bring back
both on Draco.
up to 8 rookies. So it's not as though it's a one and done. Oh no.
So it's not a bad start either. If you have a nice target to play off the Gauss next turn, you get the additional draw.
Oh, they did draw, I think.
They did draw a rookie off the top.
They're just going to go to a Blazing maybe.
Blazing. They have the Z, they have the Metal Grey, right, and they have the Grey.
Yeah, there we
They're
go.
just missing the
You
male
get
bird.
2 pieces.
The dream here would be you hit Kiri Heart and you can get a male bird off the top. So
Oh, we've
we're
already got
half
enough
there,
sources, yep, that's fine. Can we get one Kiri? No. Okay.
but not bad.
No, you've got a good set of choices. They've got
for
a Decker
sure,
in hand
for
already, so
sure
don't
you
need it.
take the Melbourne
Take the
because that's the only
Melbourne.
piece you're missing, and then the options are.
Do you want? Well, it depends. Do you want the second Z because I think he's got one in hand currently, or do you want the Decker? Because
I
personally
think you can
speaking,
stop for the Melbourne and the Decadron potentially.
yeah,
Yeah,
having access to extra draws is always good. To be fair,
yeah.
so
Exactly right. So we have a strong setup. Obviously, if there was a Kiriha, we would be in a better spot, but still pretty good. Like he still has another blazing he can play next turn to just set up if he wanted to. You know,
the opponent does now have at least 2 chicks in security though, so they just start whittling
he
down.
knows
a bit
there's
there.
6. He knows he's gone 15 cards through his deck near enough, and he's not seen a tamer. So the chance that he hits one off his next blazing is probably pretty high.
Should be pretty good, or it could
yeah.
be in
Could be
waiting
in
for us right now.
security.
Are we fit?
No,
No, just
do
jamming
see
beam on.
the jamming beam on.
Do they
Gauss
have so we can hand to play those? Is the question.
does have a Decker, so
They
that
do.
will be just 2 draws, one off the Decker, one off the Draco, to draw the Kiriha. It has a pretty heavy hand in terms of
What's going on? Yeah, it's.
what's going on. I'd imagine we'll just see the
Is it worth playing the Kira? That's the question now.
Kiriha here. Does want to get the second body off board. As we talk about every time blue flares on screen, you don't
That's
want to
it.
leave 2 bodies on board, it's too
You
dangerous.
want 17 bodies or you want 1 body? You don't want anywhere in between.
Yes, exactly.
Go to. Should you pop this now and go to 4? Or do you want to just keep it for next turn maybe? When you're at 3 though, it's a bit
Likely-
awkward for the player because there's always that chance that you could be taken down from here.
Certainly pop the boost here before, because you do want to get the attack on.
But they consider playing the Greyman is the question.
No, I think he's just looking to cross.
I'm thinking are they going to the Plasma or.
If you cross, you can just cross and attack over, but his opponent, of course, does have the memory tamer, so you do have to threaten a Metal Grey response.
Do you think we have the Metal Grey in hand as well?
No, I don't believe it does.
They've got the.
So he pop boost goes to 4, you will get an additional draw off the Draco. He does just opt for the Digicross of the Metal Grey, which will stun the Decker and he'll get a draw from Draco, which is nice.
Madoki maybe for next turn.
Decker is still rested, so you might forget about that now that it's upside down, but I'm sure they remembered. They're 3-0. I'm sure they know what's going on.
Sure what's going on, yeah.
We'll just check security. Decker is stunned, so it's not a big issue at the moment.
Do we just remember what happened last game and just go for the Zeke and hope for the best, or do we be cheeky and try and play everyone?
I like a blazing here. But you do have 2 bodies on board now, but
there you go. Go into the blazing.
You know, we've seen a lot of his deck, so should hit likely to hit Kirihara here if he doesn't.
You'd hope to think there's at least one in the next 6. Oh,
there's not.
No, that is unfortunate.
That is pretty unfortunate.
So what do we pick now? Do we go for another Decker into a Gauss maybe, or do we go for the? I'll probably pick the Metal Grey.
I think his hand.
I think he only had the one Metal Grey one.
I think.
And then does he also the Metal?
It's a pretty awkward hand. He has a lot of the.
He needs the other pieces.
He has a lot of the non-Metal Grey engine pieces. So.
If that Greymon was a turn up.
There's no tamer, right? So if this Metal Greymon gets dealt with, there's no save and the materials
they do disappear and they're a bit stuck then. Drawing the ice wall though, that would be quite useful. The opponent just to have a memory setter out there, so essentially pass for 1, putting it stuck for a turn. That's fairly likely.
Yeah, he does have a Decker Jump, so he can stun up the Metal Grey. Looks like he's just going to cross for the Decker using I believe that's a Cyber Launcher. Yes.
It's Cyber Launcher, yep.
So it will cost a 5. Yes.
5 years.
He will be able to put 1 under if he wants. He does opt for a Z to block it under. He will stun that. We do know there is a Sorai in the hand of Flower God. He could just play that, strip the sources, denies the armor.
It's going to go to 3 anyway, so I mean it's a pretty good idea.
You can just go with Gauss into Sorai. I like that play.
That's it. Just make sure your Gauss is there first.
Of course, a lot of the time the Sorai stun itself isn't going to last.
Draco, do we want to swing with it or should we just leave it for another turn, try and get more plays out of it?
I think you're
I
fine
still
to
think
leave
the Sorai is
it,
the correct play though.
You know the opponent's only got three cards in hand, so like the chance he has a full stack, not very likely.
True.
But,
so Sorai I think is the actual only play here.
I think Sorai's the play.
Keep it going. Cost 4, you take your opponent to 3 anyway, do it, strip the sources and then just sit there. They're stunned anyway, so that's why.
Denies a lot for sure, right?
Yes. There you go, all your sources just go now.
Very good pick, because these are key pieces, not part of your main engine, so there's no way to recur them, unlike the Metal Grey, where you can recur with either cross piece. You know, he's down to 3 cards now, right? And if he just plays a Greymon from hand, he passes turn.
Got a Blazing Member, it's probably one of the better draws you can get right now.
It is, even without the Kirihara, just the fact that you're advancing your game state and you're not putting anything on the board to get stunned, to enable the 2-in-play effects. I like just playing it, get your pieces that you need.
Yeah, you're going to search 6, you know, you get another Kira out, it's pretty good. If you get yourself another Greymon or Verdra, even better.
For the Metal Grey pieces for sure, right?
Obviously, you can put your opponent 2 memory, that way you might be a bit worried they go to 4.
He's going to go for the Cyber Launcher, which will bot deck the Dracomon.
There we go.
Just draw another Kirihara, when he played the Blazing first.
Yep.
I mean, he doesn't need it, but yes.
Check it straight into another Draco.
The Dracomon.
What were the other cards
Pretty
in hand?
weak hand. Yes, he does opt for the
go.
Blazing. The card was not.
That was not a Blazing Memory.
He did not let go of the card, so.
And there we go. Now it's Blazing.
Fine.
Okay. Good choice, although if they can take it back or not, that's neither here to say.
I believe
memory
the
wasn't
rule
paid,
is,
so
if the hand doesn't leave the card, it's fine, right?
same as chess, I believe. Yeah. What do we want here? Probably the machine. Yeah.
The Metal Grey and the. Is that a Mail Burden?
It was Melbourne's. We'll see in a second when he goes back to hand.
Yeah, everything he needs. Has the. It works,
Yeah,
so
was.
he does have the full cross for next turn. The Ice Wall should slow his opponent down.
The question is now, can you take out 5 security? Well, 4 and a check.
No
tamer, you can't go hybrid,
no.
so.
You can do 3 damage with the Zeke, potentially.
You do have access up to 6 memory though. We also have to remember those
Can
that
clear-
Ice Wars currently in play.
You can clear the stack with the bit convoluted, but you can do it. You can go Cyber Launch on top,
Yes.
Crash, Purge, Z, Stand, Swing Over, so you can out it that way.
Hello.
Of course, now we know that
Swing for that, so
has
it's extra
the
2.
pieces for the cross.
Oh, it's not what you want to see is the...
Not at all that very bad for the... Very bad that the Gauss didn't die, because now he's forced to leave 2 bodies on board, unless he just wants to crash the Metal Grey, which obviously was not in his
it's not a good choice.
plans at the start of the turn.
No, it's
Right? He
not.
wanted that free Greymon off the Gauss to search for pretty much anything. Right? He doesn't even have a tamer yet, so...
I mean, yeah, as you said before, maybe they could just go into the Plasma, Crash, try and do it that way. Go into
I
Z
think
still.
you're scared, right? But like, you should know this isn't too good, because you've got the Draco and Raisin, right, and then you have the 2 swings from the Metal Grey if you leave 2 bodies out. So even if you play Madokis, it doesn't actually matter, just because of how the restart works.
Yeah, they've essentially got game on board. They've got a Kira in the field. If they have a Kuma in hand, which I don't think they currently do, but they could draw into it. It's just it's game. I'm afraid.
You can you can make a blocker. That's your only
You can make a block.
chance, but it gets stunned because of the Mailbird inherit. When you swing with the Metal Grey, it gets stunned. So he does just opt to stun the Decker Grey, hoping he has enough guys on board. But we do see in that 4-card hand the 3 pieces for
We saw the 2 from the last
Metal
lazy.
Grey. So
Yes. So this is it's a fairly good hand to go into. Obviously, Ice Wars now finished its turn.
it's there's
Not too good.
Not too much that can save him outside of this. You can just opt for the cross first, just in case there's some Sparky stuns up all the blue flare cards. These are Madoki alive, so do rely on this Metal Grey living though, as we saw
Yes,
last game from Lamagods. It didn't live and that cost him the game. Same thing. I think he might be okay though. He does have to save, and we know he does have.
Does he have the second win in hand?
No, but he does have a Melbourne, meaning he can add the.
Back again, yes.
And then next turn, because he's stunned the whole board, so he's not in danger of dying from 3 here.
And do you really want to throw the only thing stopping your opponent getting the memory back from the memory boost? At this point, maybe you do, because there's not much else you can do.
I think you certainly swing the Draco here just to get that last check in, just in case, before any blocker comes around. We know he does have access to the blocker with the Z, but
It does.
as long as he has the Metal Greymon, he'll be able to stun that on attack with this board state. So I think your only route to, like looking at the hand, we've got what, 2 Kurihas and a Mailbird. The only really thing you can do is play the Mailbird and add back the Metal Grey for next turn, and hope that should be enough.
He's a bit stuck, yes. Obviously, with the source now currently underneath Kira, there's no tamer removal in this deck at all.
Yeah.
There's not really much else you can do if you're the opponent here.
Should be okay. Like the whole board stun, there's not really the aggression. I mean, even if you have like the full combo, there is a chance you can win, but we do see some Sorais on the side. So if you have Metal Grey plus Z, you do have exactly 5 memory. So even if there is a spark, you would be able to win with the Madoki here.
Yeah.
But of course, as we see, if that play would happen, the Metal Grey has to live a check.
It does.
It's the story of the mirror so far. The Metal Grey's dying,
Did you survive?
and
No.
it's losing the game.
I think
Yeah.
it's one of our 2 Kumas, I believe.
That's a
Yes, 2 Kumas in this deck.
that is
Oh.
a memory boost.
They are both.
There's 2
Blue
targets,
flare.
so we'll have to
Take
take
both?
both of them. Yes.
It's not the worst one, but obviously when you run non-engine, this is what
It's
happens.
pretty bad. No,
It's not the worst one. You can find a 0, but yes, obviously you'd want something much better. Maybe a Kira.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe one Kira. Like we've now gone
3 memory boosts.
18D plus now.
And there was not even any insecurity either. So
No security so far. I think there's one in his hand, and that's it. So
It's a-
these Kiras don't want to come out to play.
they're not even in hand.
It's back card.
So
No, not even in hand.
been,
Yeah.
Like about 30 plus cards, not seen one.
There's definitely been a good shuffling of the cards so far, but you'd think at this point you'd see one.
Yeah, there's not much. I don't think there's much you can do unless he has. After that Blazer Knight, it costs 5, so
It's just all they wrote. It's the question now. It's the
The only thing you can really do is,
Do you risk the Madoki for no reason, or just
I mean, the Madoki's not
die quietly next turn?
The Madoki's not helping. He knows he has Metal Grey, right? And he has the
he knows
sources under the Kiriha from the last Metal Grey.
He knows what's coming next turn. Yeah, there's nothing he can do about it.
See what he's just thinking, but I think it's what happens when you're on the edge of defeat. You know, you just start thinking, is there any possible way I can get back into
I
this?
can get out of this. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any way to get out of this.
I don't believe so.
No.
Pre-blazing there was a chance, but not now for sure.
You know, we can always do the fourth placing and see if we can just find that one Kira, right? Just for the sake of it.
Just for
You're going down, going to blaze of Kira.
going to blaze it. Oh, yep. Alright.
Go on, just do it. Just see if we can find that Kira, yeah?
So you would be able to bot deck the Mailbird and then stick it. Oh, no, you need the Cyber Launcher.
You would.
You could do it, but you wouldn't have a blocker then. So.
No.
This does work. So you can cross this, +4, and then with the effect you can put
Good
the
next for you.
Z Gundam. So you do have a blocker, but of course we know.
We know what's in hand, yeah, that's the issue.
Well, he knows what's in hand. He's added it back. The Metal Grey, so we will just get stunned up, and it will be enough.
4. And I believe that is all the room, so
Yes. Digicross with the Kiriha Tamer, and then we will just swing, stun the blocker, and that's all she wrote, as they say.
for Nigema, essentially a very simple 2-0. Unfortunately, Flamen got some good plays in the first game. Unfortunately, the second game was not on their side.
The BM swing. Accept it. And we'll see the
That's what she
friendly
wrote.
handshake, always good to see.
It is either a fist bump or a handshake. Almost haven't seen it in the games.
Similar tastes in their decks. What they
Yes,
like.
they had the same idea at least.
Blue flip. That's what he's probably flipping them over now. He's like, where am I?
How far are they down? They're all together. There's,
3,
they're pretty close together, yeah.
4 and about 10 cards, right? So we just saw the 30 that we didn't include them. So
The 10 cards that we didn't get to see were all apparently Kira.
yeah.
I don't know if we're going to get any of these on for the interview or not, so we'll let you know shortly.
Maybe just the winner. They're playing the same deck,
Well, it
right?
depends who wants to come in, I suppose. If it's only the winner wants to come in, it's fantastic. Don't need nice one with a chance to talk about their deck, especially with V-Mons, something different. I don't know if we've seen the January V-Mons in here. Normally a lot of it's more engine based, especially now with the deck has more engine itself, not having to borrow from everywhere else. And then EX4 comes out, it's got even more engine now.
It does. I'm certainly looking forward to some Kaizenale Superior Mode action in BT12. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, can't wait.
I do like bot decking for low 4 cost, playing a level 7. That turns off options is a good time.
Can't wait to just infinite chain all these cross-offs underneath it. I do believe that card has been officially released now on the Bandai Facebook and Twitter. So if any of those have not actually seen Superior Mode, you can actually go out and look at it. It does have the infinity symbol underneath, so if you can somehow play an infinite deck, you will get yourself the infinite
Highlander Crossheart.
Highlander Crossheart, yeah. Which I think is actually one of the few decks that can do it. Apparently we're going to have a joint effort here from the Blue Flare boys.
You want to take this one?
We'll definitely try.
Alright.
Right, if you give us a couple of minutes, guys, we'll have an interview.
Yeah.
I'll start that actually. More friendly. More friendly. Oh, the boys coming?
They're coming.
They're coming. The blue boys are coming. Pick a seat, you can have one or the other.
Oh god, I can't believe my partner was watching that embarrassment.
I'm going to try and get down a little bit, there we go. So we'll stop cross-shotting everyone.
No, fine.
They might like that.
They might like that, but Twitch might not.
Oh, true.
Hey, you're in the middle. So, it's not me, it's not Fenton, the way around. This is...
It's the
Lamb or Lamb?
Lamb.
Lamb and
Enigma.
Enigma, thank God. What's that like? Enigma?
Enigma, yes, it is.
So, Blue Flare mirror match, which is obviously our first mirror match of today, which is quite good. But obviously you've done very well so far today. So you play jamming VMons.
I do.
Which is very different.
It is.
Okay. Why?
I play it to, if I get lucky and actually get the tamer, obviously evolving it onto the Wanimon or whatever it's called, I swing in, it survives the security check, and I get the draw, meaning I can repeat that multiple times during the game. That's purely it, just a security protection.
So you've gone for more of a standard list we've seen with the Hammer Sparking as well, just in case, presumably for security checks, like, oh no, you've gone over to me, so this is my turn again. Obviously, most decks hit Kira in like 3 Blazing Ray boosts, but
That's the second time it's
unfortunately,
happened this tournament.
I have 3 in my hand.
I saw it on YouTube going off.
I feel I want to give one to him, you know, at that
Please,
point.
next time.
So you saw at the end, obviously, you're like, one player VMon showing each other off, and you were like, how far down were they? It's like, well, the last 10 cards of the deck you need to see. So, do you want to tell the audience, like, what you like about this deck and actually what why you came to here today with Blue Flare?
You go first.
I started not liking Blue Flare when it first came out because I thought
Stay that opinion. That opinion's good.
because I thought it was a control deck and I'm not fun with control decks. And then when they announced the mono blue for this tournament or mono colour for this tournament, I thought, oh, I'll find something. Found out it's quite an aggressive deck, and I thought, yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it.
With the Z Greymon very aggressive now.
Yes, the Z Greymon really changed it. I was hoping to win the second game. Was it the first game or whatever it was? When you had like 2 security left, I had the Zeeg in hand. But obviously I unfortunately hit Metal Greymon Cyber Launch and it killed my whole board, and I was like, brilliant. But no, I absolutely love the deck. It is really fun for the aggressive and the stunning as well, especially if they have blockers.
So me and Fenton thought, could have been wrong, that you actually had gaming game what was in your hand. Because you checked early with the Metal Grey to the Cyber Insecurity, that's what basically like, stopped the action from there.
Yeah.
So why do you like Blue Flare?
So, mostly for me, Blue Flare, I was not even maining that deck or anything, so what happened...
First time I played this deck, I just turned up today.
Yeah, so, well, Ultimate Cup, because I started practicing a bit early on, because I'm like a new player myself, I only started like BT11.
Oh, fair. Awesome. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, like I was getting used to Blue Flare, like I trained with it a bit, and I really liked the fact that this deck is able to, like the stun effect.
Yes.
I feel the stun effect is one of those things that can like save you.
You ever play Magic? I feel like you like Magic, or like Yu-Gi-Oh!
No, I'm
maybe.
not. I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh, but I stopped that long time ago.
So obviously no BT12 support as far as I'm aware, besides
So it's EX4, I think.
EX4. You get a lot of good stuff in Blue Flare. It becomes more aggressive, not so much a control deck then. So hopefully we'll see you maybe in June for some more.
Yeah, hopefully. Why not?
Right, go on, guys. Go give yourself a rest between the next
Thank
round.
you.
Yeah?
Cheers.
Go on.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Tamers. So, round 5 of the Ultimate Cup here at Walsall today. Possibility of only 7 rounds today, so only 3 left if you're watching. Unfortunately not. No, 8, sorry, and there's no top cut either.
No, there's not. Playing to one undefeated, and that person will be getting their Gallimon
Crowned
Crimson
champion.
Rose.
Yeah,
Very nice.
beautiful guy.
It is.
And also a old school, stupid last year winners card as well.
mode.
Paladin mode, which is terrible. It's still worth money. It's fine.
It's still worth money. So round 5 we have a Bloom Lord versus a Blue Flare. I know Blue Flare been on a lot
It's
today.
been
hasn't
quite a
it?
bit,
Yeah.
I mean,
we had a
it's-
mirror last round. It was on the round before. Popular deck.
Next
for
one we'll
this
get a
format,
Gallat match maybe. Get back in again.
very consistent. It's just very strong, very consistent.
very
Does
good.
what it does very well. But Bloom Lord is a deck that has a decent matchup. There is certain things you can do.
You can just be
have-
that one builder stack deck as well, so it's not as though you got to go stop wide. You can just go straight, and you can just
Yeah.
still do what you got to do. It's obviously not as effective. It's also a very controlling deck as well. A lot of people forget that Hydra and Nido in this deck. So if your opponent is swinging out or having to block, there is a good chance of just slowing them down as well. Put things back into the deck, which is also very
Exactly.
annoying for Blue Flare.
Yeah, exactly. When you take away those material saves, they lose resources, they lose pieces. You can grind them out of Hydra so they lose memory every time they attack. Obviously, you've got Cherrymon, which is Cherrymon plus Hydramon is the key combo you want to see in
It
this
is.
matchup. You can redirect the attacks whilst making them pay memory to attack. So if you can, and obviously we know Blue Flare doesn't really have board clear, does it? It just
No.
likes to leave stuff on board. So
They're
if you
trying
can
to stun lucky,
establish
that's
that,
about
if you can establish Cherrymon plus Hydra, that's the key to success outside of just going nuts with Bloom,
Yeah.
taking out a bunch of security and just smacking them down like that.
And
But
hopefully we'll see that today.
yes, on the Bloom Light side, the key thing to know is only playing one Cherrymon. So
Which is very unusual. To be fair, I do play either one or two depending on how I feel, but as you've said, in this matchup you definitely wanted more.
yes,
Side deck is good. Yeah.
no, it's not. I'm not sure if he's played Blue Flare today, but we'll see what happens.
This could be the first match. It could
Yeah,
be
looking
the.
at Mulligan's here, seeing what players are deciding, and he's just gonna.
I think you'll be Mulligan the first hand
Fury
this way, but you screw it down first, then took the second hand.
I think you are right, and that's not a strong start.
It's not a strong start. I don't think the hand is fairly good, but
Not a
obviously,
it's not even a blazing member either.
No.
So.
it's obviously nice to have access to a save target as well as having free memory next turn either way. Especially in a deck like this where it's going to give you not a lot on the first
A lot of
turn.
rookies for the Lunar player. Does have a decent enough hand, and he's just drawn the one Cherrymon that we were just talking about.
There we go.
Very important card in this matchup.
Do we have a power in hand is the question then?
We
do now.
Draws it off to Sunflower. I mean, sometimes you're just that good.
It's just so good. Can you imagine it's always here?
And
2
even
targets,
now,
even better.
he
There you
gets
go.
The 2 targets in the second pound
Second
one
pound
and the
one.
blue one.
Oh, this is definitely going the greens way at the moment.
For sure, I can't imagine a better start in this situation.
Well, we found the blazing now.
You see, he does have that new, very nice Kumamon.
If maybe the person will be kind enough to put it at the front so you can have a full image for you guys at home.
I'm sure we'll see it when it hits the board, if it hits the board.
If it's well, we do have
I
access to it now
imagine
at
it
least.
will. We do have the.
They are a bit I do think
He
probably
does have a blazing now. See,
blazing
this-
would be the best thing
Imagine
here.
if he had it last turn, it would have been so much
Would have been better, yeah.
So he does have the Cyber Launcher, and does he have a second Cyber Launcher? No, he
they
doesn't.
don't have the alt art.
So he can only bot deck the Palmon. Unfortunate. If he had both, he could have cleared the board and been pretty strong. But
Still not terrible. Obviously, reducing things is obviously
it's
good.
not bad, of course. No, it's still 6 cost 5 that bot decks. I mean, imagine if we had that back in the old days. 6 cost 5 that removes stuff on board.
Back in my day, you had to work for this.
We had Skull Greymon. That was close enough.
Yeah, it was close enough. Didn't think.
Nothing far better than Skull Greymon in a Ragnar against Megazoo back in the day.
Back in the day.
Yeah, so we'll play passing.
So back to
3
green
back
now.
over to the blue Lord.
What's the plan here? Are we just going to try and get up to? Do they have the Adger in hand?
I believe that was the cherry.
We've got the cherry. We could go with the cherry if we wanted to.
No, that is just the cherry and 2 blooms. He does have a Palmon though, so you can look for one.
You can. We did actually get that search. Swing.
Looks like he's just
swing
going
in
to try and
as
get
well.
some chip damage before it gets stunned.
Don't go,
Palmon
there you
will
go.
die.
We're going to try.
I think you probably want to just
Go to cherry now. No, Palmon first. Do a search so we can find anything better. Maybe that's better.
Agitar is better.
Ooh.
You cannot grab 2.
No, you cannot grab 2, but what do you want?
Only
Is the
grab
question here.
fairies, so Blue Lord is
It's not here. Unfortunately, it's in the current fairy.
safe.
we get to BT13, then the deck just changes. You do get access to more increase.
Yes, you
which
do
is-
get
which is good.
Lilamon and Yoshino Entertainment to play off with for free. Very nice.
As well as having Rosemont,
Yeah.
I think is also fair.
Yeah, this Palmon is going to be a green staple for a while, I think.
When they print one good card forever, it stays forever.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
It's
Agitan
good.
raising
There we go.
stuff on board. This is looking
To be good next turn.
very, very nice for the Luma player. Second Kumamon. I mean, they've not really...
Not what you want to see. They do have the blazing in hand
There's
still.
definitely not much you can do outside of just blazing memory boost here. Try and get some pieces to get this Metal Grey online next turn. A second Kiriha would be a nice hit actually with these Kumamons.
Would be. It's probably what they're hoping for now. Top six.
Ideally, you'd get some pieces and a second Kiriha.
So
There's
two
a
pieces at least. If you get one Kira here, no, we
It's
access some good
not
pieces.
bad,
No, got some.
it's okay. He might go for the. This is very awkward because like he obviously doesn't have a rookie, but then he needs
You could have done with one of them.
the metal
but-
grey pieces.
Yes.
Whereas like he's obviously the plan is to play this deck of like 5 off of the Mem Boost plus Kiriha, and then draw a bunch, and then stun the board off with the metal grey after.
That just sound like the plan.
He might be dead though.
I don't think he's dead, but I do think he's going to be fairly defenseless.
There's two Bloom Lords in hand and he just 2 Blossom, so
He could be dead.
he
right
might
now,
be.
to be
He very
fair.
much might be dead.
There's a slight chance he might be dead here.
Yeah. I think he'll be okay actually. I think he might.
Bloom Lord's going to swing for 2.
Looks like it will just put to 0 security, I think.
That's what I'm thinking. I think he's going to go for game. I do think it's just going to be.
Actually, with the Agitar, double Bloom will be 2 checks twice. Because you play
Yep,
that
and if
guy,
you can hit the Palman out there, yes.
and then
What's
do you
the
leave the
plan
Palmon up? Because you have the extra body to rest now, so you have the 2 swings from the 2 Bloom Lords and then the 1 swing from the Palmon. For game, you obviously vulnerable to that Shorai to stop the Palmon.
I think it just obviously depends on what's in security to see if you just stop or not. So
Yeah, so we do have a
Plasma
2
launcher?
Sorais and a Plasma Deca launcher which bounces anything in security, it's like Kikai's Breath. This Samadhi, which is very interesting to keep the Kiriha rested. Perhaps he doesn't want to risk going for game. I mean, he doesn't really need to, right?
No,
He's
don't
in a
need to. Take your time.
Pretty commanding position. Looks like he's just going to play slow, just eyeing up that Hydramon for just a. I feel like I'd like to go Bloom first.
I think Bloom is a better option here because you've
No,
got.
I think you can go Bloom and then end on a Hydra, right? You can Bloom.
You could.
Yeah.
I mean, if you could go for game, obviously you do the Palman out, so you
can't,
couldn't swing
yeah.
for game anymore. But you do gain back the memory.
Yeah,
you
he
get,
will gain 5 memory.
Of memory.
He will
Just a little bit of memory.
gain a memory off of the Zevo. Very nice. Agitar and the Sunflower will let him a draw as well. And he used it. So we're doing 3 checks with this Bloom.
Just the standard free
The
checks
standard.
at
Standard
18k. Is it?
It is
Very big flower.
16,
Or very sorry.
and I think you can just evolve to the Hydra,
Wipe the board, yeah. Just
bot deck the guy. Looks pretty good to me. You get your memory back, and then you can just even build a Cherrymon here with the extra memory you'll get.
we got level 4 in
Well,
hand,
for
right?
5 you gain the 3 back, and then you can go 1 cost and Cherry. So pretty good. Very clearly in the Bloom player's hands. I can't imagine a way this game
There we go.
can go the other way, I'm afraid, for the Blue Flare player. Just a case of,
Just check the board. Yes, there's a lot of suspended things here.
yeah, you definitely need the early game of your deck against Bloom for this deck, because you can't miss a beat, right? Bloom's
No.
like
Bloom
arguably
taking the 6 of Mark.
the
Gotta go.
fastest deck in terms of what it can do.
Especially in this tournament with its current rulings. There's no core boys. You're not
Yeah,
getting all this
exactly.
extra draw power. You're not getting extra memory.
The 3 Evos, like as we saw, like Bloom gained him a memory pretty much. Then so like
This is green doing green things, and I do think, if I remember correctly, Fenton doesn't like green doing green things.
no, I do not. I'm not a fan of the green colour myself. We've not seen a hidden potential yet, so
We know it's in there. As
I'm a lot
it's the deck
happier
was
than
split.
I would be otherwise.
Now, because the deck is quite pretty, do you think they're running the alt art, or do you think they're running the standard one?
I don't know.
Because
There's,
they've alt arted the Summer Santi.
yes, but we have mixture Palmons. There's pre-release ones and non-pre-release ones.
It's hard to get the previous one, right?
Look, I presume he has 1 HBD that's alt, so
Possibly. Maybe it's got
sure.
one
I'm sure
EP4
it'll be fine.
Palmer as well, right? Just to make the different rarities.
right. Nice. Spice of life.
As I say, that's it. You've got to show what you can do, right?
So the deck does stun the Hydra, but
Doesn't do a lot, really, to be fair.
no, it doesn't do that. He has Rush, so he can stun the Bloom Lord as well. But there's still 2 bodies. Oh wait, no, so he did Metal Grey, so he did stun the 2 little guys as well.
Okay.
He can stun up the whole board, but if there's just a way to rest this Deca Grey, which there will be with downloading that Pomimon, he might have to kill the Pomimon, but it would pass it to him, which would be bad.
I think they've realised now they're a bit stuck, and to be fair, I agree with that statement, you are a bit stuck. Being at 1 currently in this situation, especially against a board that's already...
Okay, so the little guys aren't stunned because he played the Deca and then took them out, but I thought he played the Deca.
No. Okay.
Rested Kumamon for 2.
Sure, okay, that's a play.
Practically a concession.
Yeah.
I think.
I think they were just trying to do something and didn't think what they could actually do.
I mean, there wasn't really anything he
No.
could do. He had, when you get this board state with Bloom, right, there's not much you can do to respond.
I could be wrong here, but is this only turn 3 for the Bloom player? As that's their only...
Nah, it's
Isn't that
4,
their second?
So we'll
Maybe?
just check the Melbourne, and then that will be game 1 to the Bloom Lord player.
Unfortunately for the blue flare player, though, they did have a very awkward opening hand.
That was
And
arguably terrible. I'll go as far to say terrible hand.
It was a terrible hand.
So,
The Bloom Lord drew into the Palmon, dropped the Palmon, got themselves a second Bloom Lord and another Palmon.
Yeah.
You can't ask for more really in this deck. Besides maybe your opponent just giving you the game and walking off.
well, outside HP, the only thing you can ask for.
True. Did they need it? Not particularly.
No.
This game was very...
You don't need it, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Get rid of
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Get rid of it.
As I've said before, in between this shuffling of cards, once green cards have slightly better costings, Bloom Lord exceptionally it's 4, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with removing HTP.
Doesn't make sense. Your logic's flawed.
I don't know. It's there somewhere.
If it's going to become a problem, just get rid of it now.
Well, look at BT13. No green decks winning in that deck.
That's not the point. It's the principle. Anyway, so game 2.
Game 2. I'd like to actually know who's going to go first, because that's the only thing I don't see from here, like who elects to go first.
I mean, I'm an advocate of I'm going second every game I play. I want to lose the dice roll.
To be fair, I do like the extra draw.
Maybe with Mulligan that changes a bit, but I call it 6th card magic for a reason.
Yeah, I agree.
Every time I break, every time I'm missing a rookie, that 6th card is that rookie. It happens more often than I'd like to admit, so
I do
I'm definitely
agree
an
that's-
advocate for going second.
Even as somebody who runs like maybe 10 to 11 rookies in their deck, I do also find the occasion of like, no rookies, how's this happen? And they're all in security, so it didn't matter either way.
Another mid hand at best. Actually, I'm going to say it's terrible. It's not mid, it's awful. And that's why he's Mulligan.
Oh. There you go. Unfortunately, that just needs to be mulliganed away because they weren't doing anything there.
Split shuffle. I just heard. It's happened to me and it's happened to other people, but when they're like mulligan a hand and they basically draw into these similar
hand, it's like, how'd this happen?
Yeah, that's happened to me. It's not.
I love when you get a hand and you look and you go, this is terrible, there's no way I can get anything worse, and you mulligan it and you bring it back, it's like, how did things get worse?
With the old one, that was the thing, because it's like, I put all these bad cards that I don't want to the bottom. Surely it can't get worse. Another...
Not as
the
bad?
It's not
No,
worse.
it's not as
Like,
bad.
you have the Mailbird into the 3 Kiriha, but like, give Bloom so much memory, like 4 memory, like, he has... That is a good hand.
That's a fantastic hand.
If he can hit a Bloom off the mem boost, I don't think it gets much better than that.
I don't want to say this now, but I do wonder if we'll be seeing Cameron maybe in round 7 if they keep getting hands like this.
I think so. It's a pretty good chance for
So
sure.
far, very consistently good at drawing cards.
Yeah.
Can't take that away from him.
I wish I was
Also, it's that good
so
too,
good with my draws, yeah. That's a very good, strong start. He's got members, so we could just see Agitar members here, look for the Bloom, and if he finds the Bloom, then
It could be...
good night, Vienna.
yes. There you go.
There we go, we've been proven up. You definitely just take the Hydra here. You still
Yeah,
have
just take the big boy.
Agitar into Hydra is still not a bad play, as we discussed earlier, right? But
No,
he's
I
only
totally
playing
agree.
one card to get rid of it. Sure, he's got it in hand, but that costs 7.
Got 7. I mean, as a Bloom Lord player who may have just took 7 to build that stack, that's not the worst back or forth, to be fair. Also got another turn now to bring it out. There's no Mimi available to do shenanigans. Also, there's no level 5 on the field for the Bloom Lord player. I do like the saturation of our cameras. The pink of... Is it Mumimon? Motimon is very pink, actually,
He
quite
is
like
very
him pink.
yeah.
And Temimon is very green, but like a nice lime green. Although the Hydra actually kind of pops.
So we could just see the Agitar into the. We can go off here. We do have the Sunflower monster. We can go Agitar, play a guy, evolve the Sunflower, play another guy, then Hydra.
I think that's the play.
Sure, it opens up the
Stun options, but
stun options, but
I'd risk it
if
to be
you've got a
fair.
Hydra, I don't think you can mind too much about the stun options. Like, your opponent's
Gonna go
losing
for
memory
Weed, I
every
think?
time.
Is that weed one's going to put down?
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to overextend too much and he still wants to keep his pieces.
I
So.
hear that. That makes sense to me.
With the memory tamer out, the extra body, I don't think you can get back memory that matters.
No.
So it could just be.
But they can also pop the memory boost as well if they need to.
It could just be a download into Hydrangle.
Yeah.
Bot deck likely the grey mod is the more important piece.
There we go. Just said. Thank you, Kai. Yeah, I did presume that the reason why the colours were a bit more colourful was, as Carl says, always make it more vibrant to see. Sometimes you can't see what the cards actually say due to the distance from the play cards themselves, but generally, as Digimon is a fairly visual card game, you can generally go like, oh, I know what that card is.
Yeah.
There we go. Pop the memory boost. Play another memory boost just to get the game
Do
going.
that play.
Now, do we want to get up?
That's
the power, right?
That gains, draws a card, I believe.
It is the
At the
VT.
start of the turn.
It is, yes.
Yeah, very.
A lot of people said
new
it's
edition.
a poopy card, but if you're on round
I haven't quite
5,
heard that description. But
I've heard something similar, the same as the Palmon 2. Not great cards, but if it's working for you, just let it roll.
so he didn't find the bloom, I believe it's looking for. He's just going to go for the Hydra. He will get the 1 back, so he'll still perfectly put him to
Probably
3.
keep with Kieran.
You definitely go with the Greymon here because it's the.
It's the one
You don't
wanna
mind
go
being stunned if they can't
No.
get the restand, right? So.
with. So it comes 3, put the sub on the deck. I think the blue players are a bit
So this
more.
is like the other route outside. So we saw last game when he had the bloom, he just did a bunch of checks, a load of damage, set up over a 2-turn kill. And now this play has been a much slower game, a much more
and this
attrition game.
This is the power of Bloom Lord. You have
that versatility in play
you
styles,
have
right?
the one line which goes, I just want to slap everything around. You've got this side which goes, I'm going to slow it down to my speed
Yeah.
now. And then you've got Nidhogg which just goes, blah, blah,
So
blah,
there's
blah.
a memory for the attack.
There we go. Checking a card. It's just a ball
Okay,
and a pommel.
and that means that this male bird might be getting bot decked again.
Yes, there's a good chance of this. As we spoke about before, they do have the access to the option card here.
Plasma Decker Launcher, which
Is it worth using for 7, put them at 5?
it
I think
costs
it is.
5 if you have 2 guys on board. So it'll only cost 5.
Oh, well, there you go, so bad then.
And it bounces a 6 or lower, so it will bounce the Hydra. Not bad.
So I presume it bounces the Hydra rather than but then again, you just put the Hydra out again.
That's not bad though, because there's no way. It's not a good way to get a second body out. You just have to hard play it and then play the Hydra and then do
I think you
that.
just draw another Agi.
It still gives him 5 unless you pop the boosters. He's not in a threat, right? You can just
No, he's in a
swing,
very good position. He still
you can
plays
just
slow.
swing the Blossom into the male bird and then just build another Agitar on the back, right?
So just try to see from the angle here. I think there's still free security on the Lunar side.
Does pop the boost.
They're not in a rush. The deck shouldn't be going down too much.
Veggie.
There we go, Veggie into this. Go to Agi. Do they have something else to go to?
I think it's just looking for
Oh, there
download
they
into Hydra, I presume. Similar to what basically the setup he had before, but
Did you
without
say,
the
yeah,
Agitar.
same
Without the
play,
Agitar,
say again?
yeah. Just denying the saves. He didn't want to give him the saves, right?
Nope.
So you can rest yourself
That's it.
and then he'll gain 1 back. Doesn't matter in this case, but he does deny the
Yeah, that's it.
pieces, which is
They did gain the memory, don't worry, you just went back to 3 anyway, so for those who are wondering why they gave him an extra memory, it's just because it goes
I
to 3.
think Daniel's laughing. His hand is clearly not good.
I was like, what the hell is this?
That's a lot of big guys.
It's a lot of big guys. And
Those
2
Kuma-
cute little bears.
Again, 2 Kumas again. They definitely love them.
They're playing the right Kumas though.
I mean, I don't think there's much to do here outside of.
If they really wanted, they could play 2 and swing with Kuma, but it's going to be low and slow, I think.
I think you have to play the deck and just hope you draw something good, right? I don't think.
Even just a rookie, because I don't consider rookies up to this point still.
You just need cards, like.
I mean, yeah, give me a memory boost. Just
Sure, you
see.
can play Decker Grey and stun, but like. That don't matter.
No. I mean, to be fair, Blue
he has a
hasn't
way
touched
to-
the other side yet, which obviously is its own thing.
If he has
But,
a way to arrest the Decker Grey, he's going to the bottom of the deck anyway.
just like you said,
Yeah, draw 3, try and get something going. That is. Oh my lord, he just drew 3 Tamers.
Perfect, right? It's exactly what we want to see in a deck where you're kind of begging for rookies right now. Or even of any of your level 4s.
He's not had a good time
No, it's...
this round on these draws.
I
Certainly
think
what
a lot
you
of people
don't
say
want.
this is the
We
Caster's
often-
Curse, right?
We often hail Blue Flare for its consistency
Yes.
and
It's majesticness, but unfortunately in this game it seems to be the Caster's Curse where Blue Flare
you
has...
can't get anything going. Yeah.
Can't get anything going.
No.
So what we at now? 2 and 2 for Blue Flare on the casting. Just help, you have to have a mirror match though.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
I count.
Okay.
Shiny, that one.
See
Not the EP4 one though. They're still fairly fresh. I don't think they're. Oh. I mean, what do you think you should go for here? Agi maybe.
Yeah, definitely. I think he might have one. I think so. If he
I
doesn't,
thought he
have,
did, but I'm not too
if he
sure.
doesn't have one, I presume he takes Agitai. If not,
Oh yeah, that was the front there, right there.
the Pomumon is a nice target as
It is.
well.
It's
It
suspended.
does set up for the easy access to the Hydramon with downloads. Obviously, he can't do it now because he's at 0, so he can't actually rest this Decker outside of
I mean, to be fair, they could have picked
another
the one up, so they
6.
could play things by effects. Obviously, we don't have access to Gauss, as you can see, so they're probably not concerned about that right now.
No.
But I think we can just have a slow swing into games.
Just gonna start checking away. It's
Oh.
alright. It's not the worst. Not
Just
the best.
done. If he takes the Sunflow stuff, we'll stun it, I think.
But it doesn't stun. It's just
Strips
stops.
his sources. Just
Yeah.
attack.
So if you evolve over, you can still attack. So
You want to get rid of the edgy stuff? Okay.
main thing about Sora, I think he just wants to be able to stun the. No, he does go for the Sunflower.
Okay. I was not expecting that one, to be fair. I suppose with the only one, the inheritable gain of merit start a turn, maybe they were concerned about.
Yeah, exactly.
maybe.
Like, it's the only one that does stun anything.
Okay, so these. Yeah, I suppose they are stunned because obviously they're going on to new sources. Well, can't swing or block.
Yeah.
Obviously, Palmer can't swing anyway because it's fresh. It's a fresh baby. Right. You're going to
still
swing with the
a
Blossom, you're going to go into. Do they
Fairly
have extra?
commander position. I'm a big fan of just playing up
Yeah, just
another
find more
Palmer.
stuff. Try and get yourself the blue lord.
Find the bloom. He's not found it yet.
There you go.
There's one. There it is. So you
So
can
you-
get bloom and
Actually, if you wanted to.
I believe that Agitar is a fairy actually.
I thought actually it was vegetation.
Oh no, I think you're right. I think it might be vegetation.
Not a lot of plants, but a lot of vegetation.
Yes.
So I would go, because Agi's already there. You don't really need it. Maybe you can go for the other Palmer if you
No,
want to.
you're right.
Maybe go for both.
Vegetation. You can take both. Very nice. Now we can go bloom lord.
You definitely can. Not on this turn, obviously, but next turn I would
Yes,
expect to see Blue
next
Lord
turn.
coming out and.
I expect to see a bloom lord into a likely game angle.
Yes, I don't think the opponent here has
there's a metal
4 swings.
grey. I don't think there's a metal grey either, so no triple quad stun. So if he swings to this, he will lose 1 memory, which is not the worst. It could be
No,
4.
definitely be some different. Yes,
Yeah.
takes one
It
out.
does just take the Sunflower out, and then he can Decker stun the Blossom to deny the Bloom Lord swing.
Yes.
I think that's the best thing you can really do. But now that you've swung,
He
you,
left himself open now, unfortunately.
you get bot decked.
Yes.
So in that case, it might be better to. We do see he has 2 cyber launchers, I believe. So you can evolve to 1, place the other under, and.
Got Decker as well, so you can maybe go Decker Grey one if you want to. Does he have access to anything else?
It's just the
Got
1
Cyber
cyber
Launcher.
launcher. It's just the 1 cyber launcher, but not much you can really do.
No,
I
you're in a
don't
fairly bad
think.
position here. Unfortunately, you've had
I think you
bad
have
hand.
to. You just don't have the pieces, right? I think you have to just.
You do have time, maybe, to try and get out soon with that blue blazing memory boost, but
You thinking just play the blazing?
I think play the blazing and hope for the best, maybe.
I don't think you're living, but
I think they're stuck either way, so I think
they
it's best
are.
to just.
Like, yeah,
No, okay, you're going for the Decker.
yeah.
Are you sucking in that Decker? They definitely are.
So this way, he doesn't get bot decked, which is good. You can stun the Blossom, hopefully, the best target. Turns off the Bloom Lord potential. We'll see what he decides to stun. I haven't seen any indication or pointing at anything.
No, I haven't.
Oh, so he's going to stick
blocker as
Z-Gunner,
well.
so he has a blocker as
Good
well.
choice. I actually agree with the statement.
You don't really want to block.
You don't want to blast the issue, but I
If
agree
you
with
block,
doing
you're
it.
getting bot decked.
Yeah.
He does decide to stun the Hydra, I believe.
Fair enough.
So not my personal choice. I would
No.
have gone for the Bloom for
I would-
sure.
I would have gone for
the
the
Blossom
Blossom
for
as well.
sure, because
We're expecting the bloom coming next turn.
yeah,
makes sense.
you've just seen him search it and yeah.
See, I'd be more concerned about having the Bloom slap me for like free next turn. But I've had a Mimi now as well, so we can do some shenanigans if we have the memory for it, which we currently don't. I don't think we can. So unfortunately, Weed one can't be Digiburst in this deck.
They just draw Blossom, which is nice. It would be able to help set up the Bloom. Unfortunately, he's only at 2 memory now, so he cannot gain the...
There we go.
Does download, is that second Bloom he just drew? It is, so that is potential game on board.
I think there's a good chance here.
Outside of the...
You can
one
suspect
Ice Wall or one Sorai. We've already seen...
See one Sora already?
Yeah, so there's only one more, so you could just go for double Bloom here. Is that enough memory for double Bloom?
So you can get one out at least. I'm not sure if you get the second one out though.
You need 2. No, okay, so you can't quite double Bloom. The Palmer would have to win.
Okay.
Live, sorry.
I'm a bit confused with
He's
this.
cycling.
Yeah.
It's fine. I mean, he's like...
They are the winning currently here. There's a chance that they can just do what they want to do. Swing it in. Explodey.
So I think he was wanting that to live so he could get the Bloom value for... So if that lived, then he could do the double Bloom.
Yeah, go block.
Does
Are they
have-
sure? No, they go through.
Does look like it.
Gauss, they survive. Flipped it over for some reason. Their choice. You don't really want to swing with this Digimon.
He did just draw another the third
Oh.
Hydra, I believe. It's
Alright.
all 3 Hydras, and that is bot decking that Z Greymon.
Yeah, I was not expecting
Deca
that to be
Greymon,
honest.
sorry.
Yeah.
So we've found all 3 Hydras this game. And this is
one
what I
Bloom.
was saying, right? You have the Bloom side where you just
Just
smack,
go
smack,
crazy.
smack, smack, or with the Hydra where you just control.
And to be
What a
fair,
deck.
this has been the perfect feature match to show you what this deck can do.
Yeah.
We had game 1 where it was
Game one,
as aggressive as
we saw
possible,
the
and
Bloom
game 2,
sides where
let's
you
slow it
just
down.
Smack the security, and we saw the Hydra focus in the second
Now,
game.
can we get a Nidhogg out as well? Just
No.
to make, you know,
No need for that.
it's just showing off. Come on.
Like that shows the versatility of the deck, right? You have you have the super strong, fast, cheap Evo stacks into these 2 different boss monsters that could give you different stuff entirely.
That's what we hear from people. They go like, "Why do you want to run these 2 different cards?" It's like because you essentially have 2 different decks in this deck, and as you've seen from this feature match, it's very good at both.
Well, they're perfect synergy, right? In terms of
What they want to do, yeah.
yeah.
Now, I do believe that
Aggression
they're
is different.
pretty
Just-
naked on the field, so they do have a chance of just getting taken out now. As I don't think they're stunned anymore.
No, he's just played a boosting path, so he just he just didn't have the pieces.
So I'm hoping, I'm just going to hope now they've got maybe a Sorai in security, stop one of them from attacking.
That
There is
wouldn't
4 on
be
the field
enough.
though.
That would not be enough. It will just there's nothing in security that can save here, so it should just be swing, swing, swing.
Memory boosts,
That will
unfortunately.
be
Swing again, what have we got now?
game, set, and
Kira,
match
and that's
to
it.
Cameron on the Bloom. He will be 5-0. We might see him again,
Later on,
maybe
or
round 7.
maybe they can come in now and have a quick chat about how amazing Bloom Lord is. Because, they had free hand of as well.
All the Blooms, he didn't even need it.
Didn't even need it, just showing off now.
Showing off the alt arts, but yeah, so
Someone in chat can say it, I'm not going to say it, but you know what this is.
I don't know what it is.
I'm not saying it.
Alright, we'll let chat see if they.
Twitch
they know-
can't,
they know
Twitch
what
can't get me if I don't say anything.
They know what you're talking about.
They should know what I'm talking about when it comes to the alt art for Hydra.
Oh, okay, yes.
I do like the alt arts for the Argos
I
though.
wish they were textured.
No, they're not.
No, they're not. I wish they were.
But they're not. Yes, I wish they were. They did. Not so shiny.
Times are tough.
Times
Okay, cost of living crisis.
Just in process.
Can't
No
protect
hollows for my commons in
Can't protect-
BT12. How dare they?
Can't put textures, can't.
Roshi knows.
There you go.
Roshi knows. I don't have to say it. I don't get in trouble. Is the Blue Law playing now saying how the Blue Flare player had to play? Maybe I don't know what's going on. Yeah, if you just played a rookie, it's like yeah, I was trying. We'll see if we can get either of these guys out here for a quick interview. But, no, I think the Blue Law player played the deck as best as that deck can ever go. Obviously, unfortunately, though, for the Blue Flare just wasn't the day for it.
Weak hands, yeah.
Weak hands, both
even with
games.
the mulligan, it was just
2 weak mulligans, 2
not
weak
enough.
hands.
Like, did we even open a rookie that set? I don't know.
Not in that
I
game,
don't
no.
think so.
That game was So yeah, we do get to have the winner on in a second. Would you like to do this one, Mr. Fenton, or do you want me to?
Yeah, I'll take this one, I think.
Well, I'll move over then, so you can have Cameron to yourself then.
Here shortly with the winner of that round, Cameron. 5-0 now on the Bloom Lord. 2 rounds left, so we might be seeing him back on the feature match for round 7. Likely to be the last round outside of any weird ties.
I'll put you in a second. You'll see when I come.
Oh my gosh, I'm on natural on camera on time.
It's not on you.
There we go. We are here with Cameron, winner of that round. So 5-0 now, going strong. 2 rounds left. Could be close to taking it all. What do you think of the Blue Flare versus Bloom Lord matchup? Because it seemed like you know what you were doing there.
Yeah, so Blue Flare always gets me nervous because of the stun. They're going to stun my boys aren't going to be able to attack, they're not going to be able to do their thing. So the key for me whenever I play Bloom is to always bot deck. Don't go for the Bloom, don't go through them, go for Hydra and bot deck.
Well, we saw
100%.
that. Across both games, we saw both the styles of your deck, right? The first game you had the Bloom Lords out, you were doing the checks, you were being very aggressive, whereas the second game we saw a much slower approach. Like you had the chance to go into Bloom Lord and do some checks, but instead you opted for the Hydra, start bot decking the male bird, the Greymon, just deny those pieces, and then you just slowly won through that war of attrition. Obviously we saw his hand was very good in terms of what he had. He was missing no rookies, like barely any pieces. But of course, toughest matchup of the day so far.
My toughest matchup?
Any
To be fair, round 1 was probably my toughest. I versed a Mervamon deck, and obviously,
Big fan.
I remember
I'm a
you
big
were
fan.
purple. Yeah, Mervamon obviously retaliating blockers is a nightmare, especially when
Yeah.
they get out more than one at once. So I managed to get lucky with that. To be honest, full credit to the other chap. There was
was it?
nothing.
When you say lucky, are we talking hidden potential?
No, that one cost
Okay.
option in my security.
Ah, somebody sounds.
Yep, suspending their boy so they couldn't go for game, which led me to go for game next turn. But other than that, it's been really good matchups, but what I find with Bloom is it's just I can build quick.
Yeah,
I can build
that's-
quick. I don't need to attack straight away. If I can attack, fantastic, but control the board with Hydra for days.
That's what I was saying on stream. So we're talking about Bloom in general, and it's just such a versatile deck. Like you have the Chi Beavers that Green can provide with the downloads, and then you have this contrast between aggression with Bloom and defense with Hydra. And obviously, you talking about the Blue Flare matchup, like, and I was saying one of the key locks you can do is the Cherrymon plus Hydra lock. When you set that up, why are you only playing one Cherry in terms of that? It's just
So
you didn't think you needed any more, or the Hydra's good enough, or
what I find is with the Cherrymon, early game Cherrymon's fantastic. So I versed Allforce earlier on and went into Cherrymon turn 2 because I sort of had one of those hands that I couldn't quite develop on. So Cherrymon, sit behind Cherrymon, great, but I find late game most players have outs a lot quicker. They're going to go into their biggest cards that are just going to delete my Cherrymon. Whereas if I can get out, the key is to get out double Hydra, then game's going very well, which I've managed to do a couple of times today. So.
fine. Anything you're not wanting to face in the last 2 rounds? Anything you think could give you some trouble?
My worst nightmare is Wargrey, Black Wargrey.
Black Wargrey?
Yeah, but
I think it must be a little bit harder with. Obviously, the deck's a lot slower after the ban list, but the old Greymon X stops the Hydra bot deck, so you only have
Exactly.
the option to Pomimon, rest it, and swing over. Right?
Exactly.
So
I have to go through
it does make it a lot harder. Yeah.
But other than that, I would say Greymon's the one deck that
I think there's a couple of Black Ball players relatively
I've seen a
high
few.
up,
Yeah.
so I think.
I've been watching.
Let's hope you can dodge those, and then hopefully we will see you back on for round 7.
Yeah.
And hopefully you'll be able to take the whole thing.
Yeah, fingers
So
crossed.
cheers for the review. Good luck. Enjoy your little break now. And,
Yeah. Thank you so much.
relax.
Hello Tamers, welcome back to round 6 of the hopefully 7-round tournament. And I've said that, Caster's Curse, here for like 9-10 rounds now. Looking forward to this?
Yeah, it should be interesting. I don't believe
don't
we've
know.
had either of these players on stream.
No, we're not.
We did get handed deck lists, but
for different people.
that was for different people, I believe. So, we don't know what they're playing, so we are...
We know when you know, and you know exactly when we know.
Exactly. So it should be exciting.
This should be
see
good.
now. Players are getting ready.
I'm loving a corpse heaps bling though. It's nice to see someone not scared to damage their cards.
No, a lot of bling,
I do like the. I hope that's a memory marker. Weird, like Cthulhu looking thing.
Yeah.
So.
I believe they
Bradley
are
and corpse heap. Yeah, so good luck to these tamers.
shuffling.
The dice look familiar though.
I
Don't think it's the same people. I think it's just the
I
dice.
don't think I looked at the dice, really. Doesn't sound like an interesting cut
that's a very
method
interesting
there.
cut indeed.
I'm normally a bit of a minimalist myself.
I think I just saw some greens. That might be another Bloom Lord.
Only a half and what's your cut? What's your go-to cut?
Half of the one to the bottom normally. Just a gentlemanish cut. So it's a bit similar to.
Normally I just do a 5 from the top to the bottom, no cut. So we do see a bloom. So
Bloom.
2 undefeated blooms out of the 2 EXO tables.
It's. I think people do expect to see Bloom as top, as we saw from the last game. It's very good at both control and aggro, which is something not a lot of decks can currently say. Blue Flare also quite good at both control and aggro, but obviously in the last game, Fate was not with the Blue Flare
So
player.
Bloom definitely, I'd say the best performing deck so far from what we've seen on stream and just what we know from the
What's currently going
Final
on?
Four, we do know that the other table is Digimon versus Bloom as well. Cameron, who we just showcased last round, is playing on that table at the moment.
And if you've been a fan of the OPE from last year, you may know the person Lord Halifax will be around here, maybe for round 7.
Hopefully so. I wouldn't mind seeing some Machine Drum.
I do like Machine Drum. It's very awkward because I want to see Machine Drum, but also good luck to Cameron. So I suppose we'll see what happens next round.
Oh, Old Force versus Bloom.
Is this?
Very
It
nice.
is all for us. Yeah, let's go for it. This is a bit more friendly to the player than the last one we saw.
Yeah, let's see if we can actually draw with Old Force this time.
It does help.
Yeah, so we do see the BT11 pound one that you were talking about last round, you know?
Yes, it's draw I think on the start turn.
Yes, draw one.
A lot of people have said like this card as well as the weed is not very
It's
good.
just
I like them, but I don't put my own deck, but I do like the idea of them.
the blue, the 3-star blue is pretty contested today. There's a lot of good cards in there. So.
There is. Bloom
This
Lords
is
just have
turn 1 Mimi's very good in this sort of situation where you know your opponent's likely going to give you the full
memory to
3,
destroy,
even
yes.
they're going to put you to 1 most likely with an Evo. So the only way the Old Force deck really gets around that is 2-cost tie into 3-cost 5. So very nice timing on the Mimi. I don't think you're really going to get a better one.
No, perfectly played.
And if he does get to a 5 here, he can actually play around
Head
the
Judge is
Old
now
Force
giving us
quite
the newest update.
well. We do have the deck list now. So very similar build to the Old Force we saw earlier with the 1 Mirage, and we do have a full
They are
set
playing
of...
the Grandel though, so that's something different compared to last one. The last deck was more of a working on itself, and this was more of a beat up your opponent kind of deck.
Yes, we do have 2 Grand El Sol and 2 Samadhi Santi, so a lot of few security bombs out of the Bloom Lords, which
It
you don't
can
often see,
be surprising.
Right? Yeah. We do see he's only playing 1 Mimi, and he was skilled enough to draw it.
That's the odd thing. You normally see like 2 to 3 of these in most blooms. I do want to see it more often than not, and especially since you can continually use that effect if you've got the level 5 or higher on the field, and they'd like to do that if they
We
can.
do see the Vmon come down, can grab the tie and the Digimon, which is pretty nice. Of course, he passed it back now, so we do have the Agitator on board. Didn't get answered, which is crucial because now he can
Do a lot of
almost.
shenanigans.
It was a potentially punishable play, but
Do we have the hand for it? Though, is the
now we
question
can
here.
raise and we have an extra body to gain memory of.
I don't think we have a searcher, which is still fine. We do have access to the Hydra in hand.
We do also have a mem boost, so potentially you're in a similar spot where you know the Old Force.
We'll
You know,
play down here,
you know
level
your Agitator
4.
can't be bounced at the moment.
Do the Digimon maybe? This is a 3,000, right? It is.
Yep, it's a 3k, and then starting turn you gain a memory.
They just go straight up into the Agi though now, just to just.
You could just go to
They
Hydra.
could also bring out the Pommy too if they want to. Have 3 bodies in the field. Do they exactly do that then? I don't know if they can hear us. I hope they can't.
This Pomemon doesn't do really anything against the old
No,
force.
but if you can suspend it though, it just help into other players.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, he's not playing the Leomon engine, as we've seen a lot of players drop in this Ultimate Cup format, just to do there's a lot of removal that's not deletion based, as we see from Bloomlord, or getting stunned by Blue Flare, whereas
sometimes they
normal
just
format, is pretty good against Black War. It was really good at the time. So
a lot of decks that do want to delete things, obviously, it's great for them. Oh no, you got rid of me, now I'm back.
but we could just see there's not a good way to rest outside of the Samadhi here. So even if he does Hydra, he wouldn't be able to bot deck the Vmon here. We could just see a Man Boost to go at 1, but then he would lose the Agitar stack, though he does have a second one.
It's not the worst thing in the world. He's going to suspend.
Looks like he might just go for the Samadhi just to get the Hydramon on board.
Yeah, I see it working. Makes sense to me.
Hydramon very good against Old Force because both the 5s normally you want them rested before you go into Old Force, right? So
that you do.
There's a chance that you could make it so they pass turn when they go to do that. So for example, this era of Digimon, you rest it, you build top 3 for a Tamer. If you put the Hydramon out, they're going to have to pay extra memory to do that, right? Or if the other one,
anyway.
The other one, they swing, they lose memory when they check security. So I'd imagine we will just see the Hydramon, and you can rest the Vegemon if you wanted to just to gain a memory back, but I'm not sure that's too worth it. I think you want the Veggie alive.
I think that's the plan for now, anyway.
I think you just bot deck the Vmon, you give him 3, and then your Hydra's online. Obviously, he's got no Tamers out, so it's going to be like almost
a lot slower
impossible
for the
for him
opponent,
to
yes.
bounce the Hydra. So end of turn, he will actually choke at 1 because he did gain 1 off the Agitar.
You just draw the Grand Soul as well, so
He did just draw the Ren so
not necessarily needs it right now, but obviously if the opponent is able to go to
so
level
he will
6.
bot deck and he will gain the 2 memory back to choke the Ren level 1, I believe. Maybe I think he might have already did it.
Maybe.
Well,
He's got Kuru in hand, but obviously no Tamers, so can't bring
oh,
down.
sorry, no. Hydra gains the memory when you get rested, right?
Yes.
It's already rested off somebody, so that's fine in that way. Yeah, so as I said, if he does go to do this error V, it would pass turn. Also, if he swings, attempts to clear one of these stacks first, it also does pass turn.
I feel like they're probably going to swing into it, but that's probably a fool's errand at this point. You want to kind of keep this around.
So he will
You'll swing into it anyway, okay?
Yeah, he will lose the 2 memory, and that will pass turn. And that also means that this stack will be getting bot decked.
It will be indeed, unfortunately, for the All-Force player. So go to 3, unsuspend, get your memory, and then get your memory at the start of the Veggie as well? Yes.
Yeah, and 1 out from Argo as well, so he went up to 5 off this.
So-
We know he has the Agitar as well, so he could, depending on his hand, he could.
They are lacking the next level 6, so that's the only issue they have.
He does have the
Memory boost is there.
2
Oh,
memory boosts.
the other 2 memories and 2
we
Grand
can
Souls.
do-
Oh, is that a pirate hat?
That is a pirate hat, I think.
Oh, yeah.
He could swing at Security, but it looks like he's just
Swinging
going to
into
clear the
it?
stack. I do like just playing 2 memory boosts here.
I think that's a good idea too. You're going to put them at 1. There's not much they can do about that either way. They're not going to gain any memory back.
Yeah.
I think you just essentially whittle them down. Next turn, you get the extra.
Because you want to find rookie.
9 memory?
You want to find the rookie because then you can
Unfortunately, not though.
bring out
Although
Wamimi, but although we didn't find
maybe you want to grab the Blossom here. Maybe go to 1.
Yeah. Yep, that does sound that does look pretty good.
Try and get the extra draw, and then
I think
maybe
you could just go download the Blossom plus play another rookie, right? That seems good.
just sound like the plan.
I think you would gain the memory actually from the Agitar, so which means you could mem boost and keep turn, and then hopefully
See what they can do.
get a 1 cost Eve off the Evolve. That'd be pretty greedy, but Agitar just itself is nice here, right? You just evolve the Agitar, but he's gonna go for the
1 cost is to suspend himself.
Blossom, gain memory off the Agitar. We do see the Sunflower.
Unfortunately, no level 3 to contact currently.
Could just drop it,
Could do.
or he could just play the second boost, look for
I think it's a
3,
slightly
and
best.
then try and just build in the back.
1, 2. There's a Bloom Lord finally.
Do see a Palmon finally, and you know,
Part of me's like, I want to go for the Bloom Lord, but Power might be best here. Don't do that one. Well, I suppose they
that's
can move it
fine,
out,
'cause
right?
If you move it out,
Move it
then
out,
you
right?
just
Are they just going to
leave it on board.
digivolve?
Get the extra draw next turn.
Well, are they
right?
going to leave it on board or are they going to turn it into a Sunflow is the question.
I think you're fine to leave it on board. You can just
Second
Samadhi.
Sunflow.
If you want, you can just Samadhi, leave him on 1, right? Like,
Yeah, it's in hand, right? So they can do that.
Yeah, he has that second one then.
What do they do? All cost 2. 2. They're not. Yeah, I think we'll go for the
I
sunflower.
was just going to go for the sunflower instead. Just
As a greedy person myself, I'm definitely going to go try and go for more sunflower stuff.
And then he can use the. Oh, he just
Look
drew, he
at
did draw
that.
into another
Look at
power mod,
that.
so he will be doing that anyway.
There we go.
So there is 4 bodies on board.
When the greed pays off, right?
5 security next turn with the Mimi. If we can see a Bloom Lord, very likely to be game. Of course,
That's it now, just get it out and
doesn't really have any security options.
No.
Outside of
the blue
Ice
player is
Wall,
running
but
Ice Wall
I
and
don't think
Hammer
Ice Wall
Sparks.
security saves him. If he played it from hand, it might do. But
Might do, but I don't think it's in hand either.
he's just going to build in the back here.
There we go. Then go to 3. Start a turn,
so
gain
it's-
an absolute ton of memory now.
Security, yeah, he's going to be going to
Game 5, I think go 5, I think.
good 5 again.
And then
Yeah.
draw another card.
Yep. And he has 2 memories, so effectively 9 memory here. So if he can just find a Bloom Lord, it should be enough to.
If they can find a
the
Blue Blood
game.
now, it's just a laugh and a tickle away. Not much else they can do.
Sure.
Oh, careful, Blue Blood. Awesome one. Now, unfortunately, we don't have any searchers. I think they drew a searcher, though they did just draw 2
That's
cards.
fine. I think we've got a lot of.
Oh, we can just, keep drawing cards.
A lot of draw, I'm sure. We've gone through a lot of the deck, right?
Now we have a
Speaking
Searcher.
of Searcher, we think we found one.
You've got the memory to play and have fun, so just do what you need to do. I can swing first, okay?
Yep. There's one of
Oh,
course.
alt art as well.
So we do have the Agitar, so we can play that and then go into, off the Palmon. We can play the Palmon off the Agitar if we wanted to.
Yeah, that's something they could do.
Rest something.
I mean, to be
gain
fair,
a
that
memory,
might be the
draw
best
one
play.
off-
It's going to cost 3 either way, so
You
maybe
can also
just...
draw one off the Sunflower, right? So it's effectively.
Yeah.
You dig 2 extra 2 cards to try and find it, so. Pretty good. You can also Sunflower off the
They're running
Palmon.
4, I believe, of Blue Ball Crit. No, only 3.
No, only 3 Bloom Lords.
And no Nidhogg.
He's
3
not
and
scared
3.
of the mirror.
Apparently not. Apparently the mirror is just a joke to them. I suppose at round 6, if you're, of course, know what's going on compared to everyone else.
Exactly. He's not EXO. He's EXO for a reason.
He's extra for a reason.
Yeah. So Palmon will come down. We'll be able to search top 4, find that Bloom Lord.
No, I think this is a very good showing again of what Green can do when it's left unanswered, really.
Exactly right. I mean, All
Searching,
Force
what else we got
isn't
here?
a very.
Got another Hydra.
All Force isn't the most interactive deck in terms of,
Not straight away. It's,
especially before you get your stack. So you kind of need everything online for All Force for it to
do.
really.
once
show
it's
what
there,
it
though,
can
it's
do,
it's
and-
very powerful, but unfortunately, it's stuck in the...
And Hydramon
Rookie
does
area.
can put you in some awkward situations, as we saw earlier, where he gets forced to pass turn.
Draw for Digivolving, is this what you need is the question. It's the
It
Bloom
is,
Lord,
it's the Bloom.
so
We'll rest it to play
itself,
a guy.
maybe a Pamu. Pamu is the suspendy one.
Yeah, that is the
That's
one where you
suspendy one.
suspend it, you rest on your opponents. The Bloom will swing for 3 damage, and then you have the Agitar and the Mimi, so that would be game in that case. I think I would likely go for it, right? You know,
You've got the memory in the back if you need to go for it. I mean, you might as
there's
well
not
just...
much in All Force that you should be afraid of outside of, like, a lot of lists I see don't have space to spark.
say-
He's managed to find 2.
Hammer Spark is essentially the only thing you need to be worried about right
He is
now, and I wouldn't
attacking.
be worried at all. You've got enough memory push at the back to counteract that.
Yeah, I think he's safe to just go into Bloom Lord. You can use it on the Agitar to get an extra memory. Do 3 checks with the rest of the guys you have.
And then yes, just go straight on top of the edge.
Go straight to Bloom Lord. You can see it's going to gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 memory.
Very quick dispensing.
Yep. So 5 memory back with the other Agitar Inherit on this stack.
I was like, we just start the turn over again.
It is.
Drew the other cheeky Palmon again.
3 checks with this Bloom Lord at 16k, I believe.
The opponent means took its last 3 cards.
Nope.
Orphos.
Does you see a
Gain 2
spark?
memory. And
Matt and Sora,
tames
and then
the
we will
field
see Blossoms
for game. There we go, not so bad.
That's game 1 to Bloom
That's
Lord.
game 1 to Bloom Lord. Very good showing again from a Bloom Lord player. Fortunately, All Force is a bit more of a hopes and dreams kind of deck with the current stats.
It just
Well,
has
it's in.
some bad interactions with the Bloom Lord, like the Hydramon gets around evade, the
Piercing
we
helps.
saw the Hydramon also stopped him from actually getting into a 6 because he had to pass turn with the 5s.
Yep.
And then we also saw...
Also, I think that's the best opening hand either, so it's also
No,
does slow
of
him down a
course,
bit.
right. But I mean, that's the thing with All Force, it's hard to find the optimal hands. You have different search engines that work for Tamers and Digimon, so sometimes you're always missing half of what you need. I found whenever I played the deck, that's what I normally found. It's like you'd have the 5s, you'd have the 5s to Tamers and no All Force, or you'd have like the All Force and no Tamers, right? So you'd always be
You're always
stuck
missing one
between-
key piece at
you're
least.
always missing half the the piece, which is why it's like
Unfortunately, you need to have 8 out of 12 pieces.
when you have
It's
everything going, it looks unstoppable.
best deck in the
almost.
room, but
Right.
unfortunately,
Once,
it's,
if you can't find your pieces, you're definitely struggling in that regard. And,
it's definitely a
we saw it that
home
game. Yeah, so we'll be going to game 2. We'll see if the All-Force can claw a game back, or will just be a back-to-back 2-0 for the Bloom Lord.
I mean, is it going to be a Bloom or Mirror for the final? Is the question now then, if that's the case.
Maybe.
We saw a fantastic showing from Cameron in the last one. Machine One has a fairly okay matchup into Bloom Lord though, so I suppose we will see what happens in about 35 to 40 minutes. But and they say who's going first.
Shuffling up. Just going for
I don't
the...
think that weird shuffle helped last time. I don't think you should do it again, personally. But I think
At
you kind of
first,
have to.
if at first you don't succeed,
Try and try
you
again,
try
right?
and try again, yeah. So,
So is Corpse going first, or is Brad going first? Is the question now.
he has
That's an okay
a
hand.
pretty good hand with a Membrist. I would be
Yeah, the memory just make it much
snatching it
better.
up. Also, Samadhi against All Force is extremely strong because Samadhi just says you can't be able to spend it. It's not like old things like Puppet Mon or whatever where it just says you can't be able to spend it during reboot phase. So, like, you can't really stand no matter what. You can play as many tames as you want. All Force is not really standing.
No, all
So
forces look at you a bit confused, but it's so it is.
We'll go into game 2. I imagine the All Force player will go second. You want more cards.
Having access to the extra drawer is ridiculously good sometimes.
You
Your
see
big
his
hand, I
one
just
off
see-
Mirage there. It looks like he did mulligan as he hasn't, as he's doing a security. He's not really looked at his hand.
No, I presume they had mulligan, but with the just grab that they had, we've been confirmed that they did mulligan. But yes, with the obviously grabbing the 5 cards and throwing down security, we would have presumed himself that they've also had to mulligan, and that's not fantastic.
No. I think maybe he didn't mulligan, but because he set security down, it was late.
So Carl, our very good, I suppose technical manager here, has confirmed that they did mulligan. But as we did say, having access to the memory boost did make this hand a lot better, and
Yep.
there's your
We
level
have
4.
the full line now. 4, 5, 6.
Yes, we want. Over to
You
opponent.
see-
Did they draw anything good for the turn? Is the question now.
You see an Ukamon, interesting enough. He's gone for 5 eggs. That is a very welcome 5.
It is a very open 5. We're going into a Kuma right now. 'Cause,
Unfortunately, he has the Mirage and not the All Force.
no, unfortunately, it's
so a bit of a struggle in
not the
terms
greatest
of
hand right now, but they are
that.
able to get up at least to their level 5.
It's not bad. I mean, there's always a chance to find the All Force. Mirage is not a bad early mega to go into.
No, it's a fairly good card still.
It's very cheap, and it's not bad against the Bloom deck either. Especially if he goes into the Sunflower, right? Because if he ever tries to do anything with like an Agitar player guy, then the Mirage will gain the memory,
Spend,
right?
play something, go into Blossom now, suspend the Red Veggie, go into Hydra, and essentially just annoy your opponent. If you want to, you might want to wait till next turn, because obviously, you want to get your best value out of it, right?
Yeah. Maybe he just values the. I think he just wants to get the Hydra down. So, like, as we saw last game, he
Having
went
that
for the
13k
Hydra.
is pretty good.
He went for the Hydra as soon as possible because, one, there's no tamers down, so there's no fear of it getting bounced. But also, he sees that Erebi is in raising, so if he ever goes to activate the effect, it will cost. He will have to pay the memory to use it. So, I think that is what he's going to go for. He can also.
Pop the memory boost as well to gain 2 memory back if they're worried about giving them too much memory for next turn.
Yeah,
They're going to do that right now.
Do that.
Go
And
back
then
to
we'll
2.
see if he just goes. He does.
Straight
He's
to
just going
Hydra.
to go to the Hydra. So he's going to pass over 3, but this Hydra is not going to be able to get bounced.
Not for a while. At least not by this one.
Turn.
It's pretty good.
And we know he has the Samadhi in hand, so even if an All Force does come down here, he can just rest it
And then we
with
have
that.
Bransel as well.
And we also do have Granddad Soul, as you just said. So lots of answers for an All Force stat.
The Bloom player over here is looking pretty good right
We've
now.
seen a lot of Hydra focus
Yes, in this deck.
in this and last round. There was a lot of just like a Hydra game plan, right? Obviously,
I think we both agree that round 5 was definitely the best showing of any Blue Blood ever asked for. Game 1, aggression. Game 2, control. So far, Corpse Heap has essentially decided to go for the more controlling side. Although, to be
This
fair,
isn't
they
far
haven't really
behind.
seen Bloom.
but we know he's playing 3 blue.
There's some in
instead
there.
of 4,
We
right?
just bottomed it the first one last game, and
we do see
don't think we got to a second one.
should have to pay the 1 memory for that.
Going up.
He did.
Going up.
Let's see if he does have the read. He does have 2 readers.
2 is in hand.
He does have the evade. We don't have any extra DP on this old force, so we'll not be able to swing over the Hydra currently. It's only 12k.
So 12k.
So, and we do, as we discussed, he does have the Samadhi Santi and Grand Assault, so multiple options to deal with the old force if he wants.
It's gonna be fun in a
I
second.
do like the Samadhi because obviously it costs 1, you just rest the old force, and then next turn you have the Hydra out, so you can just set up a situation where you can rest it and keep it where it will stay rested, and then you can bot deck.
Depending on obviously what happens next turn, it could be a case of this could be a Mimi right now. You get your.
We do have a few hits.
It's a Mushy Man. I'm going to do anything
We do
right now.
have 2 arenas from the old force player, so we can do a fair bit of damage right now. We do have the Sora Mat as well.
To have
and
access
let's
to
get
a
played.
Mimi, especially the one of Mimi that they play.
That would be huge if that was in security. And remember,
that will help.
Not bad.
Extra Mimi is always good. If they
Yes,
can, I
for
think they'll
sure.
survive the rest of this turn. So,
There's no more attacks coming from this old force.
but there is a blue memory coming down as well.
There is, but that arena would have been very nice
Would have been
because
very nice.
would have given that 1k DP to
Okay,
crash
they
into
want
the
the
Hydra if he
Madoka.
wants. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
No, not
Obviously,
surprised
Bloom
either.
is pretty vulnerable to Madoki, and both Hydra and Bloom Lord obviously lose there.
Oh, we got the best boy, the one off
The one of Argon
in the alt art because we don't have the cool alt art, which is shiny. One day, right?
maybe when it comes back to 4.
You can never come back to 4, unfortunately. It's just too awesome. Now, this is what I like. I was hoping for a Mimi here, so that way when this came
He's
out.
drawn it. He's drawn it.
Do that.
Not that good right now. There's
Not that good right now.
nothing to go into, but I think you can just. I think Grandal has too much memory to give over.
It is. You can go to 4 though right now, so you give them 2.
I'm a big fan of just Samadhi Santi in the old 4 stack.
Survives.
You might still up to do that with a Mem boost, play a 4, and then Samadhi, and then just build another one on the back. I think that's what we're likely to
4
see.
now.
Samadhi's extremely strong card against old force.
It is.
So cheap for what it does as well, right? Like it's 1 cost.
Are we going to go mushroom for 2? We're going to go mushroom for 2 here.
1 cost, he even gets a draw off of it because of the sunflower inherit.
Yeah.
So, we will just, I'd imagine, see he's got 2 veggies, so he can probably leave at 1 after the Samadhi. I do like that a lot.
What is the play here? Is the question.
Also has an Agitar, so you can Samadhi with the mushroom and
Yes.
just build an Agitar on the back, which is nice as well. Obviously, we're looking for 6s right now because for next turn we don't really have any.
No, we don't, unfortunately. Are we gonna?
He's eyeing up the Grandel Sword. He's deciding if he wants to give over
Definitely thinking like I'm thinking right now.
6 memory for that, but
Cost 1, you go up there, get your draw. This is already better. So Sunflow would have been better. Should have played an extra veggie this turn.
I think this is fine.
Suspend yourself, 0 cost. Draw for Digivolving. And then, what have we got now? Is that Adja? Is
Yeah.
that
Cherry and
Cherry's
Adja.
did? Yeah.
So we
There's
have.
no 5, there's no 6s
I
left
like
now.
1 cost in raising into Samadhi, but you might want to keep the Pomu for next turn.
Yes, I think so too.
But the old force will stay rested, so you don't need it.
Yes. They are definitely pondering that Grand Soul right now.
Yeah, we see the hidden potential. Not that useful right now,
No,
but
unfortunately,
as
no
soon
level
as he
6s.
draws a 6,
It's on, baby.
he has decided to go for the Grand Assault. Because he has to download it does only cost 6, because he has 2 suspended Digimon, so it will only cost 6, leave the suspended on 5, and we go from there.
They're going to
The
check the
old
hand
force player
sizes
has
now. Who's got 8 cards?
5 in hand, so not too much going on. And
Definitely a shame that Argo isn't veggie, but probably for the best to be quite fair. It's a bit of a mutant.
I agree. Nice pun. We do see
Which was a pun.
Digimon. Looks like a
Can they build another stack is the
bad
question now.
hand. No, we're seeing
No.
2 5s, a 6, and a 3.
Madoki.
So
Pop the memory boost.
looks
Go.
like we're going to see a
7.
hard play.
Level 5 maybe. Madoki first, okay. Okay.
Hard play Madoki.
At this point though, are they too worried about it as the green player? They're in a very good state right now.
I think so.
There we go. Alright, then give them free memory. To be fair, I probably would have put the. I don't know. I don't think I had any chance of really doing less than that, really.
You have the Pommel, right? So
You've got the Pomu.
have a way to rest.
Spend to spend. Yeah. Yeah, no gain of memory because of the Madoki.
Yep.
Move out. Samasanti right now. Just do it straight away.
Yep, Samadhi Sandy rests both.
Yep. Activate on the Pomu. Pomu gets to suspend anything else he wants to suspend. Those you know played it. Fantastic card. It's got some magic synergies in this deck. Digiburst will also activate the effect because it's just been suspended.
Digizor.
Download.
I'm a download enthusiast, I'm afraid. We don't call it Digisorption around here.
You wouldn't download a police car, would you?
No. Yeah, so we will rest Pomu with Samadhi, which rests both of these Digimon. Or Tame if he wants to choose one of the arenas, but he does
Yeah, it's like, no.
the two guys.
And that's why this card is so strong, especially with Pomu on the
The
field.
judge is just making sure they do it in the right order, as the one that got Samadhi would not be able to underspend, so just making sure that they may clarify which they are targeting with which effect. I'd imagine both get cleared here, so it doesn't actually matter.
I'd also imagine
but
this.
do draw from Sunflower.
The second has come out now, so
Never enough.
never enough. So are we going to go swing through, or are we just going to go straight into security is the question now?
Yeah, I
Just
mean,
swing
you
through.
command a position, right? You know your opponent's got like, what, 2 cards in hand, 3 cards in hand?
It's not
Like,
looking good. We obviously know what they are, but
Take
the
your
opponent
time.
doesn't, but they're obviously not good.
the only way you probably lose is checking a Davis, that does something like.
Yeah.
I think you're relatively safe to just
What's that?
build a board wide enough that your opponent can't respond, and then finish the game next turn.
Okay.
Anytime you draw Blue Lord, it should end the game.
What is your plan? You're going to go into...
I like just playing the Palmon here, or
Yeah.
just evolving to Agita either. Or.
I've been Agita myself, but...
if you don't think the Agita could get killed, I'm just thinking because with the
be careful still, yeah.
Palmon you get the extra draw, right? So at the start of the next turn, right? So.
I think they're in a good position that they can be a
And
bit
the extra
risky here.
attack, so yeah, still
Yeah,
just
just
keep
going to go for
Palmon.
the safe play.
I mean, he does have double Argo, so he will be getting an extra 2 memory at the start of the turn.
See, there's no Madoki now
If
to
this
save
board
him. The V1's out here
remains,
now. We're going to go for Desperation play and just swing into security. We're actually going to...
yeah,
oh, no, we found the level 4.
We did find a 4. A bit too late, I believe.
It is a bit too late,
He
I do agree.
can clear the Argo, but he will just pass turn in the meantime. He's just going for the Madoki. So we're definitely just looking for a Bloom Lord. That is the 3rd Hybrimon, and no Bloom Lords.
Do you really need one at this point?
I don't believe so.
True question. We're going to gain 3, 4, 6...
Well, we know
3
he
memory
has
now?
hidden potential, so
Yes.
he doesn't get any because of the
Oh, Madoki's back, yeah, sorry.
It's back.
Gosh, damn.
The good
We
boy.
got rid of you. We got rid of you.
But I mean, there's a lot of Hydramons going on here, so he has hidden potential. I believe.
Got him
It's
potential,
only-
which means you can suspend again. There's another Sami Santi in the hand still. They can do the same play again. Well, they can't do the same play again because the Pomu's gone.
Only a matter of time, I believe.
Only a matter of time. Next turn, maybe, if they have to make another turn.
I think you just clear the board,
I think you could.
maybe do 1 or 2 damage, and then just next turn you just finish it up. But he's going to go
What's the plan? You just go straight into security.
security, hits a Vmon.
Okay, I don't think the opponent's doing anything too scary to
Gonna
upset anyone.
Samadhi. He's going to rest the Vidramon, or he's going for the Madoki, so he's going to swing
Swing
over the Madoki, just so he gets the memory of the second Hydramon.
There's the plan.
First one's already been used, obviously.
Oh, there we go.
There it is, my
HDP.
favourite card in the game.
Yes, the one
I
you...
absolutely love it.
I don't know, do you like this one more than Callboy, or is Callboy your absolute favourite card?
No, I think that's my favourite.
Okay.
Even if green's not good. Even when green's not good, as we see him right now, it is very good. But
Oh, how do we
Even
gain so much
when-
memory?
the Hydramon gains 3 memory off of the 3 Evo. I don't know if he's accounted for both Hydramons.
I'm pondering if it has, because it's just got to 6. Just gained 6 memory.
So one would have already been used because it's a mandatory trigger.
Yes.
Uh,
So they should go to 5, I believe.
yes. No, 6.
6?
He
I
gained
thought...
3 twice.
Okay, I thought the other one couldn't gain it because of the Madoki at the time.
Yeah, the other one can't, so... So he would have... he only gained 3. Yeah, just checking in with the judge on that.
Checking with the judge because maybe. So just confirm with the judge here if maybe one of us is crazy, which would be me, or if everything is
No,
going
I think we're right on this. It's a mandatory trigger, I believe.
I think the trigger was already missed because obviously the Budoki was already on the foot at the time. And obviously now it's gone. So
Yeah, so when
Yeah.
Madoki was suspended, because Hydra is a mandatory trigger, it got, the effect
missed
got
it
used
some.
up but nothing happened. So he only gains it off the second Hydramon.
which is still pretty good. I mean, none of us can say it's not. Especially now that Palmon's back in town.
Yeah.
We're gonna find ourselves the Bloom Lord that we're looking
We're gonna
for.
find that Bloom Lord?
No, more Palmon. So, to be fair though, the green players are already in a fantastic position. They don't need to be overly cautious now.
Yeah.
I mean, next turn is
Just resting
his
for
game.
the Agitar effect, I believe.
Play another Palmon.
Dig in for that Bloom Lord. There we
There
go.
we go. Finally found him.
We found it, and that is a
That's a big Bloom Lord.
full check Bloom Lord, maybe?
4-check Bloom Lord with. Oh
18k DP.
no, it's 4. It's gonna be 20. That's
No,
a
it's 2k for every 2 Essex there.
2,
4, 6.
4.
No, it doesn't count your cracks.
You sure?
Yes.
Who's all?
So yeah, so just the
18 then, yeah. 18
18k
with
full
4 checks.
checks.
Just a little bit, yeah.
I don't think he needs the extra 2k though.
No, no.
So I think he will gain.
Does gain piercing though.
He also gains 1 memory, 2 memory. Sorry. But he looks like he's just going to go to pass turn
Yeah,
and
just
then
apparently,
bot deck the Digimon, and then we'll just go for game next turn instead.
Yeah.
So very clean. Doesn't want to leave anything to chance.
I do believe this is
in
game
terms
2
of
as well, so the
security.
opponent is probably a bit more wavering now that they wish to finish the game.
Yeah.
We are what we are, unfortunately.
Don't think really there's much
Corpsey
the All-Force player can
has got
do.
this in the bag.
Now that is, as we said last round, basically a concession.
Yes.
Playing that out for 6. We should just see a swing.
Hopefully our player here will just finish the deed off. And,
I don't think he needs to inflict any more
no
pain.
No more pain. We
He's
both
done-
did very well to get this as far into the game.
Yeah,
Just,
I mean, they're all 5-0, these are all good players at this point. Of course, we just saw the Hydramon just such an issue for.
oh, you did mention about the Davidson security, and
I did.
they turned up now. And there's an Orphos. Is it any good right now?
See,
No.
the slow pace was rewarded, because if there's one way to lose, it's potentially checking the Davis and then giving him the extra memory.
That's very true.
I don't think it matters in this case because of
No,
the
the board
double
stakes.
Hydra. If you'd gone to a 5, you'd have given him a 6 memory. But
Oh, they're suspending
he is
for.
resting for Agitar instead. And then we'll likely just bloom.
Say-
Oh, sorry, that was the Argomon to play the Palm
Yes.
of the swing. And then we'll just manage to check the last 2. And then that will be game. So,
No, I don't think they care about winning with Bloom. I think it was just more what
2-0
they could do.
for the Bloom player. Again, it's like deja vu.
Deja
Last
vu.
round, 2.
Although this was just pure control, well, this is in comparison to the
Yeah,
first game we
this
saw.
was just Hydramon. This wasn't even Bloom.
No, we saw it occasionally came out of the deck, but no, this was definitely more of a.
HPD is crazy.
No,
but
yes, but no,
it
didn't matter so
definitely
much this game.
It didn't matter too much this game. No. And also, we've played how many get Bloom? 5, 6 Bloom games. That's the first time HPD's been used, and it didn't really do much.
No, I think this is game 4.
That's the
I
first time.
think these were the first 2 games that we saw today. So we
No,
got
there was a first round. Gallant versus Bloom.
was yes, and it's the only first. I think we saw them add it to hand in the first game.
Never,
but they
never
didn't.
used it.
Never used
First
it.
HPD of the day. Thankfully, didn't change the outcome of the game.
No, the game was already in Bloom's favour, but again, it doesn't necessarily look too good.
So
Do you
we'll-
want me to take this one?
Yeah, I did last one.
Go on, get out of here.
So we will
Yeah.
have an interview with
The winner, the controlling Bloom Lord.
second Bloom in a row. See if we get some differing opinions from last time.
The
I
pirate
will
that is
excuse
Corpsey.
myself, and I need to
We,
take over.
Take a seat.
Very good. welcome to the stream. I don't know
Pleasure to be here.
So I don't know if you've ever been on stream with us before, or
I've not, no.
welcome.
Thank you very much.
Maybe you'll be on after next round too.
Hey, fingers crossed,
There's a
eh?
good chance. So if you didn't know, there's a good chance that your next opponent is also going to be another Bloomlord player. They were the winner of the last round.
Ooh.
So so it could be interesting to see green versus green, just slapping each other around.
My round 1 today was Bloom versus Bloom.
Okay.
So, and that was close.
Is that the only mirror match you've had today?
Only the one, yeah. I appreciate that.
I think people do they never always test into the mirror match, so it's always like, oh god, what do I do?
I think it's an important one to test when it's something so popular.
I'm very sorry.
Sorry,
pass
Dexter.
it over.
Yeah.
It's not that we don't believe you, it's just the rules.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So, the aesthetics.
Oh, well, I just...
You're a bit different compared to everyone else. Everyone else is like, yeah, I played
I
some
think
cards.
I'm a store manager down at the Geek Retreat in Ipswich.
Okay.
And what we do there is we try to just make a really welcoming, friendly environment. So everyone can just come as you please, do what you want. And
Forest life to me. That's good to me.
Yeah. And Digimon Night is my day off. But while I'm there, I just wear what I want. I don't need to be in uniform. I can go with a pirate hat. Hell
Turn
yeah.
up wearing like a Pikachu costume. It's like, yeah, man, it's a play.
This is how we do it. Yeah. So everyone's just having fun. Like there's no reason to not. Like I just enjoy it. Right. Have a laugh.
So,
Forget about everything.
Bloomlord, obviously a good choice because you're possibly looking to win next round.
Yeah, we hope.
Why did you pick Bloomlord?
So I chose Bloomlord because it is so aggressive, fast, and removes a lot. It's good control.
You say this, but we saw the control side from your deck. Bloom didn't really want to come and play.
Bloom didn't want to come play. And in this case, I've played a lot of matchups, and I think that against the blue deck like Force Digimon, when you're playing Digimon, I think you can bounce stuff.
You can.
But that's your removal, and it's only as big as how many tamers you've got. I think for the vast majority of those games, I was looking at his board and he's sitting there with like one tamer, no tamers.
Yeah, it's like, hey, it's a bit empty back there, so yeah.
I'm like, yeah, you can get my 4, that's fine, but I'll just put a Hydra down and you kind of just cry, right?
Yeah.
If you want to swing, well, I have some memory. Like, if you don't, well, I'll bottom deck whatever you've got, like...
Consistently as well. We saw in that last game, I think you had 7 bodies at the end of the game too.
Yeah, and it's not even an anomaly. Like, it's fairly normal as Bloons to just be like, yeah, thank you, we just keep going.
Oh, this is just standard board.
Yeah. And
What
I think
used to.
the impressive bit is HPD, because if you Bloom Lord on a HPD, then you gain the 4-5 off of Bloom, and then you just go up to like 1 billion memory, and you're like, oh, well, I'll just spend this.
Yeah, it's really good. Compared to our last opponent, there's a bit of difference. Obviously, you're running the Grand Soul, which I personally quite like in Bloom. I think it does come up occasionally, not like the biggest deck choice. Sami Santi is probably like one of the best cards in this deck, especially paired with something like Pamu on the field. Just suspend all your stuff, it's fine.
I think we saw that, was it twice in this matchup, where he had a Madoki and a something else maybe?
Yes, he was
and I'm just like,
both.
oh, I'd like you to have no board, please.
Yeah, it's just like,
Off
if you
of
can
one
spend those
memory.
things and buy.
One memory. Like, and like, I want my own stuff suspended. Samadhi Santi is like almost free, and it gives me exactly what I want. Like, everyone.
Half your deck just suspends your stuff just because like you suspend something, you gain something from it. Perfect. And then Samantha Santi says like, the stuff you can't suspend anyway.
Yep.
And then you go, well, here's a Bloom, here's a Hydra, here's my benefits, and game 2. So,
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much.
Obviously now going 6-0, are you looking forward going into the final round?
Oh yeah. At this point, it's a win no matter what. So I'm
So
delighted.
you're still going to get pretty good pricing. You've had a great day out. I think a lot of people now have seen Corpse, the Pirates.
Corp team, yeah. We love it.
So I'm going to presume you're a fan of a certain band.
Oh, definitely.
There you go.
Every time.
Good stuff.
On the way home.
Yeah, I mean, crank it up tonight.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you for being here.
Lovely to meet
We'll
you.
possibly see you after the next round. And if we do, hopefully we can talk a bit more about your deck. Maybe we can get it back and actually show it off.
Absolutely, that'd be brilliant.
Right,
Thank you very much.
Final round, everyone. Maybe. So round 7 going into this with Bloom Lord Special. It was the winner of round 6 and the winner of round 5, which is nice to see them back again. So hopefully we'll get another interview or a little talk with whoever the winner is this round. For the person asking, we do not know when the Ultimate Cup for the NEC is going to go live, and it probably won't go live probably for a little bit longer. So just keep an eye on the official Bandai tweets and Facebook messages.
Yeah, like, as he just said, we do have a Blue Mirror. They've just both been on stream. Decks are pretty similar for the most part, as you'd expect from most Blue Mirror decks, but a few cheeky things that could swing. So on Cameron's side, we do have the one Nidhoggmon, could come up huge in clearing the whole board of the opposing Bloom player. We do have a couple of Grandel Soul on Core Sleep side. Potential. We'll be able to answer a board potentially after in response to being cleared himself. But we shall see. They both, from my experience, I think they both know what they're doing.
They both know what they're doing. They both can play the control as well as the aggression quite well, which is very good.
So
I don't know how to play both.
We shall see how prepared they are for the mirror. See if they know exactly what
I feel
they're
like
doing.
Cameron may have been prepared for more of the mirror. I think they only saw one the whole day.
I think
so. I think it was like the first round into their last round. It's going to be one of those
Should
days.
be an exciting game. Both fantastic, skillful players as we've seen over the past 2 rounds.
Indeed. Quite enjoyable to watch as well.
Looking forward to it. Should be good.
Should be very good.
We do have, of course, the Pomumons, which can wreak havoc for both you and your opponent in this matchup. Yeah. Of course.
Make sure you target the right things. You don't want to start upsetting yourself.
Yeah.
To Ram, the VOD should be available, if not tonight, tomorrow. It does sort of work on the back end of Twitch itself, so when we stop, essentially the VOD will be available once it's been loaded to the server, and we'll go from there. And yes, Cameron is back at it, but do give it up for a Corpse as well, as they played very well in the last round.
Yep. See if the pirate can take home the treasure.
Arr.
We are should be underway shortly, just doing some pre-match procedures in terms of shuffling, cutting their decks, and getting ready for the official time to start.
So we'll just vamping for a little bit of time here, guys. Fenton did mention something that I guess I am quite surprised by. We didn't see Bielzy today.
I know there is Biel's players here.
There's quite a few Biel's players.
I know one at X1, might be a couple more, but it's just how it is. Sometimes you they just don't get on feature. I was expecting a lot more, but I guess we're gonna have to wait till BT12 to see it in its
proper heyday of
full power.
Full
yes, I will definitely be looking forward to getting from 5-0 security and losing the game off of 3 memory.
In a blink of a turn.
Should be fun. Looking forward to that. But yeah, we are just doing some. They've both opted for the pink sleeves. I believe they've just changed.
I think they were given these pink sleeves.
Yes, nice fresh pack of sleeves.
So for a lot of people out there, if you've never done a tournament before, I always recommend after about rounds 5 is normally a good time to change sleeves because they're a bit worn down, they're a bit greasy from your fingers. You've been throwing them around for like 5-6 hours at that point. Change them out. But in this case, the judges have brought them a pack of sleeves each, just so that way there's no discrimination of like, oh, you've got bent sleeves or you've got.
No ability to try and catch your opponent out on marked sleeves or like a dent on a corner or anything like that.
What I see for both players,
nice clean game.
Good people.
We do see a hidden potential in the opener.
Oh.
I do hope that it doesn't decide the match.
Yes.
But
it's
you
a
never
decent
know.
opening hand as well, to be fair.
It is a fantastic opening hand. You have 2 rookies and one being a Palmon, so you can get searching right off the bat. Can't imagine they're going to mulligan that one.
No, I don't think I'd mulligan either, to be fair. What's going on here? The issue having obviously multicoloured, the same colour sleeves is don't give your opponent the wrong deck.
Yes.
I'm sure that's happened before.
Same deck, same sleeves.
So, hey, wait a minute, this hasn't got my auto arts in.
Here we go, the friendly handshake.
3, 4, 5. What's in this hand here?
A lot on the line for this game.
Did they?
Ultimate Cup is
Did they just decide to just go for it?
Prizing.
I mean, to be fair, they got a decent hand here.
I would go for it.
I'd go for it as well. They've already set out their security.
Yeah. And we are good to go. We are kicking it off with.
Oh, they did mulligan. Sorry, the Cameron did mulligan, I believe.
Cameron will be starting us off. He does with the Digimon. We do see him drop his Mimi. It could be very strong in this matchup. Guaranteeing that 3 memory.
It could be.
If you have one down and your opponent doesn't, it definitely can influence the way you play the game.
To be fair, I probably would have just hard played the Palmon here. To be fair, just get the engine going. But
I don't believe we had another rookie at the time.
They didn't. That was the issue.
We do see a very strong hand, though.
It is a very
We
good
can
hand.
find a 6.
Oh, straight into that. Fair
Straight
enough.
into the Agitar. You can very much. I do like the Mimi here. You can respond.
I do like
with
the
it.
Mimi here right now. Put him at 1. It's not the worst thing to do. They just get themselves a extra Palmon here.
You did see he just drew the Bloom Lord off of that last Evo, so he is set up for next turn potentially. You do only need you only need one of the Digimon besides the Agitar to keep turning with the Bloom.
Well, there's a second Mimi. Is it going to? It's going to bomb, obviously, because the other
That's
two
nice.
were.
Doesn't want to see another one.
I mean, to be fair, that's probably one of the worst things you could do. You just put your other Mimi to the bomb as well as
Did
your
find
2,
the Agitar though, which is
3
very nice.
memory boosts. So they are running only 2 green memory boosts. So they put both to the bottom. That's that could come up later.
Oh, we know security's going to be pretty weak.
Yes.
No Mimis, no
No
members.
memory boosts. There could also be a Semi-Senti in there though. Hidden potential just goes back to your hand. Could just be a scary Bloom Lord waiting for you.
We have HPD Bloom Lord, and we do have a decent hand.
We have a Pomu you can just throw
So
down if
it
you
looks
wanted to.
like he's going to go for it.
Yeah, I thought you might put Pomu down first and then go maybe to HDP.
Well, I think I'm going to use the Agitar first to play the Evo
Into the
Shroom.
edge effects.
We'll see if this is going to be a very explosive turn from Corpse Heap here. He has the hidden potential. He looks like he just swung over the Palmon, which is rather interesting.
Yes, I'd have thought they'd got up to Bloom or something different at least, but I'm also confused.
Looks like he is just going to take it slow.
Which is fine.
Can't say I'm a fan. You know, this board doesn't look like it's going to stick around.
No, but at the same time, they're not exactly the opponent's not exactly in a magic position. I'm also confused too. I'm not sure how they played the Pomu and then suspended it.
Because they Agitar suspended it.
On play suspend, yeah?
No, you played it and then you rest it with Agitar to play the mushroom.
He paid for the
wait.
mushroom though. That's why I'm confused. I thought he played
No,
it.
so you don't have. I believe Agitar's a May. I think.
Yeah,
I
pay
believe,
for free.
I believe Agitar's a May, so you can just rest it and not play a guy.
That's probably where I'm confusing you.
Which is potentially what happened. So we do see the Digimon come down off.
He didn't
the
play anything else, did he?
No, he didn't need to. He didn't have to play it, I believe. Which is fine. He just rest it. We do see the Hydra come down for 5. We'll be able to bot deck that Agitar and gain back 1 memory, so we'll put to 2. I'm very confused about why he didn't go for Bloom Lord this turn.
Yeah,
I
I'm
guess
also confused.
potentially if he knows with the hidden potential that he might be able to just respond to whatever his opponent does here. With the 6.
Maybe that's the thought process that they're not too concerned about what they can do
So
as they're put now. a
that
little
might
bit
be the
behind.
case.
Maybe.
He does have a 4 and a 5 we see, so unfortunately it's not a download one.
They've got their 1 Mimi as well in hand.
Yeah, I think he may potentially want to save it for the clapback.
Go up into Sunflow.
There's no way to get to 60.
No, there isn't. And they can't. Can they play the other Sunflow for free? Off the Sunflow?
Yeah.
Just so you got an extra 4 in the
Yeah.
field? Yeah, you can. Yes, 3 cards. 3,000 rather. Yeah, I mean, they could do that. That's what they want to do. Suspend the Pomu. Pomu doesn't technically do anything here.
It's not. Is that enough? Yeah, it should be enough. He did draw onto Blossom though, so.
There you go. This definitely makes it a little bit more simpler for us now.
No, that's a veggie. That's not Blossom.
There's Veggie. Oh.
He's using the Sunflower
Oh,
effect to play the veggie, and then that will pass turn with the Hydra. And we'll see the. We'll just be able to swing the Blossom over the Pomu, and then see if we've got anything else going here. We do see the starter deck Palmon. Not common choice.
No, it's not. It's very unusual. A lot of
That's how
people
we
do complain
punch
about
over
it.
stuff. We do see the Samadhi as well, so we can swing over the Pomu and then just Samadhi another guy, and then we can just bot like that.
Yeah.
It's good play. So I think Cameron's very, very much in control of this game currently. Based on what we're seeing here, you can swing Blossom at the Pomu, Samadhi, the Sunflower. You will be free because obviously you have the.
Cost one to go into this now.
Just going to
Suspend it. We'll suspend the Sunflower.
Yep, and then you gain 1 off the Hydra and 1 off the Agitar. Should be added.
Do they forget the effect, or they do it
No, I
today?
think
Maybe?
that's.
Swing it to the Pomu. Yep, makes sense.
And then end of turn, you can just bot deck the Sunflower Mon with the effect, unless he's going for a blue. He's
going for a Bloom.
here instead. So we'll be able to get 2 memory back. We'll be able to pierce through that.
Get some
Sunflower.
further.
Yep.
2 checks at 14k, I think.
Yeah, we'll be 2 checks at 14.
So just
So if there's anything security that helps here, obviously no Digimon's going to be big enough
Fortunately not.
to get caught on next set, but could just, there's no rookie in the back, right? So that's a very nice Terrier.
That is a very nice Terrier. Anniversary year 1, I believe.
Yes.
Got a place set that's
See the
somewhere around.
Pomu we do see the Pomu get drawn, but it's a little too late.
Unfortunately. We both, well, I think it's one of those games where they probably should have maybe done a bit earlier, that way they can still mess around with it.
Yeah, without the with the Terrier on board, I don't think there's much they can do in terms of response to this board right now.
No.
Anytime, even if you use the HPD, you're going to be losing 1 memories from it, from the Hydro effect to effectively a full cost reduction. Yeah, Canada looking very, very.
So you need to go to level 5, then you got the EG,
yeah.
just going to put you to 1 on their turn anyway.
Very comfortable. We saw his list. It's definitely more tech for the mirror. We saw the Nidhogg. We see the. So we definitely know that he thought with the mirror in mind. So probably might have more practice in this matchup than his
Yes.
opponent.
A lot of people do forget when they do deck test. They do forget to test into the mirror because they think, oh, I know the deck is fine. Not every deck is the same, and this is definitely one of those examples.
Exactly right. It's just in certain ways you have to play differently in some mirror matches than just how you play against every other deck, right? And despite you thinking, oh, I know what my deck can do, sometimes.
Do you really is the question?
When there's interactions between your own cards, so for example, here we saw in past turn with the Hydro 1, that didn't look like the most optimal thing in terms of what could be done, so I think it might just be a case of not thinking about what could happen. So obviously, if he goes to use the Adjutar here, it will just pass turn because of the Hydro.
Although I think the effect will still continue on.
Of course, but
yes.
He'll be rested.
It
and
goes straight over to your opponent's turn, yeah. And when you're stuck at 3 and your opponent has 4 swings, it's
4 swings with a +1. So you can swing Hydra first and then swing blue for 2, and then anything that lives it will be
for 2.
game.
Okay, going over.
Just going to go for Sunflower for 2. Should just be.
I think they're hoping right now that their security is definitely some
we're
bombs.
definitely hoping for a Grand Walsall and security on.
I think we're hoping for 2 at this point.
Corpse Heaps to the side here.
Alright, do we try and build it first?
There's 2, so there is potential for it. We'll
swing
see.
first. Alright, check into security. It's just
a
a blossom.
With swing bloom, it will be 2 checks, and then even the Grand Walsall will not be enough now.
Another blue.
And then that will be game 1 to Cameron. So
very well played by Cameron. Unfortunately,
very well played.
Obviously, get put the back foot very early there and kind of stuck there.
Yeah, I think reflecting on that, I think someone went wrong in the turn where he just passed a 5.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to go slow and didn't realise.
I think he was trying to save his resources, but in terms of saving the HPD and the Bloom Lord from potential comeback, thinking his board won't get cleared fully, which it wasn't, but he just didn't have the.
It just wasn't enough in the
stuff to get up there. So perhaps maybe if he committed more and built a board that couldn't be outed.
I think they did play a bit too conservatively there. They did need to go a bit more aggressive in what
didn't
they
use
wanted
the
to plan.
HPD, didn't use the Bloom. He had the whole game. So
had they maybe for a couple of turns, could have played that, and obviously started doing shenanigans then with the getting the eggs out.
So going to game 2. See if there's any adaptations in terms of
Let's not accidentally swap the decks.
Yeah, let's make sure they got it. Yeah. So we'll see if there's any adaptation in terms of play styles. See if.
For those of you who are joining us now and aren't really into Digimon, we don't have side decks here, so it's just straight into game 2. So don't worry about anyone taking some cards out or anything. It's not Yu-Gi-Oh! We don't have 15 cards. We need to switch out on the fly. So just.
You've been talking a lot about side decks today.
I like small side decks.
Advocating a lot.
Maybe. See, Carl says yes. Thank you, Carl.
I don't think.
Carl is a hard no.
Oh, so it's a no. Sorry, Carl says no. Sorry. See, it used to be the opposite. I used to be like, mulligans are terrible for the game. You need side decks. But now I'm like, mulligans are fun.
Mulligans are a hard yes.
There you go. Carl says yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of long game, especially Digimon opening hand matters so much. So I don't think. I think the game needs mulligans at this point, right? Especially with I think back in the day it was a bit less necessary, just because the fact that, of course, you wouldn't get punished so much for we saw. Remember set 1, you hard slam a Zudo one or something for 7.
Yeah, baby.
It was good stuff. Optimal play. Now it's like you give your opponent 7 turn 1, you're probably losing that game instantly.
So it better be a yellow card because you wouldn't do anything otherwise.
Yeah, if it's not a Magna, it's not.
Not a Magna, ain't doing anything else.
Yeah, so I think.
Or the Ace Magna, they also do the same thing for a lot less.
Yeah.
So
It's
what
not
do you?
6K though, so you can't size
It's not
it.
6K. You can't find it. It's 8K, I believe.
Yes.
Chat. What do you guys think of the ace cards? Are you a yay for hand traps, or you're a nay for hand traps?
I'm a big yay.
Right.
Anything that gives me more interaction and
I'm always happy for
makes
interaction.
the game, in my opinion, more skillful and more full.
Yes.
So
Definitely more resources then, because you're going to lose a card from your hand. I think people go
Yeah.
remember this, as well as it being.
hopefully we will see more impactful ace
Yes,
cards.
they're also
but
weak as well, which I do agree
yeah,
with.
as
They
currently
aren't be all or end all.
they're very telegraphed
Yes.
in terms of like if you should know your opponent's going to try and use one when they go to right there. You'd need a body on board, and then it's just not effective until we see different ones, perhaps like delay options that like delay options. The prime example I bring up, right? They're still fair because your opponent knows what you've got on the board.
I mean, Thunder's
they
done
can
the right
play
thing
around
here.
it.
That's the exact point of ace cards. You know, they're an interaction between you and your opponent, but at the same time, it's not so to the point where your opponent just can't play the game anymore. They are meant to be as fair as possible, which is they are weak, and when they die, they do give you back
See
resources.
a double Hydra hand, but
It's not the worst
and
thing to
no
see.
5.
But do we see the Searcher Palmon, or do we see the ST Palmon there?
I think
What?
Do you see
Yeah.
the Grand Soul being drawn? Do you see the Starter Deck Palmon and Sunflower?
Flow there.
See a Blossom, which definitely ties that hand together because you can go Blossom into Hydra if necessary. Of
It
course.
also just gives your opponent just one memory as well, which slows it down a
I
little bit.
believe he just drew the third Hydra off that Evo, so
Maybe we'll go for a control game, yeah?
potentially.
Is that you?
That is me, yeah. So the Palm will get played, it will reveal top 4. We can grab any of these, and if we weren't lucky enough to hit a Bloom Lord for a double ad, but we will just take the Agitar happily. I mean,
Still a fantastic card to find.
indeed, it's the key piece of the deck. Sets up your Hydra and Bloom Lord just off of the one stack in Raisin, so absolutely fantastic. And then we will be seeing.
Hopefully.
That is a heavy hand, 4 6s
Yes.
in that hand. He does have a 5, but it is not the Agitar, so he's kind of reliant
So
on his
it's perfect
Pomu
line.
sticking for a turn. If his Pomu sticks, it's in a good spot.
It's in a very good spot.
If not,
Well, Corpse does run at a lower count of bloom compared to the average player.
playing
So,
3. I think I don't disagree. I mean, a lot of these games we've seen is just Hydra that runs you over the game,
Yeah.
right? So I'm not opposed to it. But we'll see if this Pomu lives,
Two.
then he will be able to.
Effect. Maybe.
We will see if he does opt
Suspend,
to
yeah.
use it.
What can we
Yep.
use here now? Can we get the pommel out from that? Or,
It's the Palm one he does have if he wants it. So
but, yeah, we've got the Searcher. Pretty
another
good right
Palm
now.
one. See if we can hit a.
Oh! Can we get a bloom as well with the maybe the Palm one here?
We do.
We can.
So double search.
You're
We
going
get
to get
Bloom
double.
and Palm one most likely. He does have a lot of force.
I would prefer to grab the Palm one himself right now. They might be getting a bit cheeky, thinking the Sunflower would be better. I think the Palm one's probably the best choice here because you can just play
Very consistent.
play next time.
But the
for another
Pomu
search.
did live, and that was
did
what
live.
he did need because
need it.
he can now download using the Pomu rest one of the other Digimon, and then he has an option for either 6. If he wants Bloom Lord or Hydra, he can do that.
At this point, I think Bloom Lord is the answer here. You go slightly more aggressive, try and get the extra few cards down. There's no point slowing down here.
So look, the thing with Hydra is that even in the mirror it will slow him down because if he goes to download it will still cost a memory.
There you go.
Right, so he does opt to do that. He will rest the
Oh.
Sunflower,
Yeah.
and he can either swing over and then just Hydra.
Yeah, there you go, swing straight into the
Clear
Vigi.
the other stack, and then it will only cost. And it will leave his opponent on 3 memory, 1 guy on board, and that means he would not be able to get to a 5 and stick outside of download.
There you
But
go, go to Hydra. Going a bit more
if he
controlling
does that, there
still.
won't be 2 bodies on board. So very
There we
strong
go.
from Cameron. It definitely looks like he knows what's happening in this matchup. He will gain the 1 back.
And then that's it over to Corpse.
Yeah, I think if you're Corpse, you definitely just need to take it slow and build in the back. He should have it. He has a clean path to
That's it.
Agitar and Raisin right now, and it wouldn't put his opponent on 1. Definitely the play I'd opt to do.
So just take it slow, just take a
can
breath.
swing the Palmon into the Pomu. It will cost a memory, but I think it's just important
I
to
mean, there
get
you
that,
go, perfect. Just put the Pommel down if you
get
need
that
to.
body off the board.
That's it. Get your draw.
I think
Do the
that
1
is-
cost Veggie. Go to Agi, said go to Agi for the.
I think you do make the trade because you don't want to give him the second body.
True.
So it will cost a memory, but I think it's just worth to get the Pomu off the board. So it does stop his potential like second Bloom Lord stack, for example, if he has 1 cost
Yes.
downloaded to Bloom Lord. Yeah, so the less bodies, the better here. So I think you can just make the trade, sell off Agitar and Raisin, and then you can deal with the Hydra next turn.
They're probably thinking right now, do I want to save it for something else? But I do agree that the trade here is probably more
So I
fairer
think he's
for
looking
you.
to evolve the Palmon into the Veggie for one to keep his body alive.
Which is fair.
Also, it's a cycle, but it does give the opponent more memory. Obviously.
Or they'll go 1 to 2, suspend, gain the memory for your opponent, go to 1. You could
Yeah.
then digivolve into the other Veggie if you wanted to in breeding, and then go again to the Agi if you
It
really
gives
wanted to.
3 versus 2, so
It's definitely down to your opponent.
I think it might matter in terms of.
Hydra again. You got
Nah.
Hydra and the Bloom Lord available
Fine.
now.
Definitely debated it. It's definitely a difficult decision, and it might have a big impact on the outcome. He does decide to just evolve and leave the pommel on board.
Okay.
Not my choice, but
No. You're very
He's
vocal what you
6-0.
wanted. Yeah.
I'm not 6-0, I'm
No.
sat in the chair.
Both of these are 6-0, both of these are what's going
So
on.
perhaps they might know what they're doing more than me, but
You think at this point you'd like to think that, wouldn't you?
it's also been a long day.
It's been a long
So
day.
stuff
Brain's
to
starting to
miss.
fall apart now.
Yeah, but I definitely think I would have cleared the plumbing one day.
You can take your 14 to green, leave that purple behind.
No.
No, okay. Right, going up in the Veggie for 1, fairly good play. Could they go up into the Blossom with in hand? Can't see as their opponents. But the hand point the wrong way to us. But they do have the Blossom. Do it. Spend themselves.
This is what I was on about, right? If you leave the stack up, you open yourself up to this, where you can just, like, because if you blooms now, of course, it won't end the turn, but it will still put them at 1. I mean, it will, like, imagine the second Hydra here would be incredible.
It would be good.
Swing security and then go to a second Hydra. It will only cost 3, and then any time his opponent, if his opponent rests his Agitar, he loses 2 memory, right?
Yep.
And then even a Bloom wouldn't be able to do it.
No, unfortunately not.
So
you
we
go
do see the
Hydra.
second Hydra come down here. We'll put the opponent to 2.
Spends it and then
We'll draw a card off the Sunflower. So
I think in this comparison, I think Corpse just doesn't have a very good history of what the opponent's actually going to do to you.
I think we're looking for a hidden potential
We're
bust,
looking
but
for
I
something
don't
right
think
now.
we're going to find it here.
Not
So
right now.
this
Could be
Agitar will
insecurity.
get. So the Agitar can get rested, and he can play a guy. We'll keep turn, but then when he goes to Bloom, it will only gain back 3 memory, so he
Yes.
will not be able
He will be
to
stuck.
keep turn. Yes.
I mean, do they have the power in hand? They do have the power in hand, so they could obviously put the power down and get more searches going off.
I think the only thing you're searching for right now is HPD, so I don't think it's.
No, probably not a good idea. But they're stuck either way, I think, at this point.
You can Hydra to bot deck a Hydra, but then the Hydra's going to bot deck a Hydra.
Yeah.
So,
Are they considering it? That's the thing now.
I mean, I think that's the only play you really have, right? You can go into your own Hydra and
They are thinking, and fair enough, you know, it's game 2, you're on the back foot, you want to think what's going
so
on.
you give your opponent 4, right? And they already have a Hydra out, so all they need to do is rest one of their guys, swing it. So that they're probably fine to crash even if they really wanted to, right?
Yeah.
And we actually do see. Make sure he does need to choose the Hydra on the left because it does have the start deck Palmon
Yes,
inherit.
that's
So
what
if
I
he
think.
does
I
leave
think
that up, it will be able to just trade over the other Hydra. So.
And you also want to gain the memory as well next turn to make it worse for yourself.
Yeah, so just getting the 2 memory off the Hydra ones here. And then we are likely just to see the Hydra one of his own. Bloom Lord will still pass turn on 1. So we're probably just going to see Hydra. Bot decks does give his opponent 4 memory. And then any way to rest his pound one and it not die, that Hydra is going to the bottom of the deck. So,
But unfortunately, are they going to go?
but
Yep,
there's
Hydra's going down.
definitely there's not much choice really. You can't really do anything about it. So.
No. So there you go.
I
Hydra
guess
for-
it will put him to 3 to the Agitar, so it's not the worst.
Suspends it. Gain that memory back. Right, yep, go to 4.
Yeah, and then you bot deck the Hydra and then
Hydra.
gain another memory, so we get 3. So you just need any way to suspend the Palmon stack without killing it off.
Yep.
So like a Sunflower Mon, for example, would be perfect here.
Sunflow or a
And
Samisanti
then you just,
or
yeah, exactly.
just
And then
anything really, yeah.
Just bot deck the Hydra, and then he's going to be in a commanding position where he can swing over the Veggie. Sure, he'll lose 1, but I don't think that really matters in the grand scheme of
Maybe they
things.
might have something like a possibly land still, because obviously play 4 of these I think in this deck.
Yeah.
No, only play 2. That's wrong way around. They play Force, there's a good chance they can just obviously download themselves. Right, swings into the veggie.
Do see the veggie. Do we see a download of 5? I can't tell.
No, so it'll be quick there for
We'll
us.
find out. We'll find out.
Yeah, Mem was.
We do see
3?
Blossom. There we go. So
Is
we
it 2
can
now,
just go
currently?
for Blossom.
Oh, when they suspended it, I don't know what's going on anymore. You're right. Should be a
No, so Hydra's.
Oh, I
just
don't know about Hydra. Okay.
He just likes the Hydra so much.
Right, I'm Hydra now. So bye bye.
He will bot deck.
The Hydra.
All 3 Hydramons have been seen on the side of Cameron.
Yes.
I feel like that's happened. I feel like that's
That
happened
happened in game 2 for Cameron as well.
So we shall see if there's any back.
It's not lost forever right now. We are in just obviously a bit of a deficit, but I'm not going to say the fact that it's sung just yet. There's still 4 security on
Where
the side
there's
of.
a will,
There's definitely a way.
where there's a way, there's a hidden potential. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, they were playing green. That's the
So-
problem.
Even then, I don't actually think it's going to be enough, but
No.
we shall see. You can just build a 5. He's at 3 memory, so you can build that as a charm raise and leave him on 1. And then his opponent probably going
that.
to start swinging.
Draw,
Could
pushing
check
good.
the Hydra. We did see Cameron before against the blue flare play very, very slow.
Yes.
In terms of the Hydra, so there is a chance that he doesn't actually swing his Hydras at security next turn. But I would hope he would. I think.
I think at this point
Does
you need
need
to
to-
swing at least 1 card. Just
Unless
slow
he
chip it
feels
away.
that he's in such a demanding position that he doesn't need to, and they'll win the game anyway, just through attrition. But
Pretty much it,
know,
though.
we know he's used all his Hydramons now. So if somehow this can get dealt with, the only thing just really opened him is a Bloom burst at security. Really.
I'm not 100% sure on what Cameron's hand is, but we haven't seen the one Mimi in corpses. There's a good chance it could be in the security area. Same for
Obviously, that's the thing you might need to be scared of, right? But
potential future players.
I don't know if Cameron's aware he's played Grendel, so I don't believe we saw it. Did we?
It was in his hand, but I don't think he showed it.
Yeah, so there might be a chance he's not aware. That is a potential option. He might just be thinking about a Mimi, or obviously the Samadhi Santi.
Yeah. Obviously, you don't want to suspend the thing you want to swing
He
next.
doesn't actually have an Adjutar. You could
No,
consider
it's got cherry.
It's not Adjutar.
It's not Agitator, though, you're right.
I think I like Memboost to try and find
I
him.
like Memboost
But
too.
of course, we do know Cameron is playing the Terriermon.
Yes.
So if that does mean when the Memboost
Maybe that's what they're
dropped,
thinking right now. To be fair, the
Lucy
search
does
would be a
have
good option.
the Pomimon, so even if there's an Adjutar here, he could just drop a Pomimon in response with the 2 high and swing with the Hydras, right? You're in a very safe spot.
Are they currently looking to play? No, they put the Palmon.
He's just going to play a Palmon.
Okay, goes to 1.
I mean, technically, there is no way to.
Gain a memory because of the spell effect.
Yeah, so there is no way to out this outside of Samadhi.
Yeah, they are. They're not in the greatest position right now.
We shall see if he starts to attack, or we'll see if he. If you really wanted to play slow, you could just drop the Mimi now.
Yeah.
See if he does have the Samadhi in hand, so we might see him use that just to try and get. Maybe he's just scared he doesn't want anything toward. So he's going to start swinging at security.
Which he used to do, even if it's just like 1 per turn, just slowly start chipping away.
Well, these Hydramons, you should know they're only going to die to another Hydramon, right? So,
Yeah.
he knows he has 3 attacks. If you can just get another body on board, you don't really want to leave this Palmon on board just because of the threat of.
So though, how big's Nidhogg? Is Nidhogg also 13k?
Nidhogg is 13k, but
Obviously, you just know that Cameron isn't playing the Nidhogg, so maybe he's concerned about that as well.
there is potential for that. But
So we did say it was going to come out, suspend the PAL,
yeah,
and
it does
see
gain
it.
2 memory, so it is a +1 send.
It's a pretty good play.
And this means he can just Mimi if he wants to.
Yeah.
I like the Mimi, but he does opt for the Pomu, which is nice. I think if he
Couple of
just
things by effects,
plays
that makes
Pomu
sense.
and another body, he can set up for lethal next turn.
I'm
He
presuming
does have
they think
4
he's got.
4 checks now, so very commanding position, and it looks like unless
There's a
a
grand in
miracle
hand.
is here,
So there's a grand in
Cameron
hand, so they can get rid of one of the
likely
Hydras.
to take it.
I think it's a terrible idea.
I don't think he has a choice but to Bando Soul, because obviously you've got the Pomu, you've got the Hydras. If you download, you still pass turn. If you hidden potential, you still pass turn because the Hydras So there's really not a choice but to Grand Walsall this turn, and hope that when he swings to security, you can hit
find the second one, yes.
You can hit a member, so you can hit.
I'm not even sure if you should have raised
that.
that then, to be fair. I think you should just skip
I
it
think
on the...
he's just thinking there's not really anything you can do
But
when you're facing down a board of Floodgate Double Hydra. There's not really anything you can.
No, there's not much you can do, unfortunately.
Right? Like he's got the 105 that doesn't really help in the mirror. There's
As you
the
just
one
said,
matchup.
download right now. You're gonna lose 2 memories. So you
The
might
one
as well
matchup Cherrymon's bad in is definitely the mirror. Right? Like,
yeah.
So great.
Maybe they'll swing
very,
Digimon
very
first.
Well played from Cameron here.
Yes.
He definitely seems like he knows exactly what he's doing in the matchup, exactly how to navigate it, knows what he needs to play around. Yeah, very impressed with his performance this round and in round 5 when we saw him for the first time.
Both these, 4 games we've seen him always played very well and very well thought out. Hasn't really dropped a beat, which is really good. Having a deck like this, obviously, that lets you facilitate good plays.
Bloom's a deck that really lets you express how good you are at the game.
Yes.
Right? It's a very high skill cap deck in terms of what we're doing here. He does opt to he's going to go for the Grand Walsall.
So get the one with the memory, that makes sense to me. Top deck it and put the rest into the trash. That did cost, I believe, 8.
Yeah.
So give your opponent 7 memory, what's going to make?
So the Grand Walsall rests the guy first, so you have to
Yes.
bomb him and then bolt him.
Right, so at 7 memory, start of turn 3 swings. Currently there is a Bloom Lord, which means there could definitely be enough to move the game. Swing of the Hydra makes sense to me. First check is a Samsanti.
Unfortunately, it doesn't actually receive the full effect. He still will be able to underspend for the potential Bloom Lord later, depending on what gets rested here. I imagine it will just be the Digimon.
Yeah, makes sense to
The
me.
Weedmon, sorry.
Okay, there you go. Go
Start
to
to download for the
Cherry.
Cherry. I don't believe. I mean, knowing Cameron, I
Yes.
feel like he's just going to go for the controlling route and just bot deck this red Vegiemon and basically guarantee getting next turn.
Possibly. I don't think they have access to another Hydra right now because I think all 3 have been used. So 2 one's dead, 1 on the bottom, as well as the one currently on here. But
I don't believe there is a way to end the game in this game
There is
state
not.
unless you have.
a second Bloom Lord, I think.
I know because you
Go back again.
The download target? Oh no, yes, that would be enough. Second Bloom, yeah, it would be. Yeah, you'd get enough memory back for that. We'll see 2 checks come out here.
This is a grand.
It's a green memory boost,
memory
so
boost.
if he does have 4, 5, 6, that 6 being Bloom Lord, that will be enough to close it out. I don't believe he does.
I don't think he does. By looks of it in hand, although they can get themselves
Is
up
there
to
a
I
way
think a
to
level 5.
rest the red veggie? I believe there is a.
Is Nanji at the back, I think? So I know there's level
A lot
4.
of memories.
Yes, level 7, level 5 at the back there. There's no level 6s, so that's where they're going to be stuck a little bit here. You could just do some memory boost for the sake of it if you want to.
I mean, he could just go up, try and hit 1/6 off, try and hit a Bloom off the top.
Yeah.
We know he's playing Cameron is playing 4, so I've only seen 1. It looks like he's gone through a fair amount of his deck, so might be likely to find a second. We shall just see. If not, there's no way to clear this red veggie, and
Although to be
the
fair,
issue is the Hydra's still on board and the Pommel. Right?
Yes.
Of course, you can swing at the Pommel, but as long as he doesn't have a Terrier, then he should still be able to play with the memories.
I do agree with what Hypno says, but at the same time, I think it's more of a can you just finish on this turn? Doesn't need to. They'll be fine for another turn by the looks of it. But I think they might want to go to the level 5 first, and then maybe go from there.
10 minutes remaining on the round.
Although they do just do the Palmon, so for free, just get yourself a double search.
Well, I think you can Palmon and download now, right? So you can Palmon, download, and then Bloom would be get you back 4 memories, so it'd be perfect if you can hit a Bloom here. Blossom and
Blossom would be good in the Bloom Lord if possible.
Nidhogg.
Nope. Oh, now Corpse has seen the Nidhogg, but
A bit late.
bit late, and I don't think it's really necessary to be scaring your opponent
Wasn't
now.
even necessary, I believe.
No, we're going to go for a second Palmon, or we just try and evolve for 1 maybe, just try and...
Terriermon would have been nice. I think he is just going to look to go for 1.
There you go. Because either way, your opponent's going to go to 3 memory this turn, so there's no point of pushing it otherwise.
We'll lose 2 if he goes to anything, download or. So I still think it's pretty much over in terms of. I don't see a way back for.
I don't either. It's the
Full
board's too big.
here. This board is
I believe
very
the
big
draw's
and
not Santi.
There's nothing really you can do. I just don't think there's not a way to clear all these bodies except the one card he's not playing, Nidhogg.
Yeah.
You just saw it
Just
revealed
go up
from
and just drop
Cameron.
it, yeah. Everything to the bottom.
That would be what he needs right now,
Yeah.
but he cannot do it, so he's not playing the Nidhogg. As you can see, this is why Cameron was playing it, for a situation like this potentially, but
Let's say your opponent has a massive board, they're all
didn't come
suspended,
to,
you go
didn't come
around.
to fruition. Obviously he was already ahead, so he didn't need it, but if
Indeed.
you are on the Corpse Heap side, this would be the perfect time for a Nidhogg. Probably still not enough to keep you in it. But
You'd suspend the weed so everything would go to the bottom of the deck. It gives you enough time to have another turn, but after that, it's not exactly
it does
game
have a
winning.
cherry mode, so we would have been able to live an extra, maybe live a check, but I think it will just be cherry mod and pray, I guess. I don't know what you're praying for, but
I say at this point, I don't think there's much you can do. You're not getting memory back after this. You can
looking
block
if
one,
there's
but
any sort of scenario, you never recommend scooping in a final unless you're
there you
winning.
go. Pirate
He
King
does
is defeated.
Concede, and that will be Cameron, our Ultimate Cup winner
Our
for the
Walsall
day.
Ultimate Cup winner, yeah.
Yes, 2-0.
Best Scott
again.
champion.
So, congratulations to Cameron.
Indeed.
He has closed it out cleanly, very much. I think a very methodical player, I believe.
Yes.
From the games I've watched. His
Cameron's
research
obviously knows what to do, go slow, especially into the mirror.
definitely looks like he
I think Corpse, again,
prepped
not,
a lot with this
not
deck.
necessarily a mirror match kind of player, and then it's just obviously trying
Yeah,
to win the
overall,
way in.
you see the difference in the list, right? You can see that Cameron's aware of the mirror, right? He's got the Nidhogg in, he's got like more additional Pommemons than what Corpse is playing, where and he has the extra Mimi knowing that like
He
insecurity
comes up
could
occasionally, yeah.
come up, right? And
That's what we saw.
obviously he knows the mirror might be slow, so he's got an extra. He's got the fifth egg, whereas Corpse is just playing one. But once again, well played to Cameron.
It is.
Absolutely
Unfortunately for Corpse, I don't think he actually got to swing that security at all this match.
fantastic performance, and I really hope that Corpse does get second. I know how these
Yes, he could drop down
losing
to fourth or even
final
third.
losses can go. Sometimes if you lose the final, you can drop to fourth, fifth, or in a certain case, ninth.
Yeah, it can roll you out. It's very weird.
I've seen before. So hope you get second and you get that Paladin mode prize as well.
Indeed. Let's hope Cameron's.
It never feels, but it never feels good to lose the final and then drop down
just-
to.
it's like out of contention, yeah. You
Thanks,
stay in
I've
the top
actually
eight.
never lost the final, thankfully. Once I get there, I haven't lost.
How many been in now? 4 or 5?
Nah, 3 anything.
Great, thought we were 4. Regional, Gen Con, regional.
Yeah.
Not all? Okay, great.
But third, I lost to the cheating.
Yeah. Well, maybe this Ultimate Cup coming in June, Fenton can take the title of Ultimate.
Maybe. But yeah, we will have hopefully another interview with Cameron again shortly.
Yeah, both
We'll get them
apparently.
both.
Getting double green.
Okay, we will be hearing from Corpse Heap first. Do you want to take Corpse? You spoke to before.
I'll take
And
the
speak to
Pirate.
Cameron, so I spoke to-
That works for me.
Alright,
Right then.
yes, so we will be interviewing them both. We'll start with Corpse and then we will move on to the champion Cameron after. So we will just wait a few moments to get
to
that
arrive, yeah.
for them to arrive. So pack up their stuff.
We're going to swap. So we're going to swap over, so I'm going to do Corpse and you can do Cameron. So let's can't making sure that we know what's going on for the next section.
Yeah, so we will bring you that interview shortly. But those were some good games.
There were some good games. It's nice to see some good finals,
Even though
good
Cameron,
seconds.
even though Cameron was dominant in the matchups, you definitely saw that it wasn't just he got higher rolled. You saw Cameron's skill was being expressed there.
He was
Like he
indeed.
knew how to pilot the mirror. He knew exactly what to do. And
He saw what he had to do, he knew exactly what he needed to do. Unfortunately, Corpse, I think, was just not necessarily on the back foot, but it wasn't too sure like, what to do into it, and then
If you're
that
looking-
one turn was just what you needed.
all I can say is, if you're looking to play Blue Lord, definitely rewatch Bound 5 and this once the VOD goes up later for
Yeah,
sure.
so for anyone out there, I don't know if it's going to be cut up into episodes or it's just going to be like a full hour thing.
Definitely put on a clinic.
We are, what was it? So it was like 3 o'clock-ish, was around 3, half 2. So if you start wherever around 5 starts, check out that.
Bound 5 was like 2 hours ago. So
Yeah, so where are we now? Like half 5?
You'll skip through. You'll find it. You'll find it. If you really want it, if you want it bad enough, you'll find it.
You'll find
So-
it. But it's the perfect example of what green Moonlord does. There's no other colours going on. They're still coming, we promise.
Soon.
Soon.
TM.
Soon the pirate comes.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
There
Right,
it is.
shimmy over and
Leave you over?
I'll take the first guest. Woo. Hello.
Do you want the deck? Or?
Yeah, you can bring it if you want to. Corpse being very polite and asking if you want to see the deck. So the VOD will be going up after the event finishes. So essentially, Twitch has to take it into the servers, render it themselves, and then it should be available hopefully tonight. Not tonight, checking in tomorrow. That's normally how VODs on Twitch work, unless you have like really small videos. Because it's going to be an 8 to 9 hour VOD. Just check there. Right. Thanks for being here, guys. So Corpse, hopefully second place.
Fingers crossed.
Because Bandai has a really weird of like, and you're like 10th because they have a really weird system here. Tell us about your last match. It didn't seem too good on your side.
It was a bit of a rough one. I think I definitely should have played more of the matchup.
We did wonder, were you not so sure like the mirror match?
The mirror's a difficult one. It's sort of it's very much a case of getting board dominance.
Yes.
Over just rushing checks, I think. And I think in my past experience, whoever plays the first level 6 in blue, in the mirror, tends to lose it because they get their board state demolished immediately after that.
That's exactly the same way I feel with like Mastimon. You try and play Masti, and if you're the first one, not always the case if you're going to win.
Yeah, so it's definitely rough because there's while you have cards in hand, there's almost no real limitation to blue. You can do a lot with very little memory.
Yes.
You can go up into a 6 for basically nothing. You can go wide for basically nothing. And then the trouble starts coming where you don't have the cards in hand.
Yes.
And I did ask my opponent how many cards in hand at one point, and they were like 10, 12. I was like, all right, so no matter what you need, you got that piece. And when they were demolishing my board, I was struggling with my card just slightly, and I maybe didn't have the optimal pieces. I didn't see an HBD, which obviously you're not going to always.
No, the one I've in a deck, you've always got a chance like 3 or 4% per. Luckily, I think for you or your opponent, it was either in their security, so obviously it was a case of just got to find it. But it's not searchable. Same with your opponent played the Nidhogg, as you saw, obviously they could take it. That is specifically for the mirror match, because if they've got a big board, they're all suspended, you just go, Nidhogg, get rid of it all. And you just go.
Lovely.
You just have to go. Okay.
Overall,
so people happy to see you.
Hey! Love to see it. And a shout out to my team. There's a few of us that came down today. So Ipswich Digidestined, we love you.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe see you in NEC.
Oh, 100%.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, are you going to possibly bring this again? I think we are in the BT12, so you can use the Quartz Blossom Blue Lord, which is even more of a pain in everyone's side.
I'm still thinking about it. I think I'm liking the look of Bilzerman right now. Bilzerman Exenti. It's a whole lot of fun. Such a toolbox of everything.
It's just a toolbox of like, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to win, and game 2.
Yeah.
And your opponent goes like, I don't know what happened.
Although, you're intensely thinking for 45 minutes every game, so that's 9 hours of brain work. I don't know if I quite want that. Like 10-minute games is beautiful.
Trash a card. Trash some more cards. It's not so bad.
Yeah.
So, have you had fun?
Oh, smashing. Every single time. Brilliant.
So, if you could change something now, what would you change with your deck? I'm not saying it was a bad deck, obviously you got this far, but if there's anything that you obviously found.
As I look through, generally speaking, I think that a lot of people say don't run the Randall Cell. I still stand by it. It's great.
It's a coin flip. 50% say do, 50% say don't, because it's very it comes up normally in like one stack matches where it's like say Black War or like Gallop just to get that big target off the field.
The amount of checks he had into my security with his level 6s, I don't think any of them died in security. It could have been. It could have been.
If it was a grand, it would have flipped something else off and
that would flip the whole game on its head. I think if it lost like a Hydra into my security, that would have been amazing. The one piece that I would consider taking out is potentially actually the green memory boost, because I'm running 3 right now.
You're running 3, yeah.
And today, how many green memory boosts I've actually played is not very many.
Would you change it for maybe a second Mimi or?
So I love the Mimi. But the problem is, if you see 2 in hand, you will literally never even remotely consider playing a second. And the only time I ever consider the Mimi in hand is turn 1. After turn 1, like that Mimi can go in the bin. Like I'm not going to touch it.
I do agree. There are times where you just won't ever use it.
It's 4 cost, and that's pretty intense.
Yeah.
So I'd probably drop the the green memory boost. I mean, it's lovely when you go up to like 8 memory or something because you can just find whatever you want and play it. But that was the only real time I used it today. So I'd probably go for some sort of other tech that would help me out a little bit. I'll have to consider that. Maybe the Nidhogg. That was that could have saved me there. That would be a key piece.
It didn't come up, but Terriermon, you say people do not play that like 3 or 4 because obviously just having some way of stopping you from doing things great.
I dropped it because it's not a plant at the end of the day, and the amount of times that you go, oh wait, I don't gain memory, and oh wait, I can't play this. Like,
I think my current deck build of this is the Searcher Palmon, both the Pomus, and I think Mushroom, just for the sake of like, it's just a...
Mushroom's brilliant. Mushroom's really brilliant.
It
Cheap
comes
extra
up,
body,
but
yeah.
I'm not playing here, so don't listen to me, chat. Listen to Corpse. So,
yeah, 100%, good fun.
Would you possibly consider playing maybe a 5th baby, or you just have it before?
So when I play the 5th baby, is in a deck that goes with more Mimi. If your deck like runs more tamers,
you just want to constantly get
like
that,
maybe like the GG type thing where you're like slamming tamers or whatever off of the Mamimon or whatever it is. Well, I think there's like a Leomon of some sort that slams tamers for free. That's amazing because
I think GG on Digimorphing is like search all your tamers and then you can just every
you
tamer
slam
you
a
have, you can
tamer.
do so.
So Mimi's one of the ones where you would happily have several. But it's too expensive to play with your head. So like you kind of need a cheap way to get it out. And then in that case, you can like push one out of raising, tap a Mimi, tap another Mimi, you get like an extra whole checkout security on turn. And then like I'm running 5th baby every time as soon as I get more than one Mimi.
People who don't play green just don't know how ridiculous Mimi is. And people who play into green just like, it's
so
the worst card ever,
so good.
it's so unfair. It's like,
I think it's still like top 3 tamers in the game 100%.
Yeah, it's this, I think it's number 2. Cowboy number 1 because it's just so good.
Today, I think I've run out of eggs in my stack, but I've not actually needed another one at all in the entire day. So I would definitely not even consider running a 5th egg. Reliability every time, that is great.
Thank you very much for seeing us a second time.
Thank you very much
Good
for
luck
having me
for
back.
NEC. And
Yes,
maybe I'll be able to cast you again.
Well, hope so.
See you soon.
Thank you very much.
Right, we're going to go over to Cameron and Fenton. So we'll see you guys in a second for interview of the winner.
Don't leave it quiet.
Quick
I needed
drink.
something to drink.
Yes. So I'm here with our champion, Cameron. I spoke to you 2 rounds ago. I said I hope we'd see you back here, round 7. You've done it and you've won. How you feeling?
Almost speechless.
speechless.
Unexpected, that's for sure. I didn't think I'd.
You sure?
Yeah, I didn't think
from what
I
I
would
saw,
do that well.
you played excellently today. Definitely. The word I said during the cast was methodical. It looked like you knew exactly what you did at every stage of the game. The way you slowly piloted the matchups with the Hydramon when you wanted to play the control. It was just an expert displaying of the deck. The mirror, it looked like you were prepared for it. You had the Nidhogg in your deck list. I'd imagine exactly for this matchup. Talk to me about the mirror. And your approach to it. How do you go about the mirror?
So I've only ever versed blue ones before.
Sure.
My locals don't have another green player,
Okay.
so I'm a designated green player. So with the locals and not having that, I've only ever versed it once. And the last time I versed it, I did terrible. Part break, part misplays here, there, and everywhere. So this time I wanted to make sure that I controlled his resources. I know where green's flaws are. So, for example, when I had the 2 Hydras, I knew most likely he's going to go into a Hydra and get rid of one of mine. So I thought, I'm going to do it again.
Yeah, you're gonna be
I had the other Hydra ready to go, and it was just about stopping him from building. Everything was going to cost him. Green doesn't like paying, so make sure he paid.
Have you always been a green player since you started? Or
Oh,
how long
yeah.
have you been playing for initially? When did you start?
So me and my friends, we've been playing since the start. Like we loved Digimon when the game came out. We were eager to try it. I've always stuck to green. Green's always been my favorite. Like early sets, I was playing Titamon, Rosemon, even just those, just because I like
the only green
what
deck
they
I
did.
played is that one.
And I liked it. You're a purple player, aren't you?
I am a purple player,
You're
indeed,
very
yes.
good at what you do, aren't you? But yeah, so for this, I was looking forward to playing Bloom, just because.
And I imagine you were a big fan of the format announced, considering your deck didn't take a hit.
Very much so.
Compared to every other deck, and we've definitely seen through the tournaments thus far just how much of a powerhouse Bloom can be, not just here but also in the other European events we've seen thus far. Alright, enough about the game.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Are you planning to attend the June event, or
I was considering it. Yeah, so my friend was just talking about it today.
you've got a title to defend, so you will be on the list of players to beat.
I think most likely I would. Yeah.
There will be potentially a different rule set, so we might have to change it up a bit, but I think it will be good on that front. Obviously, unfortunately, you didn't get playing today, but that Crimson mode is going to be looking very nice. What we planning on framing it? Or we
I'm keeping it. Yeah.
Keeping
yeah,
it
keeping
nice.
it. Keeping
Very
it.
nice.
A small collection going. Me and my friends always help me with the cards.
Yeah.
So it's going straight in a box, hopefully to be looked after. Forever.
Yeah, I definitely did the same. I kept the I kept the first prize card I want, like the first tournament card I want.
Yeah.
Just as a reminder, and then
Definitely.
so. But you've definitely got potential to win more. I can definitely see you winning some more events in the future. So I will be. Hopefully, I'll be playing in the next one.
Oh, that'd be good. Yeah.
Hopefully, we'll be able to play. But once again, huge congratulations! Excellent play. Your 2 rounds on stream were just fantastic to watch. And like I said it, if you want to learn to play Bloom, go watch round 5, go watch round 7 to anyone watching. And it was just it was a clinic. So thank you very much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend. You got a day off tomorrow? Or?
Oh yeah, day off tomorrow. It's going to be spent sleeping.
Nice and rest. Yeah,
Oh yes,
definitely deserved
definitely.
it. Obviously, a long round, mentally taxing.
Yeah.
So yeah, so congratulations, and yeah, I guess to wrap up, that has been the Ultima Cup stream today here at Walsall Stadium. It was a great event overall, some great matches, and we'll be back in the future for more events for sure. But, thanks everyone for watching, and signing out on the cast.